This audiobook contains 113 censored sentences and 421 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. She does not respond and only kisses Visenya, who she was holding up to look at me with her dark purple eyes. 112 AC King's Landing. Emma, Aaron, looking at one of the largest iron doors in the dragon pit, I feel the desire to search for the contents behind it. Like a stirring inside me, pulling me to approach and seek what I can find in the dark depths laying beyond it. I almost listen to it before Visenya starts stirring in my arms. Even in her sleep, she is restless. She'll be a handful once she gets her feet under her, that much is for sure. What are you looking at? Rhaenyra asks as she leans her head on my shoulder, where I came to a stop looking off to the iron door. I was just wondering what is behind that door. She nods and looks off to the door in question. Out of the 40-something doors, you want to know what is behind that one? I nod and she lifts her head from my shoulder while walking around in front of me, blocking the door from my sight. Want to find out? I want to say yes, but I shake my head no slowly, even as regret fills my chest. I have had enough excitement for the day. This is the most walking I have done since the birth, and I want to rest. She shrugs and takes Visenya from my arms, likely taking my words as me being tired rather than the excuse they are. Well, if you want to know, it is Dreamfire's lair, Daeron, and I went to see her not long ago, and she is pretty grumpy, but we got a good look at her. Dreamfire, the mother of my daughter's dragons. I wonder if I could go and see her sometime. I should thank her for birthing eggs for my babes to hatch. Censuredo, I think in all of history this might be one of the first, or at least one of the few times the blood of the Rhoynar fights with dragons and not against them. Without a doubt, our movements have attracted attention and the Triarchy is aware. I do not know yet if they have sent word, but I know my father would have by now. Likely asking for them to vacate the stepstones before we start burning and killing. If we plan to surprise them, then we should have just hit them with dragons before summoning half our army. I am sure they will tell us to piss off and will continue to cling to the rocks. The fighting will be inevitable. The kingdom of the three daughters survives of only a few things. One is the shared toll from the stepstones and the freedom of trade without fear of piracy. Another big one is peace, letting the disputed lands be farmed for various resources. They would never just hand over the stepstones. If they did, it all comes toppling down, and they know it. I am just looking forward to, in the immediate future, seeing my dragon's teeth go against some Myers crossbowmen. To see my little Spec Ops group pelt down on the famed crossbowmen with their superior range and power of Dragonbone. I expect my little archer group will be targeted heavily once they demonstrate their usefulness. But they know that going into this and are meant to be on the move at all times and out of danger as best they can. Gaelathox lets out a roar as he tires of circling Sunspear and starts diving to land away from the amassed tents. I hear Tyrax's roar back, but a third roar confuses me until I remember Seasmoke Laner's mount. 3 dragons hitting them as we carve out a place to land on the stepstones is sure to get them panicking. Mother, I bravado her as she wraps her arms tightly around me. How's my baby boy? For heaven's sake, she is already starting. I am fine. I scowl at her, earning a wide grin before she steps beside me as I start walking bravado toward my father's war room he has set up. How were things after we left? She loops her arm with mine and even starts walking slower. She's going to try and drag answers out of me before I can escape. Everything is fine. I had a productive visit to Bravo's as well. I left the eggs on Gaelathox in the saddlebag since they are most protected there. I got an interesting gift from the Sea Lord, and Bravo's is looking for support. She raises a curious eyebrow as we get closer to my destination. Support with what? And what would you consider interesting from them? Hopefully, you did not promise something that will have you spending time far away. I double-check the surroundings since there are lords and ladies of various houses of Dorne here, and one can't be too careful. 3 dragon eggs a thief stole, and they want dragon fire if Pentos declares war once more. Her eyes widen, and I smile as we're now too close to keep talking, and she has to stew on that until we are in a more private setting. As we enter the room, I feel the eyes shifting from the table to me, but the pair of eyes beside me burrowing into me with annoyance are the most noticeable. I smile and nod toward my father and brother who both wave me over to them. But the smile is more so one of victory to annoy my mother. Why do the big beasts not just fly out and burn them off the damn rocks if you want them so badly? Lord Gargalen speaks up with his gruff voice. One of the few who still openly voice his displeasure of the dragons. Got to respect the guy even if just a little bit. He is here not just to see the game plan, but he's going to be fighting with his men. He is not scared to voice his opinion and never passes a chance to scoff at something he sees as being stupid. I like the guy even if he is annoying at times in the few meetings I have sat on with him present. They will be burning any enemy they can spit their flames at. Do not worry about the dragon's fire being used. We first need to land our men onto one of the islands, as the Barado protect the fleet, so a ship is not sunk, costing us hundreds of our men. He gets a reluctant nod from the Lord before looking Barado at the map. Daeron, tell us about what you saw when you passed through the stepstones to get here. I nod as I point at Sunstone, one of the larger islands. We traveled between Sunstone and Dorne itself, and the ships enforcing a blockade there retreated when they saw our arrival. On the island, I saw basic fortifications, mostly wooden, with tents scattered around. Nothing they could not just leave behind to regroup with the main bulk of their fleet near Bloodstone. We followed the same path that Lord Corlys took to get down here to help us ship the men in a battle. I would guess the same happened when they saw sea smoke. They had ballista on board, but I doubt they care to actually try and hit a dragon when it's less than 10 ships. It would only take a few passes to have them all burning, and they would rather group their full power together before fighting, if I had to guess. It does beg the question of why they came back if they had done the same when sea smoke flew by. I see. The plan to make land on Grey Gallows will continue, and then we will clear the smaller islands nearby before pushing forward. There are only roughly 12 named islands, but I bet anything they have some people camped out on some unnamed smaller ones just to try and get lucky with a well-placed bolt. I'm sure Lys will love to be cut off from her allies. I comment as I look southeast from Grey Gallows. They will be on their own for the most part. They have some small colonies on the coast, so they can farm the disputed lands, but we are literally forcing them on their own. To be honest, we are kind of opening our back up to them if we do not do something to keep them from attacking our backs. I believe this war was fought from the north and not the south in canon. We also will not be hitting Bloodstone until most of the other islands are cleared. But I guess we also have the benefit of having a very short supply line with Dorne within spitting distance. We also are only worrying about the 3 daughters for the most part. In canon, they would have to fear Dorne joining, which they eventually did. But here the Triarchy is on its own. The other free cities only really stand to gain from them falling apart, which will stay their hand. If another does try to join, they're only making an enemy of Dorne and dragons. Not many would do that except maybe Volantis, but Volantis is pissed because they won't be the rulers over the 3 daughters. Wow. One of the main reasons these 3 free cities united was to deal with Volantis, and it was only through profits that they stayed together and took the stepstones. They would not beg Volantis to join in, and neither would Volantis offer a hand. Pintos is busy interfering with Bravos, and Bravos built our fleet, so we are in the clear to break the Triarchy. With Lys unable to get access to her allies through the stepstones, if we destroy her fleet, she is cut off from everything and will be in a bad position. I believe once we have a Barado under us on Grey Gallows, that crippling Lys to kick her off the board is the best plan. With Barado leading a third of the men, it will be a simple matter to Barado Lys out of the war. This is the part one most dread, if I'm honest. Lewin will have Tyraxes to defend most of the men and cut off Mir and Tyrosh from sailing down and aiding Lys. They can then only send support through the disputed lands, and they would need ships to sail from the mainland of Essos to Lys, which I will be burning. Lys itself is fortified with anti-air, but not nearly as much as the other 2 free cities. It also does not garrison many troops, as that would hurt a lot of their business if people saw them fearing an invasion. No one would want to be in Lys, even if they had the finest entertainers if they felt in danger. Cinchuredo to attack a free city directly is an entirely different thing than kicking their troops out of the shipping lanes. The goal is to deal a fatal wound to the Triarchy and hopefully have the troops from Lys back out of the stepstones altogether. But even with it being a good course of action, it won't change how people see me if I have to burn part of a free city to achieve results. Cons and pros to this. Fear will keep people from causing trouble, but will linger and hover over my kids with people expecting them to replicate my actions to a degree. With that being the case, I honestly don't see the reason why, if I'm going that far anyway, why do not go all the way? If I will have the stigma of a burner, why do I not just get the consolation prize of claiming lists and being a conqueror? Food for thought, I suppose. My father has likely also thought of this, since it's not a leap to consider it. But he has not said anything about it, and I do not know if it's because he disapproves of the idea and the problems it will bring or something else. Maybe he is waiting to see if I can barato it off before he talks about claiming an entire free city, a free city the Barato would love to consider a part of our principality. I mean, the Barato love Barato, and Lys is the go-to spot for the finest indulgences in the known world, so they would be all for it. But I have to get the eggs in the basket before I count them, and even when the time to count comes, it will be a trial. Lys will not lie down and just show their belly because they are defeated, and they're not above sending assassins to the people I care about. Aegon dealt with assassins for the majority of his reign, and is the reason for the Kingsguard. But at least I will not have to worry about the faceless men if we do go that path. I at least hope our loose ties to Bravos will help us with those scary people. 112 AC Stepstones, Grey Gallows Daron, Nimeros Martell. If I knew it would take them this long to get here, I would have just scouted out some of the other islands from above the clouds. I have been waiting nearly a full day here on my own, and am just now seeing some sails in the distance. Grey Gallows was empty as a grave other than campsites that do not look long abandoned. I combed over it for hours and hours, and saw not a single soul. If I have to guess, I would say the Triarchy is concentrating its forces on islands they plan to not lose no matter what. Grey Gallows seems to not be one of those such islands. I suppose they will be holding the ones closer to Tyrosh. It would make sense to not want to fight us at the lower part of the Stepstones for a few reasons. Wanting to draw us into the Broken Islands so they can set ambushes and even try and force us aground. There are tons of half-submerged islands that need to be avoided and choke points. I expect the majority of the fighting to be done around the Skulls, Dark Den, Torturer's Deep, Wreckstone, and finally Bloodstone. The other islands, from what I have seen and read, are not much of their concern, except Sunstone, which is right off the shore Dorne. Sunstone and Shame Island are two that we will take after Grey Gallows, since they are so close to our shores. We can easily get supplies brought to those two islands with how close to Dorne shore they are. House Toland already has a stockpile waiting to send to Sunstone, and then later to Bloodstone once we take it. House Toland is an interesting one that took a green dragon on a gold backing as their sigil after Aegon's conquest. They were one of the ones most against my father marrying my mother, but these days they seem like cheerleaders with all that has happened. They are pushing hard for this conquest of the Stepstones and are going to be the ones responsible for building upon Bloodstone. But enough of my musing. I suppose I need to do my part and fly over them, showing everything is clear. I will make another loop around the area for the 6th time, just to be sure, and then I expect we will begin unloading and fortifying a position here. Lewin and Laenor will start scouting from higher than the enemy, can even shoot even if they wanted to try. 112 AC Stepstones. Grey Gallows Kyle Nimeros Martell. Are you ready? I ask Daron as I finally get a moment to check up on him. He's been on his dragon since we landed to be prepared for anything to happen. I am ready. When am I leaving? I cannot see any nervousness or uncertainty, and that brings pride to my chest. First light, we will have things set up here by the time morning comes around, and the portion that is sailing with you will be resting in the meanwhile. Once we have our feet under us, your brother and Laenor will be more than enough to keep an eye out and can engage an oncoming fleet should it be necessary. I am a bit worried about the young Valerion on the back of a smaller dragon than my boys, but if his father is fine with it and Laenor himself is, then I can't say much. All right then, I guess I can get some sleep before I need to escort them tomorrow. Centurato Galathox will need to take a break at some point on the trip over there, and I also do not want to leave the fleet alone for too long. His brows scrunch together before he points out the small island off the coast to the north of Lys. What are you thinking? He shrugs and stands back up straight, no longer looking at the map. I will just have to fly ahead when Galathox wants to rest his wings. He can fly for a very long time, but I do not want him tired when it comes time to burn a fleet. I think I will fly ahead and land on the smaller island part of Lys and let him rest before regrouping with the ships and finishing off the journey. He yawns and stretches his arms above his head before turning to walk off. I guess I will see you before I set off in the morning. I shake my head and look back to the map, putting him out of my mind as I focus back on what I was doing before he showed up in my tent. 112 AC Stepstones. Bloodstone Kragas Drahar. Are we prepared for this? The shipment from here was lacking what was promised, and we need all the bolts we can get. The blasted Sambarado have two Barado almost as big as the stories of the Black Dread. One even looks the part. My Tai Roshi co-admiral speaks up with annoyance as he glares my way. It's true the shipment was short, but we had to send some to the fortifications in the disputed lands as well. We cannot leave the fortifications in the disputed lands bare. If the dragons fly over and start burning the farms and farmers, it will be disastrous. We have allowed ourselves to be cut off from support from Lys. We should have attacked when they made their way to Sunspear or held them off from getting onto the Stepstones. A Lysine man from an old family speaks up while holding back his anger. If we moved out to attack, either time they sailed past, we would have had to send everything we had at them. We have seen or heard of the size of the dragons, and one is small, but two are quite big and won't go down easily. It will take more than a few well-placed bolts to down a beast that size. The best bet is to take out the rider and hope the beast flies off. I speak up, and all in the cave goes silent, looking at me as they wait for my next words. If we want to Barado the Sambarado, then we will need to have excellent accuracy or get them when they are not on their Barado. I raise my wineskin and take a drink while I let them think about my words. When I heard from my people back in Mir that the Martells had dragons, I always knew this would eventually happen. I felt it in my bones, and when I heard the size of two of the beasts, I knew it would be a hard battle. I put forward the idea of cutting their throats almost immediately, but was denied. Now look at us. I knew what would happen. Dorne will want to grow in power with their newfound strength. Hearing of the Prince of Dorne marrying the blasted heir to the Iron Throne, well, that was a startling find for my friends. But it was too late. The Valerians got engagements with the other two Martell kids, and now they're coming for us. Now the only option, if we want to keep the Stepstones and the shipping lanes, is to kill them. Killing the dragons will be next to impossible, and the Dornish knows this best of all. They managed to get one, but it was a lucky bolt in the eye. They know out of all people what dragons can do after they were used against them time and time again. We will lay traps with crossbowmen laying in wait, and they will only aim for the riders. It is the best option. We have to take the dragons out of the fight. Then it will be just a matter of driving the Barado and Valerians back from the rocks into the sea. Prince Kyle will be furious if his sons fall, but it's the price of war he sent them here. The kingdom of the three daughters has been friends with Dorne since we founded it, and they have repaid us with this invasion. They got full of themselves with Barado under their control and a marriage to the Targaryens. Now, they want to take control of the shipping lanes. It won't happen on my watch. Prince Kyle will not be able to do anything other than try to fight us at sea if we can defeat his sons. The Targaryens will likely thank us if we can Barado them. Yes, they have a marriage alliance, but it is most likely only possible because of their Barado. Without Barado, the Targaryens would sooner conquer Dorne with Barado and Barado rather than through a political marriage. They might even thank us for Barado the Barado riders. 112 AC King's Landing Mariah, Nimeros Martell, I groan and slam the book shut, causing Rhaenyra to jump in her seat from the loud noise. How many times have you read the blasted thing? I narrow my eyes at the message that came with a raven not long ago. Just a few. Rhaenyra sets it down and picks up the book on the long night once more. The raven was sent by my brother. He sent word to his beloved wife, and she has been much more cheerful since she got it. I also received a small message, but it was only a few pleasant words wishing me well and good health along with telling me to stay out of trouble. But Rhaenyra got a full bottle of ink written on hers with all the scribblings of my brother. He won't be able to send another for quite some time unless he flies off to one of the castles in Dorne. But he said he is confident and not to worry about him, but he did not mention any plans as they could have been intercepted. So Rhaenyra is rereading it trying to find some hidden message. I find it both annoying and cute of her, but when she invites me to this stale library with her just to read the message, I get more annoyed. Let's call it a day. For now, Allison invited me to go buy some more cloth. The little Hightower girl is trying her best to be friends with me, but I see through it. She seems too stiff to be genuine, and Rhaenyra has told me all about Allison's father Otto. The man likely put her up to it. We have been around each other plenty, since she comes around Rhaenyra all the time, and that is where I usually am. But she started wanting private shopping trips, and to eat just the two of us. She wants to get closer. She might not have any harmful intentions like want to stab me, but it's what she will tell her father that makes me hold back. But there is no reason to turn her down when she offers to pay. Ugh, hi. Fine, let's go and see what she's up to. I tilt my head at Rhaenyra, who just squeezed herself into my day's plans. But knowing it will interfere with Allison's plans, I can't stop my smile. Of course, sweet sister. Let's go find Allison and have her waste her father's gold on us. Rhaenyra chuckles as I loop my arm around her. Sometimes it is nice to have the future queen of Westeros as your good sister, even if it means she is stealing away my brother. There is plenty of time to work for my goals, and there is nothing wrong with enjoying the process of getting to meeting my goals. I just hope Ser Otto sent his daughter with enough coin for 2 princesses. 112 AC list Daeron Nimeros Martell. Looking over my map after letting Galathox rest for a few hours, I sit back down into the saddle and fold the map up to stuff back into the bag. I have 6 to 8 hours more of escorting the fleet of a third of our force to Lys to take them out of the war. I have spotted not a single ship around Lys that wears the Triarchy sails. I spotted a few ships sailing northeast toward the disputed lands. Likely innocent civilians going to follow the coast back toward the east, or ships carting supplies to and from Lys. It is hard to tell when they have just plain sails, and I would hate to be that guy in Barado down a ship that is unarmed and carrying people who just came to Lys to enjoy a visit. But to be honest, I don't think I have the luxury of choice at this point. It's do or don't, and I'm already here and the men are on the way. It is time to Barado things down and earn people's fear when they hear of my actions, something that will keep many from doing something stupid. I will still have to worry about the silent rats skulking about, but that is a problem for another day. Fly, let's go check on our ships. For now, I will check on the men and escort them for another few hours from the sky. The next sails I see that are not Martell or Valerians are getting burned to cinders. 112 AC Stepstones. Tortures deep Lewin Nimeros Martell. I honestly feel a bit lonely coming to scout out this island on my own. Even with Tyrax's rumbling beneath me letting me know I'm not alone, I still feel lonely. Laners stayed back to defend Grey Gallows as they further fortify and await word from Daeron or myself. I have only seen a few camps which had a handful of men who I sent to the flames. I am not even sure if they were with the Triarchy. Either way, the Dark Deep seems abandoned, and it gives Barado credit to the idea they are amassing for one big attack. I am not even sure if they stand a better chance doing so. The Barado make grouping up extremely dangerous, and yet it is their only hope versus the numbers of us we brought as well. I am sure it is better than spreading thin like a blanket over the islands. If they did that with the poor fortifications they have, then they would all die to our spearmen. So they're caught between needing to worry about the superior number and also the dragons raining fire down on them. I am sure Tyrosh is worried about us making a move on the Stepstones. The little island of Tyrosh is practically a part of the Stepstones and would only take an hour or so to sail to from Bloodstone. Lys has Daeron coming to send them a firm message to back off, Lyseni chuckled. Only Myr is far enough away to avoid a visit directly to their homes. Though it would not be a bad idea, after smashing the Triarchy and 2 of the 3 daughters, to go ahead and visit Myr in person. From what my father told me, I will be holding Bloodstone as my seat in the future, and I am quite excited about it. I will have plenty of reason to build a massive fleet to defend the shipping lanes, and I can use a portion of it for profits and trading. I could be the middleman for all trade coming from Essos and the Far East if I set myself up strong enough. I will claim some of the disputed lands for resources, wood, food, and even people for my population, as the numbers would swell better on the mainland than on the island. Bloodstone will be my seat, and I will make it very near unraidable, but my efforts will focus on the shipping lanes and disputed lanes. I will be able to rack in the gold and likely make a city to rival the free cities we are currently fighting if I do it well enough. The resources of the disputed lands are rich, and a fair toll in the lanes is nothing to turn your nose up at. I almost feel like I am the one profiting the most. Daeron gets Sun Spear and all the rest of the problems of Dorne. To be fair, he did get the pretty princess who will be a queen, so I think he would not be up for trading spots anytime soon with how buried his nose is in his new wife. He has turned from my serious older brother, who can also joke around, into a mooning fool staring off into the distance, as if he will suddenly spot what it is his heart yearns for. I cannot help but laugh at the thought of it. But spotting smoke rising on the shore ahead of me kills my good mood, and I pull the reins to guide Tyraxes toward them. Time for thoughts is over. I need to check this out and see if there are some people left here like the other camps. Getting closer, I notice it's just a small campfire, and I see men panicking and running in 4 different directions. I shake my head as Tyraxes spots them himself and lets out a mighty roar as he gets closer. Same as the rest, burn these, and let's circle around and check for more. I feel the heat from his flames as, just a moment later, he unleashes Barado hot enough to melt the rock where it strikes. He burns the person who ran toward the cliffs and continues his attack as he closes in on the person heading for the sea. He snaps his jaw shut as he stops in the air, flapping his wings looking for the other 2. I look around to try and help him spot them, but I lost them when I closed my eyes from the heat. Circle around, let's see if we see AHH. I Barado my arm close to my Barado and grip tightly on the saddle handles as Tyraxes jerks in the air, screeching in pain along with me. He quickly climbs toward the sky, and I cautiously glance at my forearm, and I can see a small bolt stuck in it. I can already feel the Barado that does not belong to just the pain of a bolt. Poison. I Barado my Barado as Tyraxes makes it over the clouds and levels out, his rumble now loud enough to shake me in the saddle. Stop shaking me, to Barado. I keep myself calm, as this is not the Barado. I have been poisoned, nor will it be the last. I am lucky it did not hit my head or chest. My armor is quality, but this thing tore right through it. I suppose that is what should be expected from the best crossbows in the world and the men who are best at using them. I wiggle in the saddle as I take one of my belts off and use it to wrap around my arm to stop the blood flow as best as I can for when I pull the damn thing out. Having tied it off as good as it will get for now, I break the top half of the arrow and yank the bottom half out of my arm, leaving a nasty wound in its place. Darn! I grip my Barado and press my forearm against my Barado as I fish out a bottle of pink liquid from the saddlebag. Pulling the Barado off and spitting it into the air to fall somewhere in the sea, I spill some on the wound, not caring as much about my brother's warnings. The pain instantly fades, and I feel the muscle in my arm spasm and tighten, making the belt pop and fall slack. I down the rest and toss the empty glass as my heart starts hammering in my chest like a drum. The pain is long gone, and the surprise from the attack hitting me is replaced by a burning rage. I check the wound through the Barado and see purple flesh pulsing and wonder only for a moment if I might have made a serious mistake using too much. Daeron did say it was a very bad idea to use too much, but to be honest, I don't care and want to just take that guy down hard. Down! Tyraxes seems just as angry, his roar louder than ever as he dives toward the place where I was hit. My heart pounds, and my fury burns alongside the adrenaline surging through me. I know without a doubt I am about to stop that man, and I feel a grim satisfaction at the thought. This stuff Daeron makes is dangerous, and I can see why he only gave me some for emergencies. Next time I want you so much. But for now, I just want to focus on finding the person who put a bolt in my arm. 112 AC Lys Daeron Nimeros Martell the Fleet is an hour or so from making it to Lys itself, and so I am now confident to leave them on their own. I made a large circle around and made very sure they were not sailing directly into a defensive fleet. If they get attacked, it will be from behind, but no one will come from behind unless they're coming from Dorne or the Sunset Sea. If that happens, they can just sail forward and run into Lys where I am. I circle the free city that I have heard about many times in my life, a famous coastal city across the sea. Well, today she won't be so lovely as I circle above and count the number of scorpions and ballista. They have them lining the high walls with their hired cell, swords lining the walls as well. One quick pass down the middle, and I could have it all burning to ash. But it seems so wasteful, and if I burn the walls, they would be raided by someone else in the near future. So I plan to limit the damage while disarming them against Galathox by taking out all the anti-air they have. The problem is Barato is not one to hold back and can become somewhat unpredictable when he is spewing his wildfire-colored flames. But I can only trust in my partner. In worst case, I take too much damage from the flames, and Lys will be trampled in the near future by slavers or pirates. I mean, even the common folk of Lys are of the old heritage of Illyria, Centuredo, but I am not here to ruin the dragon lords of old's perfect little paradise island. I am here to claim it. The more I think about it, the more I like the idea regardless of all the problems that will rise up because of my actions. We will already be heightening our naval power to defend the shipping lanes and hold them long term. Why not take the island paradise not too far away that will make me a great deal of gold so long as manage it properly? It will also put me one step closer to the ultimate goal I have had since I was a knee-high boy. Retaking the Mother Rhoyne and all the old marble cities wasting away on her banks. I can practically taste it at this point, the cities my father passed to me in story, just as his father did as a boy to him. Stories from Nymeria herself about her home. The blood of the Mother River flows through me, and I see no reason why not to claim her for myself. The reason we left was dragons, and I am sitting on one myself. Dragons will not scare us off the shores when I press claim over the Mother River. No, what will try and push me away will be the free sites who dominate Essos along with the Dothraki. I will start here and now, although I doubt it would be Lys who would take a problem with the Rhoyner claiming the river once more. Lys just happens to be the best first step. Dive. Galathox lets out a mighty roar as his head drops down, and I feel my guts rise in my body as I got weightless. 112 AC Lys Daron Nimeros Martell. The heat from the flames almost makes it hard to breathe as Galathox lets loose the stone-melting fire. He glides over the wall with a grace that is odd to see in a dragon so large, but I'm sure the onlookers are seeing anything but grace. I hear men scream amongst the sound of stone exploding under the almost explosive green flames. I look behind us as we soon reach the end of the west wall, and I see less damage than I was expecting, but I'm honestly glad for it. The Dragon Lords built the high walls with fused stone, and Galathox destroyed everything built on top of them in the times after. The wall will easily be repaired, and I feel much more assured about burning the top of the whole thing now. If it was a wall commonly found in Westeros and not crafted by the Dragon Lords, I would expect the whole thing to be slag for the most part. Keep going, let's get the whole thing. Barato banks wide and is soon headed straight for the wall again. I can already spot fewer men as they flee for the staircases to escape the beast's fiery assault, but a brave few stay. I see bolts fly up at us, but harmlessly bounce off his scales with only one or two puncturing the leather of his wings. I suppose that is the true weak point of a dragon this big. If they all aimed for his wings, he would be full of holes, and we would fall to the ground. I will have to see about healing it when I get the chance, so he won't worsen the injuries by using his wings and putting pressure on them. I see the sails with the Martell sun getting closer to the port, and I notice the gate on the wall above the port shut tight. Hit the big door. My big scaled friend snaps his mouth shut, cutting off the flames before looking around. His head locks onto the gate, and I sigh in relief that he figured it out. Sometimes he seems smarter than a person, and other times he seems as dumb as a rock. Thankfully, this is not a rock moment. I would look like a fool flying in circles, trying to point out the gate to him. It would ruin the moment. Barato glides over some big palaces and beautiful gardens as he heads straight for the gate. I look around Lys and see the panic in the streets, and am glad I gave orders to immediately get things under control once my men get into the walls. No looting or harming civilians was my biggest point to put across. Men get wild in war, and I understand that, but it will ruin my image and hurt my chances of success if the Barato behave like undisciplined savages. But I trust Lord Euler and Lord Vaith to lead the men competently. The men will be expecting plunder, and there will be plenty to go around. I am sure some magisters will help out in that regard by acting a fool and needing to be made into an example. Burn it down. Gaelithox closes in on the gate and lets loose a wall of green flames that blows the massive doors straight off the wall, with chunks of fused black stone following after it. I can already see men disembarking onto or boats and oaring themselves to the shore. I look back to see Gaelithox's tail flicking through the air and smoke rising from the walls we have already hit. 2 or 3 more passes, and Gaelithox will be done with the walls, and we can move on to the ground. Back to the walls. I shake my head, hearing a trill of happiness at more things to burn. My prince. Lord Vaith greets me as I approach him while pulling off my gloves to better grip my spear. How are we looking on the ground? I look past him and see spearmen pushing civilians back into their homes. The townspeople are fleeing, and thieves are out trying to grab some coin purses. We are having to stop the city from attacking itself. They're acting more savagely to their own people than we are. He is quick to clarify, it is not our men breaking into places, as I start looking around at smashed windows. I spot silver-haired men and women along with children watching from windows, an odd sight with how rare Valyrian looks are everywhere else I've been. Some thuggish-looking men are trying to combat my men with nothing but knives and short swords, but are effortlessly run through by spears. I shake my head at the chaos. I am disappointed, but not surprised at how people are quick to step on their neighbors to try and get ahead. Invaders come, and the first thing some of them want to do is rob their own people. Pathetic. Let's keep the men capturing the streets and handling any problems that jump out at them. Cinchereto, the Rogaire Bank, needs to be secured as well. It should be the richest location in the city and owned by one of the most powerful families. I don't want to see it attacked unless I am the one to order it. House Rogaire is one of the biggest players in the free cities at this point in time. Their bank is only second to the Iron Bank. I need to really get a feel of who is in charge among the Magisters, but I have a feeling it will be some with the name Rogaire. In my many different ideas on what to do with Lys, the Rogas, and their bank is a key factor. I want my prince. Lord Vaith turns and heads off to deal with my commands, and I take in the city around me once more as I grip my spear. It is not nearly as bad as I was prepared for, but it's not what I hoped. The fires died out on the wall, and the city is in one piece. But that does not stop the people from panicking, and like a stampede, they destroy the things around them. I can't blame them. Dragonfire can be quite the motivator to get moving and quickly. A hush fills the area as I start walking forward, spear in hand, and an escort of House Martell, finest with their dragonbone spears. Even with some smoke in the air, the sweet smell of perfumes is thick in the air. I wonder just how much of the stuff they go through to make it so strong, almost enough to make my nose feel like it's burning. The beautifully carved streets with fountains and flower bushes lining them are something entirely different from Westeros. There are some bodies on the streets, but it does not take away from the beauty that is Lys the Lovely. Instead, it adds a unique taste to the sights as I walk and take in everything around me. Let's help out with fortifying a position before I have the Magisters brought out. I turn to my escort and make sure they heard me before heading to a spiraling tower made of marble and covered in patterns and artwork. Cinchereto. I stopped counting the days of separation from my Barado because it was driving me crazy, but the longing still builds in my heart. It would be easy to give in to temptation with this striking Valyrian-looking woman before me, but that seems cheap. Cinchereto, I nod and wave for the guard to let the man of the hour in. You can go, and for now I'll make sure to follow the proper dress code during my stay here, as you serve me in the future. The young woman hurries off toward the servant door on the side. I suppose she must be new. If she was unsettled, I would not expect her to act like she was. The entire time, she was shifting in place like a child about to be scolded. I expect they chose her after I sent the 2 Barado confident women away. They probably thought I was not interested in them because I wanted someone quieter. I will try and pull her out of their clutches if that is the case. I very well could save all the women of the city that are enslaved and have them set free. But I do not have the time for it now, but I can help the one that came before my eyes at this very moment. Slavery will have to go if I'm going to claim this city, and this meeting with this man will be how I judge if it's worth the effort. I do not intend to rule from Lys, nor do I think it will stand or Dorne in the long run, should I make it bend to the Prince of Dorne. but capturing it and installing a lord over a council of magisters who will bend to me could work. The goal would be for Lys to pass to my firstborn, the same firstborn who will inherit the Iron Throne. That would put it under the Iron Throne upon my child's ascension, and that is much more stable than having it under a Prince of Dorne. So long as Dorne has dragons, they could hold Lys, but my little pet project is not stopping at Lys, so I need to think long-term. Everything that I want to do and that I plan to happen will not work if I am stacking Dorne up to be more powerful than the entirety of the other kingdoms. With force, it could work, but that would involve a civil war and House Martell usurping House Targaryen and becoming kings of Westeros. I do not plan for my actions to sow the seeds of future civil wars. I have to play my cards just right to make things work out the way I want, though. I can already see how it will be a problem with the future Martells getting jealous of their Targaryen cousins, but that is what the Royne will be for. The return of Nymeria's blood to Mother Royne and how much effort it will take to rebuild everything lost will take hundreds of years. Years and years that they will spend not caring about their cousins on the Iron Throne as they rebuild what was lost. They then will be too proud of what they accomplished to worry about what House Targaryen is doing in Westeros. Maybe a marriage here and there to keep the peace. But either which way, my blood hundreds to thousands of years from now will still be ruling and kicking ass. Is that not all that matters in the end? I can already see the stories fashioned for the child of Illyria and Mother Royne, and how my descendants will say, I rode dragons and slung water around. I cannot plan thousands of years in advance. At some point, Centuredo. Prince Daeron, it is nice to meet you. Lysandro Rogaire sits when I motion to the chair before me, his face slightly pained, likely not wanting to be here. Let's talk business. I lean forward, hands on the desk, while the Lyseni man tries to get comfortable surrounded by Dornish spearmen. 112 AC lists Lysandro Rogaire pacing around the room. I press my barato together to prevent barato curses from spewing out at the foolish players acting as king in the Stepstones. We had a good thing going, but they could not be satisfied and wanted barato. I told the men who bank with my family to limit the greed as best they could before we bring down the wrath of a foreign barato not taking kindly to the ever-increasing tolls. Instead, they got in their head to start taking hostages and extra goods as part of the tolls, just as the pirates did before, to stock their trade goods. I knew someone would declare war against the Triarchy soon enough. It was only a matter of time. Now I hear the Martells partnered up with the Sea Snake to clear out the Stepstones with their new barato. Things have been going from bad to worse recently. With my father falling ill, and soon Gunna's grave people are also rising up to challenge me for the power my family holds. But as the biggest bank in Lys, and growing even to rival the Iron Bank, it is not easy to shift our power. My father may have died too soon, but he left me in a good position, thank the gods. I can still hold on to our family's lifeblood, the bank, and beat back any would-be challengers. I have long since cut off support to the Stepstones and focused more on holding part of the disputed lands, but I fear that has left us open with the Martells making a move. Moving hand in hand with the partners of my family and those who owe us a debt, we only just managed to fortify the walls in hopes of preventing a direct attack. The sellswords we have hired are mainly here to prevent pirate attacks, and we're not happy to hear about a potential invasion of the Dornish. But promises of gold and the finest comforts got them onto the walls and manning the scorpions. I just hope they will not be necessary. What? I stand pushing the chair behind me, and it clatters to the ground in my solar. The messenger who came to deliver stories from fishermen shakes and looks around the room for an escape as the men at the door block his escape. There have been sightings of a black dragon. The fisherman who saw the beast said it landed on one of the smaller islands they usually fish off. It apparently was there for a few hours before it flew off, and they rushed back after managing to hide from it long enough. Only the gods know how long it took this to get to me, but I know exactly why it was there. They are coming to Lys. How many I cannot say, but the barato alone is capable of devastating Lys should it spew its barato. Those overconfident fools sailed off with most of our fleet to help fortify the Stepstones, leaving only a portion for defense and transporting resources from the disputed lands. If word has already reached the sellswords, they will likely just throw down their weapons and hide. I am sure the other magisters have also heard this tale, probably also trying to find a spot to hide from the coming storm. I would not doubt men are soon to storm Lys along with the dragon that was spotted, and we are hopeless to stop it. I need to think about preservation. We need to survive this, and it will be hard. I expect them to want to sack the city, and the family bank will be a huge target. Darn it. I throw the cup of wine I was drinking at the wall. Get out. I shout at the man who delivered these damned words. I'm likely to strangle him if he stays. He scampers out of the room, and the guards step out and close the door behind themselves. I am left alone among the burning candles and trickling water from the fountain on the balcony. Soon it will be burning buildings and suffering when they hit us, and I have no way to stop what will happen to my property. Time and time again, I try to bravado my fellow Lyseni out of the shipping lanes with the target that was being painted on it. Now we all will pay for the greed of the few. I curse those fools and hope justice finds them soon. I stand and pat down my clothes before heading for the door to go find my wife and get my children to safety. I do not know where we will be safe, but we can try and wait it out in our palace. I would like to head to the bank and hide in the vaults, but I'm sure the dragon will melt down any metal door in its way. What is happening? My partner asks for the fourth time, and I sigh as the palace is fortified to the best of the abilities of the guards I pay. War is happening. I fear it won't be long, and there will be flames spreading and men storming through the city. She stiffens and holds her youngest child tightly while looking out a nearby window. I see. I bring my oldest son Lissaro close to my side, and he presses his face against my leg. I begin to speak, meaningless words of assurances of our safety to calm her down, but I stop as I hear something that makes my heart nearly stop. I feel my skin crawl as the roar from high in the sky echoes across Lys, the city going silent as a grave. I rush to the window and watch with wide eyes as a black dragon dives toward the city, easily spotted with not just its size, but the contrast of its onyx scales against the blue skies. I take a deep breath as it gets close and close, and its wings open, stopping its dive as it starts to level out. Traveling far faster than I would ever expect of such a massive beast, it soars over the balls with its mouth opening wide. I am surprised to even still see some men on the walls. Maybe someone kept the story of a dragon being near silent. But as blinding green flames cover the wall in their eerie light, I know those men are dead. I see some of the scorpions fire and bolts sail through the air before losing sight of them. They do nothing to stop the dragon as it follows the wall, burning everything on it and melting the top fifth of it like a candle. If the walls were not built by the dragon lords of old, I would expect nothing to be left of the dragon's hellish flames. It reaches the end of the southern wall and climbs back up into the sky with its massive black wings. I look over the walls that have always stood tall in defense of Lys. Seeing them smoking and covered in green flames, I feel bravado vulnerable than ever before. Completely defenseless without even a touch. Just as easily as the walls are consumed by bravado, so too will all of us trapped inside, should the rider wish it. I just pray to any god that will hear me that the complete destruction of Lys is not what the dragon or its rider seeks. I feel a shove on my back and resist turning on the man to yell at him. This man is not one to be yelled at. The Martell sigil etched on his armor and a Dornish spear in hand. Not someone to be yelled at indeed. The Martells have the run of Lys at the moment, with thousands of Dornish taking control of the city. There are soldiers marching the streets and forcing people inside, while dragging out anyone of real power, or in other words, the rich. I see quite a few of my fellow magisters being guided to where the giant dragon landed in the middle of the city. Each step closer makes my heart leap in my chest, as the size of the beast only seems to grow the closer I get. I still send thanks to the gods. Only the walls felt the dragon's flames, and then the western gate for the port was destroyed, letting in the Dornish. It is not nearly as bad as it could have been, but I suppose I do not know that for sure until I hear why we are being gathered. Though I have a good idea. I spot the silver-haired man standing beside the dragon's lowered head with his hand resting on its snout. I can guess exactly why we are being gathered. A fool can see the truth as the dragon did minimal damage, and the men are not sacking, but instead capturing the city. Maybe I am wrong, but I have a feeling the man with the martell sun and spear on the chest of his armor is here to do what many of us magisters have longed to do, to claim Lys in her entirety, the Dragon Lord's paradise firmly in his own hands at the threat of burning if she does not bend. It is what I would do if I had a Barado, well, the least of what I would do. But if he thinks it will be easy, he is in for a surprise. Lys may be famed for earning her gold through hardship, but she always rises from her struggles and never stays down for long. She always comes out of every interaction richer than she was before, and people still throw themselves at her feet. Since the doom of Valyria, no man has dared claim to rule Lys. Even the Dragon Lords left her to do as she liked. But I suppose I may be getting ahead of myself anyway, for all I know he is gathering us not to inform us of his intentions to rule us, but instead for something else. You all are likely concerned about what my plans are. The gathered magisters all stand before who we now know is Prince Daeron of Dorne. Well, I gathered the magisters together to tell you all formally that Lys will no longer send aid or men to the Stepstones. The Stepstones will be claimed by House Martell and become a part of Dorne. This is not up for discussion. I could easily take everything of value and sail away with my ships before this city is destroyed. I have caused very little damage and am being generous by not taking the city's remaining wealth or moving on to the other two settlements. He paces back and forth as he talks with his hands behind his back and eyes roaming to meet the eyes of all the gathered magisters. I can see fear and anger on the faces of many of the men I know. They're split like a log when an axe hits it. Half look ready to plead for their lives, and the rest look ready to spit at the Martell Prince, but I find this situation promising. He is not cutting heads and burning houses, but instead firmly grasping the leading men of Lys to inform them of his decisions. I almost want to laugh at the absurdity of it. A boy compared to many here is telling them what they will and won't do. They will hate this. But I suppose I'm also considered a boy for the most part, as I'm still yet to prove myself of the power my father left suddenly in my hands. Though I think he proved himself plenty with no need for the usual method. I narrow my eyes looking at the image of old Valyria before his massive beast, carrying the name Nimeros, almost like a joke to the histories of the Rhoynar and Valyria. But he neither strikes me as a Valyrian nor a Rhoynar. He fears not using the flames of the dragon, but also held back from completely decimating, as the Valyrians were known to do. My plans for Lys at this moment are to meet with each of the magisters individually and discuss the terms I will be presenting. Business can go on as usual, but my men will be responsible for the protection of the city and keeping the peace on the streets. Fear not, they will not be smashing in shops or causing harm to anyone in the community. Actually, if your family is led astray by one of my men, you can only blame yourself. A round of cheers comes from some of the men surrounding us, and the prince smiles. For now you can return to your homes, and I will be summoning you one by one, a warning to those foolish enough to challenge me. The prince stops pacing and turns to face us with a cruel smile on his face. I will let Barado punish this city for every fallen Barado man I see here. If you try to run, you will find there are no ships at port other than mine, and you will be caught and dealt with upon being found. That is all. Let's keep things nice and peaceful, and everything will turn out just fine. He turns and walks off with his men following behind. His dragon lets out a ground-shaking growl before pushing itself off the ground and taking to the skies. I gulp and look around to see the majority, now looking like ghosts with only a foolish few glaring at the departing prince. I recognize many of the same fools who pushed so heavily for enslaving the women found in the Stepstones. I grip my Barado and remember the words for each lost man of Dorne, and I know I will have to do something before the Barado threatens the safety of the people. 112 AC Lys Daeron Nimeros Martell. So what do you think? I lean back after describing my plan, and the Lyseni nobleman looks stupefied. You want to bring Lys under you, to name me Lord of Lys, and have me rule it over a council of magisters? I nod as he follows along. The magisters are too deeply rooted to pull them out at the moment with the war going on. They can be gotten rid of later. I feel this is a good opportunity. With the backing of dragons, my family easily can hold Lys. But slavery? I narrow my eyes. If he can't work with my terms, then he won't work at all. Slavery is a cornerstone of the free cities. or at least most of them, and Lys is no different. But Westeros is anti-slavery, except for thralls, but they're different and don't apply here. Slavery won't go away overnight, so I gave conditions to slowly loosen the chain around the necks of the slaves, but it must be put in place immediately. There will be no more buying or selling of slaves into or out of Lys, and anyone skirting this in some way will be killed and property taken. Slaves will be given wages that are fair and that they can survive off, but I agreed to let it go toward their price first. So if a man bought a slave for 100 gold barado or something, she will work for 100 gold barado to pay back the price for her freedom. It's unfair, I get that, and I wish it was not this way, but it is. If I just break the chains and move on, it will all collapse. There needs to be a system put in place to properly free the slaves where it won't end up with some crazy slaver fanatics toppling my house of cards. I could just start applying harsh control with an iron fist, but it would take years and years for Lys to recover and might not reach where it is now for tens of years. The system I am putting in place can see 80 to 90% of the population free long before that, and Lys not tanking and needing barado to survive. I won't claim it as perfect or fair, but it will get the job, and that is what matters. I do not want to have to come back here constantly to deal with the remaining population. When I make a trip to Lys, I want it to be for building connections and not fighting battles. It will be very hard. He strongly points out, and I nod with a smile as if I am not asking him to help me change the foundation of the economy of Lys. I will do it. He looks paler than he should be, but he seems to find his feet and decides to work with me. Good. I will name you Lord of Lys, and the magisters who run the Council of Lys will be under you. I expect you already know far better than I do just how hard it will be to get them to follow your orders. That is why when I leave, I will be leaving 2,500 men. That is half of the men I brought with Lord Vaith. Lord Vaith will keep the city in order and defend it from any would-be aggressors while supporting you. Left unsaid, Lord Vaith will be dealing harshly with any troublemakers and seizing their riches, but he gives me a genuinely thankful nod anyway. 112 AC Lys Lysandro Rogier arriving back home, I feel both excited and worried. This is a chance to go very far, but can also end with my family meeting a grim fate. We have the protection of a barado rider, so I'm not too concerned as long as I can get word to him if something is wrong. However, the removal of slavery will not go over well with many people in the city. I own a few inns, but most of our income comes from the bank, which is highly successful at this time. There are also the magisters who make their income from different sources, and I will be working with them. But the magisters who own nothing but entertainment establishments will be furious with this change. It just so happens they are also the threats I identified already. I will just have to get rid of most of them and spread their belongings around to keep the others silent on the matter. Lord of Lys. It sounds nice and will further establish my family and will be making us a noble house of Westeros in the not-far future. Daeron did not go too far into the details of who Lys is under, but it sounded like after he dies that Lys will be sworn to his firstborn, which will be the child that sits on the Iron Throne from his wife, Saera Targaryen. But he also said that may change depending on how the rest of the war with the Triarchy goes. If he does the same in Tyrosh and Myr as he did here, then he would have conquered 3 free cities, and that will concern the rest of them. I do not know his plans, and instead of running in circles trying to figure them out, I can instead focus on what must be done. I need to get in contact with my allies and make as many barado as I can, then defeat all the rest, bringing Lys firmly under me. What happened? My barado asks worriedly as I approach her. He aims to name me Lord of Lys and bring Lys under him. Her eyes widen, and she even stops walking as she freezes in place. Also, he is getting rid of slavery. If that surprised her, she did not show it, as she closes the distance and embraces me. Lord of Lys, she asks in a small voice, and I nod, causing her arms to tighten around me. That sounds dangerous. I chuckle and continue to nod as I imagine the trials ahead, but the payoff is massive. What do we need to do? She pulls back and looks at me oddly, probably wondering why I got picked for this. He is using the power of our bank to justify naming me the Lord. I do nothing other than lordly duties and give my loyalty. I don't need her to know about all the challenges I'll be facing in the next few days. She is too sweet for all of that. He seemed a kind individual if you ignore the destruction he caused when he brought down the walls. I am just glad he left enough of the wall, so we can still easily defend the city. It will be hard, but it can be repaired. It will never be the same, because we cannot fuse stone, but we can repair it. I might ask if he can have his dragon fuse it, but I do not know if he knows how. I will find out. I also need to get word out about starting to expand into the disputed lands. He marked out the part set aside for lists, and it's much larger than we have been using. It will help to offset the loss of slavery for most people. They will be able to safely use the lands of the disputed lands, so that will be a balm to the wound of slavery being ended. Though I hope he is serious about burning the Dothraki or Volantis should they come around. List 1T have an army as he is imagining, even if we started training me and banding them together immediately. His dragon could end the entirety of the Dothraki if he sought to do so, but Volantis might be a problem. But then again, he took care of Lys in less than a day, so maybe I'm just overthinking and underestimating the power of a dragon even against Valeria's first daughter. I suppose we will see, but I need to prepare for both success and failure. I won't be caught off guard and get a knife in the neck. I have a ladder before me that will let me sit above all of Lys and rule it, as I want so long as I follow what Daeron has set in place. A way for the Bank of Rogair to climb above the Iron Bank. Dangerous as that has always sounded, it now sounds real. Who knew a dragon falling from the sky would be a good thing for me? 112 AC list Daeron Nimeros Martel Lysandro should be fine now that I have him sworn and kneeled to my service. And if he tries to betray me, his bank will be burned and looted. The second most powerful bank in the world surely has some good loot inside, but I doubt it will beat what I just got today. And I'm not talking about just Lys as my loot, but what Lord Vaith brought to me moments ago. I can't believe they thought they could sneak off after I just told everyone Lys is on lockdown. I shut this place down like it had a plague, and the Lysini Nobel family Vargo thought they could slip off. Not a big one, but it's still Valyrian steel. Lord Vaith comments as I look over the sword he presented me. He was quite happy he is the one remaining in Lys to watch the place for me. I can only imagine why. But in reality, any man would rather guard and secure Lys than head to fight in the Stepstones. She will serve me well, but not in this form. I will have her melted down and turned into a spearhead or two and the rest into a dagger. I sheath the blade and set it aside, as I also set aside the giddy feeling of finally having Valyrian steel to replace my spearhead. I want to make two, so I could train one of my kids one day to also use the spear, likely the one inheriting Dorne. The firstborn will end up with Blackfire one day, so they will need to learn a sword, so I will teach the spear to the second. I have no idea what I will call them yet, but the bundle seems to have enough materials for 2 spearheads and a small dagger. Now let's get schedules and patrols set up for the men who are staying. Cincheredo, but they get the message as we start to go over the plans for holding the city and keeping the peace. Lys will one day have its own army that will defend her, but for now, the spears of Dorne will protect her. I do not imagine any of the men stationed here will be too angry about it, though. In fact, I expect to get volunteers once the war is over. We will rotate men in and out of Lys, so they're not gone from home for too long, and I expect many to be happy about it. A paid posting abroad should be welcome after the hardships of war. 112 AC Stepstones, Grey Gallows Daeron Nimeros Martel, so it's not as bad as it sounds when spoken in plain words. I get a flabbergasted look in return from my father at my words. I knew she should not have told you all those stories of the Barado. He grabs his hair in both hands and paces back and forth with his face darkening. What have you done? He hisses with anger that fizzles out into helplessness. I just told you I took Lys. Cincheredo, what are you going to do with them? Resignation this soon? I expected a much stronger resistance, if I am honest. Though I guess I made it obvious when I hinted at it like 10 times. I even jokingly said I won't come back till Lys is mine, and then flew off. I suppose he had to take it with a grain of salt until I proved I was actually in the business of taking things that are not mine. Professional other people's stuff claimer. That sounds better than the other names for what I did. To be honest, I do not know what to do with all 3 with Luwin taking Bloodstone. If I make them too strong, then Luwin will suffer the competition between them, and that is not what I want. I also do not think it's a good idea for them to stay under door in the long run, unless we want to have a civil war when someone gets a little jealous of the other side of the family. He slowly lowers himself into a padded seat as he nods with his eyes still shut. Lewin will prosper so long as he has the ships and men to maintain order in the stepstones and keeps taking a toll. So long as he does not take too much, people will be fine with a toll instead of praetor taking their wives and daughters as they sail by. But I suppose he will have a harder time going into the disputed lands if there is peace between the three daughters. That is the problem I saw as well, but it kind of keeps them all in balance when they check each other. Lewin having a dragon just ensures he also gets some of the pie. We still have time. You said we secured last refuge in Shamal, so we have a blockade to prevent anyone from the narrow sea out. With List taken out, play our back is relatively safe, and we can slowly crawl our way forward. You told me torturers deep in Rexstone are soon to be held, as well leaving 4 islands other than Tyrosh and Little Tyrosh off its shore. I can go join the front with Barato and speed the process up to clean off the islands, so we can wrap this up. I don't know if it was all the commotion around the camp or if it was the burning of the wall, but I've been feeling restless and on edge since yesterday. I want this done as soon as possible to go back and see my wife. After List, this all seems much more manageable. Dragons truly are a cheat code in this world, and I feel bad for everyone else. To be honest, I could solo Essos if I had the right game plan. If it was a fight to the death, I would stomp Essos 2 versus millions so long as I have my partner. Confidence or arrogance or even stupidity, probably all 3 if I'm honest, but I'm also not wrong. If Volantis sent word to me right now, we are at war, the war would end the moment I arrive with Galathox and burn the Black Wall to slag. The slaves would pour in like ants and overwhelm the masters, and the war is complete. Qohor is too busy smithing and chopping wood while sending offerings to their dark goat god. I fear nothing about Norvos in the slightest. They have nothing of note other than nice beards and bells. Centurato, so long as Demon does not show up at least. The dude was crazy enough to fight against Barato, so I have to keep on my toes with him and take him down if I see him coming. I could list every other city from Slavers Bay all the way to Ass High if I wanted to be truthful. The only one I would ever hesitate to hit is Bravos. Faceless men would come for vengeance if I burn Bravos, so I will give them the respect they deserve. Unless I discovered a way to see through the illusions and keep my loved ones safe, Bravos is off the market. Conquest is not the hard part, but ruling it all, and with Westeros finally unifying through my marriage, it is not that hard to start expansion. The hardest part is the king of Westeros might get involved after this little war. He's going to be surprised when word hits him of what happened so far. His opinion of me might tank when people start whispering about how I am making a plan in secret for the throne. This is yet another reason I want List to end up sworn directly to my firstborn in the future and not Dorne. Centurato, he tosses his cup of wine at my head, and I have to duck before bending what I can back into the jug. I am worried, rightfully so. You do not even understand the sheer amount of work and stress you just dropped in my lap. I came to help my good family clear some islands in return for Valyrian stock marriage partners, and you took a Barato free city. He Barato heavily before bursting out laughing and shaking his head. I am angry not because of what you did, but because of how I feel about it. A mix of anger and pride. This is a strange new situation for me, and I am not sure I want to go through it again. He waves me out and looks around for the object he tossed aside as I head for the exit. I wonder how he would feel if he knew I was planning world domination with no real motive other than simply wanting to. 112 AC King's Landing Viserys at Targaryen, Your Grace. I have something of utmost importance to report to the council. I nod toward Otto as I wonder when Lord Lannister will be here to fill the empty position of Master of Ships. It will be good to ease some of the wounded pride at him not getting to be Rhaenyra's husband. And we're missing a Lord of Ships, so it works. The Lannisters are not as known for their sailing skills as the Velaryons, but Corlys' little pretend war in the Stepstones should not keep him gone long. Just this evening I received a raven that something drastic has taken place. I sit forward in my seat as I wait for him to carefully pick his words as he always does. Lys has been conquered by Daeron on his dragon during the war in the Stepstones. It is said he arrived and burned their walls down before thousands of Dornish spearmen took the city. I blink slowly and take in what I just heard. Daeron took Lys? I ask and get a solemn nod as the rest of the council descends into whispers. I sit back in my chair with an odd feeling in my chest. If someone told me this before I married the man to my daughter, I would be worried. But to be honest, after seeing him with my daughter and how they care for one another in such a short time they have been together, I'm not as worried as I should be. I think Daeron is a good man from what I have seen, and surely he had a reason for doing what he did. I will be honest, I am not sure what to say. I truly don't. Do I hold celebrations for him when he returns? Or am I supposed to mourn for the Lyseni? I believe this is out of hand for the prince. He is married to the heir of the Seven Kingdoms, and he goes off causing foreign problems. This could cause the free cities to band together to attack Westeros as one. This could be the start of a new century of blood. I nod and agree with his words to a certain extent, but I am not ready to jump to the possibility of a century of blood. You said he just burned the wall, the fused stone wall built by the Valyrians, and then captured the city? I ask, and he nods, putting some of the worries I had aside. It does not sound like he burned the actual city. We can't discuss much about the matter until we know more, his motive, and the extent of damage and lives lost. If all he did was strip their defense and then claim the city, I don't even know what he did wrong. It is not like we have peace terms with Lys, nor does Dorne to my knowledge, so it's just a case of common expansion. Though Dorne growing in size sounds like a dangerous prospect, as they already have dragons and soon blood on the Iron Throne. I need to know more before I jump to Daeron planning something sinister. I won't lie that he made a good impression on me after not only healing Emma, but how much Rhaenyra cares about him. She has not been the same since he left, and is in a slump other than spending time with Alicent and Mariah. I should talk about his true motives with him in private and get to the bottom of it. Otto looks taken aback at my dismissal, as if it was King's Landing itself that Daeron attacked. It makes me wonder if he is aware that the Targaryens ourselves conquered with dragonfire, or if he had forgotten. I personally think the dragons are dangerous and out of our control, but if Daeron didn't burn the whole city but disarmed it, he seems in control enough to manage what he is doing. Though it will be a problem if the free sites banded together, so maybe he is onto something. I need time to think about what to do about this. Other than sending a dragon to stop him, there is nothing I can do. Daemon or Rhaenyra is the only two available to me as well, and Daemon is still angry over me stripping his title as my heir. Rhaenyra would probably work, she could talk him out of it, or he could talk her into it. I sigh and sit back in my chair with my head resting against it and my eyes closing. I wonder if this is what it is like to have a son, a good son who is causing me problems by conquering free cities. I am just glad Daemon has never done this before. It is not something I see him being against if I am honest. It is just he would rather have something already built than to build something himself. 112 AC King's Landing Rhaenyra Targaryen, how are you feeling? Mariah asks as she enters my room after the Kingsguard opened the door to tell me who was there. I still feel miserable, but I want to know what you managed to find out. It has been almost a fortnight since we received word of my husband taking Lys. His sister was just as concerned as I was, and after not getting word about anything else for nearly 2 weeks, she left 2 days ago to fly down to Sunspear. She was told if she shows up in the Stepstones, she will be harshly punished, so she avoided heading to the source of our joint concern. But we both thought she might find something out if she went to the closest place to the source. You sure you're feeling well enough to even be out of bed? You were pretty rough when I left, and I did not want to keep you from resting if you're still feeling unwell. I nod and prod her with my eyes to tell me what she knows about the war. Okay, so my mother told me that men coming back and forth running supplies gave her an update. She said they have secured every island except for the last 3, which are Bloodstone, Dark Den, and the Skulls. Tyrosh and Little Tyrosh are not included in that because Daeron already caused a mess with Lys. I roll my eyes and look back to the mirror in front of me before I start combing my hair again. So he is still alive? I ask even though I know she would not be here if he died. I just want to hear the words. He is alive. My mother told me that might change when he gets back to Sunspear to face her wrath, though. Sincerado, I would have thought if he wanted to play at being the conqueror, he would have told me, or something. I am upset he did not mention his intentions, but it may also be that he did not know he was going to until he got there. They say he did little damage and got control of the city easily. Order is kept by some Dornish men, and Lys is open to trade and business once more. It almost seems like he just showed up and took it without a fight, but I know that is not the case since he apparently burned a Sellsword company to ashes. I think they went by Second Sons or something. Either way, I want to fly down on Syrax and see him myself to get my answers, but my father told me to let my husband play at war without worrying for his wife. I was asked to stop being the cupbearer not long after being made into a wife and the heir, so I have not really had much to do. So other than looking into the long night and planning my house's biggest royal progress ever done, I have been lazing about. Mariah said I should still sit in on council meetings, but when I asked, my father said there were other things I could be doing, but did not actually say what they were. Then add on my husband acting erratically and my stomach churning every morning, and I am left feeling hollow and just want to get out of here for a while. Do you think it would be too soon for me to fly down to visit Sunspear? I already know the answer. I was told it's too dangerous right now when I told my father my desire. I made it there and back just fine, but anything can happen. The Triarchy could get desperate and try to take hostages in Sunspear. They would have to get through the islands that already are claimed by Dorne, but it's not impossible. I would like to go back. Just the little time I was there made me ache to stay, but I don't want to leave you with no one to pester you. I snort at her, and she chuckles, and it clears a little of the bad feeling I was having away, but soon my stomach turns, and I rush to a bucket I had delivered. Heaving, I hold the bucket and groan as my stomach tries to kill me, and my head joins in with a splitting ache. I feel a cool hand on my back, and it starts rubbing circles as I suffer, and I wonder if I was poisoned or something. Maybe you should get looked at. It's been like a week since this started. I nod as I set the bucket back down. I got looked at when you were gone, but the maester acted odd and told me I would be fine and needed rest. He said if it keeps up for a while longer I should come back, but it's only been a day, and I don't think that is long enough. She pulls me back up to my feet and sets the back of her hand on my forehead with the coolness of her hand, making some of the pain go away. I think he is full of nonsense. Let's go see that healer woman we saw when we went out with Alicent not long ago. I raise an eyebrow at her rather rude way of dismissing the aged Grand Maester, though I agree he is full of nonsense. I might need to bring the bucket. I feel dizzy as I step forward, and Mariah helps me sit on my bed with my bucket in my hands. How about you just rest, and I'll go get her? Mariah seems set on me seeing this woman, so I nod before a thought hits me. She runs a shop. How are you going to pull her here? Mariah pulls a coin purse out of somewhere on her clothes and shakes it, making the sound of coins clinking together. She then turns to walk away with a wave over her shoulder, and I sigh as she is set on doing what she wants. But I suppose that is one of the reasons I like her. She does what she wants and seems to never regret anything. I lay back on my bed with the bucket in my lap and try to ignore the stirrings in my stomach as I try to take a nap. 112 AC Stepstones Daron, Nimeros, Martell the Skulls is empty, and Lewin and Laner are headed toward Dark Den, so even if there is anyone on it, they won't be for long. Looking around at the recently burned ships, I wonder how many more I will burn before they give up. Their attack on Rexstone 3 days ago doomed them when we caught them in the act with the dragons. 20 ships went down, and an unknown number of men drowned or were burned. After today, it should just be Bloodstone, and our ships will be sending men from Sunstone soon enough. The Stepstones will be cleared, and we will immediately start building a fort on Bloodstone. A ring fort with a tower constructed in the middle at the highest position on the island. The caves all over the island will be collapsed to the best of our ability, and the beaches at key points fortified. 5,000 men will stay on Bloodstone for likely years, rotating out with fresh men from Dorne every half a year. Centuredo Lewin will need a strong fleet to hold the Stepstones. A large, formidable Barado is the key to holding it, but collecting a toll, which will be the lifeblood and fund this whole venture, will take a fleet. So the Barado ships, the merrier, as far as I am concerned. My brother will need them, so he will get them. I am still a little depressed. I was told to not capture Tyrosh to cut off where their supplies are coming from. I could have done it in less than a day after I scouted out how they have their defenses. But my father said we would have to reach too far past the men on Bloodstone to send any ships and men with me. He wants to take no chances of getting attacked from the rear, even though I would just burn any pursuers. But I already will have problems enough with Lys for now and how to get it up and running in the new order. Lys will be the project city and is going well so far, but it's a long way from the vision I have for it. So seizing Tyrosh might be Barato overeager. I need to prove I can abolish slavery without collapsing a free city before I go for another. But if after this war the two remaining daughters cause me problems, they will learn quickly I can and will take action against Barato than one, even if it's too much to manage. I will adapt and overcome even if I come out bloody afterward. I will move on stronger for it. Let's go. I shout out for my partner to remove him from his hunting mood. It's time to head to see if my brother and Laner need any help. Flying into camp on Sunstone, after joining up with the other two dragons, I see the ships being prepared, and I already see some captured ships flying Martell sails. I shake my head at how fast my father was to brand the ships with our logo, so Corlys wouldn't get any ideas. You need a good scrubbing. I joke when I see Laner walk up next to me covered in ash. You need a good scrubbing as well. I can smell you from on top of sea smoke. I snort and punch his shoulder before narrowly avoiding a headlock from Lewin. If you want to talk about smelling bad, I point at Lewin as I make a retching sound, and he narrows his eyes with a dangerous look in them. How about I have Tyrax's give you some help with a bath? A thorough scalding will be good for you. I look over at the large brown dragon who is sniffing after some sheep that is routinely delivered each time he arrives at camp. Poor guy has to go days without a good meal and eats little small meals when he gets a chance. Lewin will have to make him a sheep farm on Bloodstone or risk him revolting and flying off to find a field full of sheep on his own. I am fine. I will just bathe the regular way with some clean water. I shake my head and nearly break out into a run toward the command tent as I hear Boots start sprinting behind me as they decide to team up to take me down. That feeling when your own blood brother turns on you. But at least we can relax Barato before the ships set off to end this war, and things can start unwinding as long as the two daughters bow out. If they press on and try to mess with us when they have no ground to stand on, I will be Barato than happy to visit their homes. Lys is my example to them of what I will do, and if they don't heed it, they will become it. 112 AC Stepstones, Bloodstone Kragas Drahar, this is what we have been preparing for. This is what our brothers in arms died for. We stopped them here and kicked them off our islands back into the sea to drown beneath the waves. We will drive the enemy from the beach, while mighty beasts circle overhead. This beach is fortified for our final stand, with everything we need to defeat our enemy. I try to ignite the spirit of the men around me as we prepare for the final fight we have been readying for. Myrish crossbowmen scattered on the rocks, and scorpions placed everywhere we could fit one, with a crew for each. Barricades on the beach, and men holding them with caves at their back to retreat into as they avoid dragon fire. Enough food and fresh water to survive for months, and arrows and bolts stacked as high as a house. We defeat them all and keep the shipping lanes. After that, we will take every last gold that passes through to repay for our losses. The grave looks turn into steel as they prepare themselves for a better future once we win here. Stay ready and keep your eyes on the skies as much as the horizon. We need horns blown the moment a dragon is spotted. We will kill the beast and pull the corpse off its back if they died from a fall. If not, living is better, as we serve as much pain onto the rider as his beast has my men. I turn to head back into the cave to await the battle's beginning. No scouts have returned, as their ships likely sank or got captured. But we know they have all the islands except Bloodstone. The final fight begins here before we pull out a victory or die trying. I won't yield the islands we claimed with blood and held with even more blood. The shipping lanes belong to the Triarchy. Even if Lys falls, it matters not so long as Mir and Tyrosh stand. We still have a chance to keep what we fought for. Horns wake me from my dreams of the cave, filling with water, and my lungs filling along with them. I rush up the path well traveled before I make it outside and see a wall of green flames covering the shore where the barricades were. I hear the distant shouting of men and the sound of a dragon's roar splits the air as a brown beast swaps low. Its flames cover a part of the cliffs that had scorpions and a lot of men, but not a sound escapes the cliff. "Hit those things!" I shout as I run over to a scorpion resting by the cave Barado, and I point up at a smaller Barado with gray scales and pink wings. The iron bolt flies toward the beast, but misses as the Barado dives to the ground and spews flames from its Barado onto the beach. I even see it snatch a man up with its back legs and sling him into the air as it flaps its wings to rise. Screams grow louder as men rush around fighting for their lives as the enemy's forces arrive. I look up to the ridge, wondering why the crossbowmen are not letting their bolts fill our enemies, but am stunned by what I see. Men with odd-colored long bows letting their own arrows fly into the backs of my men. I spot a Martell sun and spear on the shoulder of one and realize we've been flanked. They are above us. I shout before moving out of the way as arrows rain down. I turn to see some of the arrows even stuck into the rocks. What kind of bows are they using? How did they get past the flames that Barado just cut off the waters with? I draw my blade as men rush up the paths to the caves with their armor covered in blood and their spears just as bloody. I stand with 30 others as we back into the cave, keeping it choked off and not letting them approach, as a few men use crossbows to keep them at bay. We're stuck like rats in a hole as they sit at the mouth and prevent anyone from fleeing. We have to hold our position and wait for someone on the other side to regain ground. They can't come in without being filled with bolts, and we can't get out without getting speared. We hold our ground and wait for reinforcements to flank them. If they want to waste their time holding us, and they certainly can, gives the rest of the men some relief to recover and eliminate as many as they can. I don't know how long it has been, but 3 men have tried to run out and met their end, falling back into the cave. I cannot even hear the sounds of those beasts anymore, not even the beat of their wings. It's oddly silent, and it unnerves me. I refuse to believe they took us so easily. What is that noise? I hear someone ask, and I close my eyes to listen. I hear nothing other than some distant voices shouting and the sounds of waves hitting the beach. Wait, how am I hearing the waves from this far away? 112 AC Stepstones Daron, Nimeros, Martell, bathing the defenses they have set up on the beach with flames. I almost chuckle at how they thought they would do anything against us. Wood and some stone tossed together for some makeshift walls are almost laughable versus a dragon. I expect they wanted to take shots at the dragons while they were distracted clearing the beach. But I went for the beach, and the other 2 went for the anti-air, making my path clear of any spear-sized bolts whizzing by. I then circled around and bent the water with the waves to slowly put out the dragon fire and pull what didn't go out into the sea to submerge it down beneath the water. Suffocating dragon fire is one of the best ways I have found to put it out quickly, and the ocean is a good source of water for the job. It also helps that as I pulled in the waves to crash against the burning defenses that I was speeding up the boats. Men stormed the beach as my dragon's teeth revealed themselves behind the enemies and took their position upon the cliffs, raining arrows into the defenders and preventing many from retreating into the caves. The beach is stained with the aftermath of battle, and the rocks are getting their share of the conflict's marks upon them. But the real magic starts when they're all in their caves like cornered little rats waiting to be caught. Like liquid death slowly rising from the beach and avoiding where the vast majority of my men are standing, I pull the ocean. Sitting on Galathox, as I do this, cemented in my mind our bond is stronger than I ever gave it credit for, as the water comes with ease. I noticed it a while back, but my bending is stronger since I defeated him and laid my claim upon him. Now, as I raise the ocean in the first very public show of water magic, I realize our bond fuels me and likely him in return. I wonder how the Valyrians made something like this. It's spiritual almost. Stand back, I shout, and other men stationed around on high spots shout my words, as well to make sure they are heard. One by one, the caves scattered on the cliffs slowly fill as the water rises like a slug and inches into the caves with lifelike movements. The fallen are swept away by the water as the ocean I am calling upon with my Barado surges forward to overwhelm my enemies. I am sure it will be an eerie sight for the poor fools trapped in the caves. I don't doubt even some of my men will tell horror stories of Prince Daeron dancing like a fool on a dragon's back, and the ocean rose to drown the Triarchy. The whole having to move part of bending has always bothered me, even if I can make do with small movements for some things. But to bend this much of the ocean, I look like a tribal dancer, and it's only the 5th time I have ever tried to move this much. One of the others was attempting a tricky routine, and the rest were quiet evenings spent alone on the beach. Galathox climbs on the cliffs like a bat, as I keep the water moving, and he acts as a perfect partner in crime, keeping me close and in sight of what I am doing. Large pockets of air explode out of the caves, as they are fully submerged, and all kinds of debris is shot. I even think I saw a man launched out onto the beach, followed by a scream as an arrow strikes the man. I will need to reward my Barado Esperado well for all the special operations, like crawling around on the cliffs they did to steal the spots they took. Like elite operatives, they snuck behind enemy lines and killed their archers just to replace them. I cannot be happier with their results, and it makes me long for more bows to arm more men for the unit to grow. But for now, I need to drown a few more caves. What was that? I hear Corlys ask. He has likely noticed the ships moving much quicker than they should with his experience, but he never knew who to ask, and probably chalked it up to the gods' favor. But seeing the ocean rise is entirely different than your ships moving quicker than they should as I force them along every now and then. Blessing of Mother Royne. I reply simply, and the man's eyes go wide and his brows join together on his forehead. A blessing? I nod at his exasperated tone, and we both look toward the caves as water still runs out of a few in small streams. A blessing, he mutters dryly, almost making me chuckle, if not for the fear lingering in his eyes. Don't worry, Lord Corlys. I won't steal the title Lord of Tides, just because I control the tides with my gift. I smile disarmingly at the man as he looks back at me with a complicated look and decides it's not worth further questions as of now, with a defeated sigh. I mean, he will be my sibling's good father once they marry his kids. I don't want the man to fear me, so I would rather joke about my powers. I am sure word will spread like a bad forest fire, and before I even get back to King's Landing to see my wife, the whole city will know I am magic. Ignore the giant dragon, as that can kind of be explained. Moving water with magic is entirely different, and people will see me as some kind of warlock. Probably a good thing in the long run, as people will fear me and my magic, but it is a double-edged sword. People will start to think I used magic on the king to get him to name his daughter, my wife, as his heir. It won't be an immediate thing, but I can bet everything I own that one day that whisper will be circulating the kingdoms. Especially if the king takes a young bride and produces a son with her. My magic will come back to trouble our team at that point. But to be honest, I don't really care, because I can handle anyone who steps out of line. Rhaenyra will be queen, and our kids will be king and queen after her. If someone has a problem with it, they can be dealt with, and the problem will solve itself after a few people are removed from the situation. 112 AC Stepstones, Bloodstone Daeron, Nymeros Martell. We recognize the Martell claim over the Stepstones, so long as they stop all hostilities with Tyrosh. We will pay the tolls as offered, and will stay off the lands marked on the disputed lands as lands for Lord Lewin Nymeros Martell. A representative from the Archon of Tyrosh was quick to come and call off the war to be left alone. To be honest, we were the ones being the aggressors in this war, but they deserved it for having thugs taking a toll, stealing people's gold, goods, and loved ones to be sold into captivity. They should have seen it coming, but instead, they got greedy and got smacked down. I feel nothing for the men who allowed organized pirates to take over the shipping lanes, and if they did not bow out, I would have bent their knees. We accept the terms, and will stick to the agreement we set. My father planned it, so that if they cross the lines we drew in the sand, we will have justification to attack Barado. I won't lie and say I did not want to claim all 3 territories, but I am aware that they will step over the lines we drew, and I can come back. All this deal with Tyrosh is buying time to build the tower and fort around on Bloodstone. We already have ships off to get laborers and skilled stone workers to begin construction. My father even sent for some of the orange Dornish marble found at where the water gardens are being built. The tower Lewin will live in is a decent size and will be beautiful and artistic with orange, smooth marble from the Dornish desert. It will be a sunspear away from Sunspear with a nice space around it surrounded by ring walls. 3 rings will be constructed with one following around the cliffs and being the lowest wall with lots of sentries for lookout. The middle wall will be a bit taller and have similar lookouts but will be up on the level ground away from the cliff. The last will obviously be the tallest and will have tall towers a quarter of the size of the main Sunspear tower that will be in the middle of it all. A big barracks will be constructed as well with proper drainage for waste being a top priority as it will be hard enough with the limited water and rainfall. Though there is plenty of rain during the storm seasons, the narrow sea is famous for them in this area. I will see about having some hand pumps set up. I'm not the smartest when it comes to stuff like that, but I understand the general premise. Other than the tower and its defense, there will also be a large port with a market down below the cliffs and overlooked by Lewin's seat. It will be easy to monitor that way and easy to rain down arrows on invaders. The path up the cliffs will have gates and guards stopping invaders as well. A town will slowly grow up on top of the cliffs of people working and settling here as the port attracts people. There is the freshwater sources up there as well away from the sand beaches and stony surfaces. Very limited land to have anything grow, if it even will grow anything, but it should meet the needs of what will be demanded of it. No different than Tyrosh or Lys, Bloodstone is actually bigger than Tyrosh, so if they can do it, I'm sure we can work it out. Plus, most of the food will come from the disputed lands in Dorne, so we'll be fine. Lewin is excited to see it come together, but I am sure that will dull as the months drag on and he has to stay here for long periods to defend it. We can't just trust the free sites to leave it alone as it is being fortified, so a dragon will be needed to watch over it and enforce the toll. The toll will slowly pay for the whole thing. I already brought up the idea of having a membership that people who sail through a lot can pay and not have to pay each time. They instead will pay once a year or so and will be fine to sail through as much as they want. I'm sure they will find ways to abuse it, but a membership will not be cheap, so it will work itself out and make people feel like they're getting a deal. So long as they feel they're coming out on top, they won't complain. We are also preventing pirates from coming in just like the Triarchy did, so it's only fair. Can't have safe shipping lanes without a toll. No one will keep them cleared out of thieving scum for free. Ironic since the toll is like a tax, and we all know what taxes really are. 112 AC King's Landing Saera Targaryen, sitting in my mother's room, I bounce my knee anxiously as she tends to Visenya, who is upset at being woken up from a nap. I feel bad for coming in so suddenly when they were resting together, but I needed to see her. After what the healing lady told me, I have been feeling the whole world spinning, and it has my heart thumping hard. I feel like my heart has been racing for quite some time and won't settle in my chest, but I also do not feel bad either. It is as if my heart just decided to beat quickly. I don't even know when it started, if I'm honest, but I think my body already knew I was pregnant. It was as if my body was reacting and trying to tell me, and had ended up making me sick to my stomach before I figured it out. Rather, a healing woman figured it out, but I still feel like I should have known. I think. All right, she's good now, so what was so important you barged in here in a fit? I press my barato together as I wonder what to say. I feel like I did something wrong even though I am married. I don't understand the guilty feeling. Maybe it is because I'm telling someone else before I tell my husband. I wish he was the first to know besides me. Mariah left on Shrikos to get word to him as fast as possible. At the moment I was so out of it, I did not even ask how she was getting word to him. I thought maybe having one of the supply ships would take a message to him. But I think she is planning on flying straight to the Stepstones to tell Daeron he is going to be a father. I am certain that will be a sight to see. I am pregnant. Mother, who is tickling Visenya on the belly, stops and slowly looks at me with wide eyes. Already? She asks in disbelief, and I feel the same way. It has not even been that long, and I am happy, but also annoyed. All my plans for the royal progress just got ruined unless I want to travel with a swollen belly. I will have to wait and replan the whole thing unless I want to break it up into pieces and do some before I get too swollen to travel. I think so. I won't lie and say that I do not feel different. Since knowing the truth, I have noticed I do indeed feel very different. I assumed I was sick because of the stomach problems I had, but now I think the pregnancy is changing my body to grow the little babe. Though I don't remember my mother ever complaining about feeling the need to move around a lot. I feel restless, and I can only imagine what it will be like when I am far along and can't move as easily if this is what I will feel like. I might go mad laying around with a babe kicking around inside of me. Well, you will feel very different your first time. I was not expecting this so quickly, but I am happy for you. This will be good for you. Having an heir will strengthen your rule that is to come. I knew you would have one eventually, but it is nice that it is so early since the babe will have plenty of time to grow and learn of their future duties. I smile at her enthusiasm, and it eases some of the dread I'm feeling deep in my gut. I feel fear of what I saw happen to her. When I think about the ending that has happened to so many women on the birthing bed, my whole body shivers. I feel with Darren's help I will be fine from bleeding to death, but there is still childbed fever that can burn someone up. Darren can make ice, but I am unsure if that will even help with a fever or not. If it does, then he should make a bunch for all the people with the spots. I shake my head, getting rid of the thoughts of using my husband as an ice maker to help the people in the city with a fever. It would be nice, but it's also fine if I worry about myself for a moment and what is coming for me in less than a year. Some of the worst pain a woman can go through, and I am now counting down the days till it's my turn to feel it. Who have you told so far? I look up from the floor and see the worried look she is giving me, but I try and put on a brave face to hide my dreary thoughts. Just you. Mariah was with me and flew off, so she and the healing woman who could have already told all of King's Landing. She snorts and nods before walking toward me and holding Visenya out. Get used to this weight. This will be in your stomach, and there will be no mercy until he or she comes out when they are ready. I groan and take Visenya in my arms, and she smiles wide with her toothless mouth. I can't help but smile at her and imagine what my own babe will look like, if it will be a boy or a girl. Darren does not care either way, and I know he means it because the Dornish are just like that. They care not for their leader's personal affairs and only care for strength of mind and bravado. So all he wants is a healthy baby, and that puts my mind at ease as far as my husband is concerned, leaving me to worry about the lords of Westeros and how a male firstborn would ease a lot of their minds. What do you think, a niece or a nephew? I put her meaty baby hand on my stomach, and she looks around cluelessly with her purple eyes. I look up expecting to see my mother smiling at how cute Visenya is, but I see a scared look on her face as she clenches her jaw shut. Her fists tightened till they are turning milk white and a slight wobble to her legs. I almost stand up to grab a hold of her before she snaps out of it and smiles at me with a pained look. I am sure either one would be fine. You will be a wonderful queen, and so long as your child is happy and healthy, that will be all that matters. I nod at her weak-voiced response, and I wonder if she will be okay. Are you feeling okay? I ask, and she nods before reaching out to take Visenya, who she scoops up and heads over to the bed. I am fine, just tired and in need of a nap with my little girl. I watch her head to the bed with a heavy feeling on my shoulders. I suppose I can let her rest and go tell my father about it. He should be happy to hear about it. 112 AC King's Landing. Emma, Aaron, watching Visenya sleep away with her little hands clenched into fists. I smile, even as the worry stirs inside of me. Rhaenyra is pregnant, and I am beyond happy, but the worry that comes with the childbed is crushing me. I do not want her to go through what I had to go through, even though I know she will not. I always had difficulties in the childbed, and I am pushing that onto Rhaenyra with my concern when she may never struggle as I have. I also do not believe Daeron is so in a rush to have a babe that he would have her cut open even if he can heal her. Daeron likely has no idea and will be happy about it, but I do not expect him to be longing after a son for some dream he has seen. He loves my daughter, and I know he will not let her suffer. I would not let it happen anyway. If I must stop the maester myself when he attempts a dangerous procedure on her, I will. She will not suffer as I have. I know she will still endure the pain that any woman faces, but that is something every woman knows and eventually goes through if they carry a child. I know she is stronger than me and will push the baby out with no problem, and I will get a beautiful grandchild to love. Visenya will have a close-in age niece or nephew, and they will be like family. Cincherato. I feel my mouth go dry as the words echo through my mind. I think I am pregnant, almost like my lungs can't find air after those words. I look back up to her eyes as she stands rooted in place, and I finally could take a deep breath. Are you sure? She shrugs, and I motion for her to take a seat, as I have a feeling this will be a long conversation. The maester told me nothing, but the healing woman Mariah brought told me I have the early signs of pregnancy. I can say, without a doubt, I feel like my body is different now that I'm thinking I am pregnant. My heart is always racing, and my stomach has sudden fits where I throw up and am dizzy. Her mother always got sick at the start of the pregnancy she had. Maybe she really is. Why did the maester not tell you anything? I ask with no small confusion, as the maester should have suspected something if a healing woman can point out the symptoms. I visited him when I thought I was ill, but he seemed to think it was nothing. The only thing he recommended was coming back to him if it continued. I nod, but find it strange, as the man should have guessed it could be a babe with how she was not long ago married. But with this, if it's true, Dorn will be fully brought into the fold regardless of what nonsense is happening in the Stepstones. Things can smooth out easily once she has her own heir to one day be the prince or princess of Dragonstone after her. I do so hope it will be a boy, though. It will ease a lot of the future problems if her heir is a male. I am glad for you, Rhaenyra, but you should still head to see the Grand Maester once more and have him give his thoughts. He has likely seen 100 pregnancies, and I do not know why he would not have told you that you could be pregnant. I stop as I see her nodding with a thoughtful look. Have you sent word to your husband? I am sure he would like to hear the good news. I would also like to see him even more now to discuss the mess he is making down south. Mariah flew off to either Sunspear or directly to the Stepstones to get word to him. She smiles, and it brings joy to my chest to see her like this, even if I have to hear hundreds of complaints about her husband being ambitious. Regardless if he is ambitious or not, his babe is in my daughter now, and anything he does lay claim to will pass to that babe. Rhaenyra's heir will unite Dorne and any of the lands Daeron claims into the Iron Throne's rule. So he can do as he pleases capturing lands, so long as the previous owners of those lands don't cause problems for my current lands. The only problem I could see is if he added the Stepstones and the disputed lands to Dorne's lands, making it one of the most powerful of the kingdoms. They already have dragons, and if they had the power brought from the growth in land along with the next ruler of Sunspear, being Rhaenyra's second-born, I fear conflict. It will have to be managed carefully, as it could end with a second son feeling jealous and wanting more and starting a war of dragons. I should know best of all. Daemon says it's not the throne he wants, but he holds Dragonstone hostage with a large portion of the gold cloaks. He waves away any attempt I make to send a raven to ask him to hand the seat over to Rhaenyra. He has his own wife in Runestone who he has ignored all this time and refused to give a babe. I need to put this matter to rest sooner than later before it can fester any longer. I do not want to set a bad example of how a king treats his brother when he causes problems. 112 AC King's Landing, Rhaenyra Targaryen. I sit at a table in the Grand Maesters, having walked straight here after eating and talking with my father. I think he is right, and I should have the Maester confirm my potential babe as well to make sure. The healing woman seemed so sure of it almost as soon as I told her I was feeling sick and had not eaten anything strange. She told me she sees lots of young women come to her feeling sick all the time, and it is almost always pregnancy. It is still bothering you, princess? The aged man asks, and I nod as he looks at me with a hard-to-read expression. I might have something I could mix up to help ease your stomach. He turns around and heads for the table behind him with some different thing laid out on it. Am I pregnant? I ask him as he lifts different things and smells a few of them. He stops lifting a small plant and turns to look over his shoulder. P pregnant? I'm unsure what you mean by that, princess. I raise a brow as he starts putting away some of the things he brought out and turns to face me with a much more observant look. I'm asking if I could be pregnant. For some reason, I feel strange about his reaction. Is this not a man who studied at the Citadel and knows how to care for someone? You could be princess, though I did not expect Prince Martell to father a child with you so quickly. It is certainly a possibility that you are experiencing these symptoms because you are carrying his child. It is not unheard of even if some people take years to finally settle down with a partner after marrying. I nod, getting the answer I want, and it suddenly feels much Barado likely that I am on a positive path even after all the signals my mind has been showing me. I now Barado than ever want Daron to be here, so I can tell him, so I can see how he will react, though I expect him to be happy. We certainly spend enough time together for it to happen, even though it must have been one of the earliest attempts for me to already be feeling the signs. It very well could have even been our wedding night, which would be interesting if that were true. I will go and rest now. I have much to think about. The maester nods, and I turn and head for the door with a smile on my lips and my hand ghosting over my stomach. 112 AC Stepstones. Bloodstone Daron Nimeros, Martell my prince. Your sister has arrived and is seeking you out. I hear the voice of one of the dragon's teeth calls out from the entrance of the cave. I am on the way out. I holler back at him as I look around the cave one last time and make sure nothing of value was passed over. They had rooms in the cave, some for meetings and even a few with beds and chests, so I was looking after I drained them of the water that was left. Lots of steel was recovered, and I am sure to repurpose it, and a few other valuables came up as well. Some loot from their days, taking a toll regardless if people wanted to pay or not. Now it's my loot. It suddenly hits me like a brick that the man said sister and not brother, and I sprint out of the cave. Centurato plus our father was against it as well, so she had to sit it out. If she is here, something happened. I did not expect you to already be finished with the war by the time I got here. I thought it would take a year or more. Mariah jokes as I find her in the empty command tent. Why are you here? She can joke once I know everything is fine. I am worried something happened. I know there are dangers back at King's Landing, but it's far too soon for the biggest threat to do anything. If Otto had done something, such as having Renera Barado, then Demon would most likely be heir again, and he hates Demon. There is no way Visenya would be named heir, so I doubt Otto did anything, but that does not mean nothing happened. Centurato. She blurts out after chewing on her words with an odd look on her face that had made my stomach churn in rage. I feel as if I was flying on Galathox, and he randomly disappeared, and I am now falling to the ground. I shake my head and look at her again, and she's just nodding with an understanding look on her face as I start sweating. Renera is pregnant? She nods at my words, and I swallow a lump in my throat. Oh, all thoughts of burning things down drift away, just like the ashes I was planning to make getting hit with a strong wind. Except there is no wind in the tent, only the new reality of being a father. 112 AC Stepstones, Bloodstone Daron Nimeros Martell. I down a cup of chilled water and ignore the needles of ice I accidentally froze in it as they hurt my throat going down. Thoughts of how my wife could be pregnant filled my mind and pushing out all the pain. Centurato, and never do it inside? Marriage in this world is for making children 99% of the time and is rarely about love. We had feelings and a duty to each other, so I would only delay the inevitable by finishing somewhere else. Eventually, I would have to give her a child, and I wanted to know if I could even have a child, so the sooner the better. I refused to just go out and pursue casual relationships to test that. It's degrading, and that would be cruel if she got attached. Centurato, I just want misuse my influence to make a bunch of people dependent on me. Simple enough. What worries me most now is that Renera said she felt anxious even though I'm far away in the Stepstones. If it is noticeable enough to worry about it and voice that worry, I can only see Shimmer being the likely source. Just recently, my dumbass brother took too much and suffered days of his heart beating in my throat and ears, even if it likely saved his life. It sealed a hole in his arm and nullified any poison on the bolt he had sticking into him. But Renera did not have a source of Shimmer, other than what I put into her. This means it's coming from inside of her, most likely, as in from the babe forming inside of her. If she's just now noticing it enough to say something, then that means a good amount is pumping through her from the babe. I don't even think a heart should be formed this early into a baby's development, so I have no idea how she is getting any from it. But I also do not understand how the baby has it anyway, as it should be a magic thing just for me. I think I vaguely remember something about how a baby can send stem cells to a mother if she is hurt to help her heal. I have zero actual research into the particular subject, but I remember something about it, and I might be seeing something similar in this situation. I have no idea what kind of long-term effects this will have on Rhaenyra, but I am praying it is not detrimental to her health. I doubt Nova would have sent it out with me if it was something that would cause serious harm. I think he said it was tested. I mean, for all I know, this might be a good thing long-term. It might build up her tolerance enough that she's fully resistant to what I produce. She just might be overly emotional as she comes down from the high after the baby is out, as her system searches out again. Meaning she might end up pregnant again afterward, and it would end up as a never-ending cycle. Oh no, I think I need to go. I'm worried about her. I turn to my father, who I just informed the situation to, and he frowns. Tyrosh waved the white flag, but Mir did not. I clench my fists as a wave of anger runs through me, and I push it down before it can build further. No sense in burning them. Yet, maybe I can fly around Mir itself and have them send out a messenger to discuss peace. I'm close to just giving up on this and melting some walls. It is tempting. I need to go check Rhaenyra's Barato, similar to how I get shimmer from my own. I want to see how much is running inside of her. It should be little to none from the babe, since it is smaller than a thumb at this point. But for all I know, it is causing a serious hemorrhage. And if that is the case, I don't know what I will have to do to save them both. The fact that Mariah did not seem bothered when I questioned her further about the heartbeat issue puts me somewhat at ease. If it were serious, everyone would know, as she would likely become very swollen, like some of the laboratory rats I had seen after receiving too much medication. I once saw a rat swell to twice its normal size. So if nothing like that has happened, it's likely not bad. Women get pregnant Daeron. You should have faith in your wife to handle herself when it's so early. My father seems unconcerned, and I can't really blame him since he does not know what I know. She is a strong woman who rides a dragon and will sit the Iron Throne. If she can't handle a babe this early on, then she is doomed. I sigh, feeling exasperated, knowing I can't tell him the real reason for my concern. I still want to fly over to Mir and check it out for myself. I might be able to end this with just a visit. I will end this with a visit. Mir will not want to be the sole enemy of House Martell, after all we just did with House Valerion as our partners in crime. If you're going to Mir to try and get them to surrender or take your brother as well, you can't talk from Barato back, so you'll need to be on the ground to talk. I want one of you on a Barato at all times, ready to help the others the moment they try something. I expect them to want to wash their hands of all of this, but it's better to be prepared. I nod and spin on my heels to head for Lewin, who is talking with Mariah right now. I will have her carry word back for me as my own personal raven to my wife that I will be back as soon as I can. I am worried, but also equal parts happy, and it reminds me of what my father said not long ago after I took Liz. Karma really does come around. Sen dodzak dini, emaigregerra lawin maruz martei. These poor souls don't even understand the fury that will come down on them if they don't bow out of the war by declaring no further conflict in the Stepstones. Daeron is ready to bring devastation to Mir if they hold back and try to play games with him. Mariah came by with news of his silver-haired princess, and he is ready to soar back to her. Poor love-struck fool. Though it is nice to see him so alive, for lack of a better word at the moment. He has never been one to laze around for long, but it always seemed he was just moving around just to move around. Now he seems to have some bigger purpose pushing him along. I guess that is what marriage does to a man. Though I doubt my own will be anything like his. I sigh as Tyraxes follows behind Galathox, both circling the city to make sure they have seen us. It is hard to miss when Galathox roars, so I expect them to already be running around preparing for Dragonfire. The black dragon dives, and without needing to say anything, my own follows close behind as we head for the middle of the city. The walls covered in scorpions, much like I have seen around Tyrosh, and heard Lys also had. But they mean nothing from the range we are at, and it would be a bit hostile to burn them before we talk. Laner ended up tagging along, and as I look up, I can see his dragon circling from above. Should he see flames, he is ready to join in while targeting the defenses, though I doubt it will be needed. I expect this to be over and done the moment they realize we want them to bow like Tyrosh. This city is run by magisters who only care about profits, and there is no gain to be had fighting any longer. Centuredo, I look over to see Galathox, watching with his green eyes locked onto the dust cloud produced by the roof falling. I can almost see the amusement in the dragon's eyes before his own tail flicks and smashes the support of another house, and it crumbles as if made of sand. Oh no! Tyrax says, "Look what you did." I pat my Barado on one of his spikes, and he snorts before shaking his head to get the dust off of himself. I think I can hear Daron shouting at Barado to stop breaking stuff, you big oaf. Well, anyway, regardless of our landing, we should expect someone to be sent soon, and hopefully they don't drag this out. If they manage to piss off Daron, I pity them after seeing the state of these smaller buildings. If those spiraling towers full of glass are this weak, then everything will be blown to pieces faster than they can realize they messed up. I can't lie, it would be nice to see one of those towers fall, just to see how it would look. The city of Mir is famed for its advancements, from glass to weapons along with art. It would be a pity to have to burn it, because my brother is longing to see his wife that might have just caught a poor stomach. But if that is what he calls for, I am Barado, then ready to do my part and set half or Barado of it ablaze. I'm still angry I missed Liz, so I want to make up for it the moment I can. Plus, I know the guy who hit me with that bolt is from here. I look down at my arm, and even though I can't see it, I know there is a purple scar on both sides where the bolt went through me. Daron told me it was stupid to take so much, but the results don't lie. It sealed up, and I lived. Though I had a bad case of the jitters, as he called it afterward, I at least know what to expect if I get hurt again. 112 AC Mir, Daron, Nimeros, Martel, the fact they only sent servants out to greet us and beg for mercy on their behalf almost made me set Barado to the best-looking palaces. But I was able to get a real meeting from some of the Barado magisters of the city. To be honest, it is a lawless city. They have laws, but they're only enforced when it is convenient for the rich to do so. Other than that, people do as they please. I'm not sure how it was when Valyria was still kicking around. Maybe a dragon rider rule from here or something. The rich have full power over everything, and it's only at their convenience and leisure that anything is done or ordered. This place is closer to Lys than it is Tyrosh. An Archon rules from Tyrosh, even if it is more of a puppet ruler. To be honest, it seems all the free cities are actually in need of some strong guidance, if looked at from that perspective. I am sure more things would get done if Essos were united under one banner, at least from the Narrow Sea to the Bone Mountains. I know little about how ET really runs, but from the side of Essos, I have seen the need a firm hand to get them in line. If not, they will just continue to be as they are for thousands of years, which is the same as Westeros now that I think about it. It boggles the mind how little the tech tree is explored in this world. I don't get how someone has not pushed it further in reality. I know it's because the world is meant to be this way by the guiding hand of the big man, but it's still odd. Not that I care to change it myself. If I wrote down everything I knew was possible and passed it on, I'd give it 200 years at most before my bloodline ended. There's no way someone could control the changes brought by inventions like firearms, let alone changes that let people defeat a magical creature. Here are the magisters you requested. A slave stutters as he looks up at my dragon, and I give him a nod in thanks before he runs off. Fat rolls like Santa Claus bounce around as the men are carried by slaves. I think it is less to show power and more that they can't walk this far on their own feet. Cinchuredo, I am Prince Daron, Nimeros Martel, the rider of Galathox. I have come to seek out your surrender to put an end to any more pointless slaughter. I would hate to torture city. I can see the sweat from the heat and nerves on their large foreheads from here, and I wonder if I should fear them falling out from heat stroke and being blamed for it. Guess I will see how this goes. Flying from Mir, I follow the coast of the disputed lands, feeling much more at ease with my sudden departure from the war. I worked out a deal with the magisters that they want to keep the lands they already claimed in the disputed lands and will end all hostilities as payment. They also wanted the protection of dragons from Dothraki and Volantis, as they fear both coming to cause trouble with the Triarchy breaking apart. I got them to pay a hefty 35% tax on anything profited from the lands in return for dragons protecting their lands. Lewin will be getting a good chunk of that, since he will be the one station nearby at Bloodstone, so most problems will fall to him. But even so, we are profiting from something that was likely going to happen anyway. With dragons nearby, the Dothraki would hesitate after a few Khalasars burn away. The same situation with Volantis. We also knew Mir would fight tooth and nail for the lands they already owned, so by letting them own them, we are doing them a favor. The protection they are getting is the protection they would already benefit from by being neighbors to Lewin. So at the end of the day, it's mainly free profits for doing little to no extra work except a quick fly over their territories every now and then, which someone would do eventually anyway to make sure they are not amassing troops or setting up fortifications with anti-air. To top it off, little to no damage was done, and my father can rest easy tonight knowing we did not burn a free city, even though it was close. I can tell that the anti-slavery movements in Lys put them on edge, and once it becomes the norm in Lys, it will affect the other two daughters. Slowly, they will spread and seep into their cultures and make it easier for slavery to be taken away in the other two daughters. Maybe after 10 to 20 years, even I could come back and use an anti-slavery movement to conquer the other two daughters if the stars align. But a long flight is ahead of me. The only thing making me want to stick it out and do it all in one go is the thought of cuddling with Rhaenyra when I do go to sleep at the end of it. I'm not certain if the feeling of warmth spreading in my chest affects Galathox, but he rumbles as I think about my wife's silver hair. I will take it as his approval to do it all in one flight, only stopping to make sure Mariah will be heading back with me. We're going to sunspear away from danger on Bloodstone. My father is likely to stay in the stepstones till the base of the tower is built and the first walls are erected. When he leaves it, he will be handing it over to Lewin to manage, and only providing him resources to make it happen. But even if my father is hanging out on the rock, I don't want my sister to sit around on it for too long. I am concerned for her safety, even if I know her dragon can fly away just as any of them can. But I guess that is just the big brother in me, worrying for the little sister who seems to always be endangering herself. 112 AC King's Landing, Rhaenyra Targaryen. I sigh as I lean against the edge of the window as I sit on the lip of it looking out over King's Landing. Alicent ran off with her father to meet with some prospect for her hand in marriage or something and has been gone all day. My mother is sleeping away with Visenya once more. She has gotten in the habit of sleeping whenever the babe does. Though I cannot blame her, since when Visenya is awake, everyone near her will be as well. It's just the way she is. If she is not getting the attention she wants, she will scream herself nearly blood red in an effort to get her prized affection. I purse my lips and wonder if my babe will be like that. Our babe. I set my hand on my stomach, trying to feel anything, and am disappointed once more as I feel nothing resembling a babe. I was not but a few months ago considering never having a babe in my life, and yet here I am awaiting my stomach to swell. I guess love changes someone. I guess being a mother changes someone. Gods, it is so weird to think about loving someone, but it also feels warm and good at the same time. Like a warm day, turning my skin hot with the sun high in the sky and not a cloud in sight. That's what the thought of him does to me. My already racing heart seems to want to leave my chest, and I have to hold a hand over my breast and push down to keep my heart from leaping out. It makes me miss his arms around my waist when I wake up. That is one of the worst parts, is his absence being noticed every morning. I wonder if I will feel this same way after years of sleeping in the same bed and loving on one another. After we have babes and are growing older and older, will I still feel that comforting closeness with him? I grab the wall behind me and the edge of the window with my other hand as I almost leap from my skin in fright. A loud roar echoes over the city like a challenge from a mad beast, and I raise my eyes to see the black beast gliding closer. The fight turns to confusion before I find myself smiling and quickly moving from the window down the hall. I was not expecting to see him so soon. Even with news of a potential babe, I knew he would be busy in the Stepstones. I can't even find it in myself to be worried about him leaving men unguarded on the shores of one of those islands, or worried about the ships he bought. If he flew back, then he certainly thought about the dangers of the ongoing war and saw fit to come anyway. Centuredo, her same scent, fills my nose and makes my head feel fuzzy as she squeezes the life out of me with a surprising amount of strength. I feel the concern bubble up again, and the reason I came back so fast hits me like a brick as I try to pull back, but she stays latched on. Stay. She mutters against my neck, and I sigh as I wrap my arms back around her and stop trying to break the hug. How are you feeling? I ask as I hold her against myself and try to push down my concern. Happy. I chuckle and feel warm at the surprising amount of glee in her tone as she lifts her head to look into my eyes. Cinchuredo, I lean in next to her ear to speak quietly, and I bravado back as I notice her ear turning red and her looking away, clearly flustered by what I said. I'm about to throw her over my shoulder and run back to our room, but I see Otto Hightower step out into the courtyard looking to be on a mission. His eyes lock onto me with a serious look taking over his depressed features, and he crosses his arms behind his back. Prince Daeron, it is nice to see you in good health. I am sorry to cut your reunion short, but the king has requested your presence upon your arrival. I sigh, and Rhaenyra hisses like a cat as she turns to look over her shoulder at the man. He remains like a statue under her gaze. Let's go together, I say with no room for negotiating. I will not keep any secrets from her. At the very least, not any that Viserys will want to tell me or wants to hear from me. Thinking about secrets reminds me of the cave paintings, and I wonder how much she looked into it on her own. I will ask her sometime tomorrow. Tonight will be a bus night with meeting the king and a proper reunion after that. 112 AC King's Landing, Daeron, Nimeros Martell, I see. It seems you have had a very eventful time down in the Stepstones. I'm glad to see you came out in good health. I nod and wonder how long he intends to keep Rhaenyra and me locked up in here talking to him. We have some lost time to make up for. It was very eventful. Hopefully with the way I left things, it will be much calmer going forward, and the shipping lanes can remain clear of any hindrance for trade. To be honest, I expect something to go wrong, but I don't see anything happening that can't be squashed and settled quickly. The three daughters are broken up, and Lys is brought under me, which alone will cause huge changes to the area, with the plans to settle the disputed lands. I am confident one of the other two daughters will act up, though. That or Volantis will get itchy, or maybe even an overconfident call thinking he can gain glory in the newly settled lands. All of that can be solved with dragons, though. Those are the kind of problems I like. I have been curious. What are your plans with Lys beyond having the new Lord Rulet with him being sworn to you? I have not heard much other than that. He trails off, and I know he is worried about how that could change the power balance of Westeros if House Martell claims a free city. What's done is done, but I think I have a good plan in motion, so I'm not worried about it in the long run. A bumpy ride is ahead, that much is certain, but it will be smooth riding for future generations if I can make things work now. Now is the perfect time to do what I want, and I have ample time to smooth things out before I pass on. Hopefully. Lys won't be becoming a part of Dorne. Lord Rogaire will act like any lord in Westeros, but is sworn to me as a person and not my house. He or his heir will then swear to Rhaenyra and my firstborn, who will also be her heir. This way Lys will be sworn to the Iron Throne, smoothing out any problems that can occur down the line. It will work much the same way with any other places I happen to claim with my giant dragon. I see. He remains neutral, but I can tell from the corners of his lips rising up he is happy about this news. It would be hard not to. His house is gaining a free city and did not have to get their hands dirty at all. But it is necessary in the long run. If Dorne got too strong, eventually there would be a civil war. The current plan for House Martell to act similar to how House Velaryon has in recent years with dragons is the best plan for the future. It may give some courage to other houses to get dragons themselves, but I will be educating the future of House Targaryen in the form of my own kids to nip that in the bud as soon as they can. 3 houses with dragons are good enough to marry in between each other and keep the dragons safe and the blood strong. Eventually, some Targaryens or other people with dragon blood will marry out and the blood will spread. But new laws will be made to prevent an egg from going to the child unless they take the name of their dragon blood donor and not the house they are born into. A lot of thought needs to go into this further, but I think it will be fine over time so long as the foundation gets hammered in well enough. And I'm going to be pouring that foundation myself, so if it goes wrong, everyone can just blame me anyway. That is a generous gift you plan to give our unborn child. I'm sure they will appreciate it. Rhaenyra squeezes my arm under the table, as she has been doing every so often during my recount of the events I've gone through recently. Father, is there anything else you wish to discuss with my husband? Bravado of annoyance slipping into her voice. I am left unsure if it is because of the suddenness of this meeting or the fact it interrupted our reunion. Not at the moment. I need to plan to make further contact with a new Lord of Lys, and some other things need to be prepared. He seems amused by his daughter's annoyance, as his smile grows more noticeable. I'm sure you both want to discuss things together, so I will busy myself with other matters. Rhaenyra practically leaps up and loops her arm under my armpit to pull me up from my chair. Without another word, she leads me out of the room with quick steps, and I give the king a wry smile with a shrug, and he nods as we approach the door. I'm glad he did not jump on me with random accusations of me trying to play conqueror or something along those lines. He would not have been wrong, but it would have been annoying to actually justify my actions. Seems he is just happy things are not blowing up in his own face, and the shipping lanes will no longer be a problem. He hears about the added benefit of his grandkid one day being king directly over Lys, and the first free city house Targaryen has ruled likely buttered him up most of all. 112 AC King's Landing. Emma Aaron, if you wanted to spend the rest of the day together, I would have understood. You could have visited tomorrow. I sigh, looking at my daughter, who dragged her husband into my room after remembering my request to see him upon his return. I worried for him. After he became my good son, I have been thinking of him as the family he now is. With my daughter maybe carrying his babe, already that further reinforces that belief inside of me. Seeing how he is loving on Visenya, as if she was his kin also, is a nice sight. It is as if he really is my son. The son I could never have from my own womb, but always wanted to have. Censuredo, my eyes land on my daughter, who is clearly happy to be reunited with her husband after their long separation. Her fond smile as she watches Daeron with Visenya also shows she wants to continue watching over them. Likely imagining this as how he will be with their own babe, I look forward to seeing it myself. The joyful feeling of having a grandchild is something I've been wanting for a while now, and I could not be happier with who is the father. Daeron lifts Visenya from the foot of the bed where he was making her giggle so much she went red in the face. He then turns to head toward me, holding Visenya to his chest, and she has her head stuffed under his chin with her face pressed against his neck. I can already smell the dragon coming off from him, and I know Visenya enjoys the smell, even if most do not. I have come around to the smell recently with the frequent visits to show Visenya her dragon. Here is your mother, he whispers to her before passing her off to me. Her head turns wildly as she tries to keep her eyes on him. She likes you, I mutter, and he brings a hand to her head with a finger swirling her short, wispy silver hair. It is hard not to like me. He chuckles when Rhaenyra snorts from behind him, and I can't help but smile at their small interaction. Many hate you. Lots would smile hearing of your death. My daughter mercilessly stabs at his feelings, but it seems to miss as he nods in agreement. They just wish they had what I have. Too bad for them. He quickly picks my daughter up and spins her around. When he places her down, his hands slide down to her stomach, and he smiles at her. I should not spin you. I do not want to be thrown up on. She pinches his arm with an aggrieved look on her face. You did this to me? I have been unable to find anyone who has something to help with the sickness I keep feeling. I know what she is feeling. Each time I felt that I wanted to just fall out and sleep it off, but I couldn't. You have not taken anything, have you? He asks suddenly, and Rhaenyra purses her lips before shaking her head. No, I have been eating smaller meals, fearing them just making it worse if I ate too much. He nods before dropping his hands to his side. The maester was planning to give me something for the pain when I told him my sickness was not leaving. He changed his mind when I told him I thought I was with a babe, though. Did he? An odd tone to his voice, and Rhaenyra seems to ignore the shift in his posture as she nods. He told me the first time I visited him that it would pass and to come back if it didn't. Then I went back and he wanted to give me something. But he seemed surprised when I brought up being pregnant, almost like he did not even think about it happening. I would expect him to be able to pick up on the signs if a healer woman could, but he seemed to not be able to see it. I turn away from them when Visenya starts to get fussy, but before I do, I notice Daeron frowning. With his own experience in healing and studying, I'm sure he is angry about the Grand Maester being unable to notice what his wife is going through. I am certain he will take care of his wife myself. After being treated by him myself, I am confident Rhaenyra will have a safe pregnancy. 112 AC King's Landing. Daeron Nimmerose Martell, soaking in the second tub of water to really get rid of the smell of dragon. I still can't get my mind off the odd feeling I had earlier. The Grand Maester not picking up on the early symptoms of pregnancy strikes me as odd. Rhaenyra found out from some stranger who practices healing and was the one to bring it up to the man herself. The whole thing feels odd to me. My mind jumps to all the deaths in the birthing beds and babies passing before they become a year old. House Targaryen is plagued with early deaths as babies or simply dying on the birthing bed. This is not the world I know from books, with things being much different, such as Visenya being a girl. But that does not change how I have always doubted the Maesters. They are pretty shifty, and I never liked them. Sensuredo, I am confident after I first press my hand against her that she is truly pregnant. Happiness and excitement threaten to overwhelm me, but I carefully hold it together. If I think the Grand Maester is up to something he has no business doing, well, he might just find himself meeting a very painful end. 112 AC King's Landing. Grand Maester Melas. A knock at the door grabs my attention away from the scroll I was reading, and I roll it back up and tuck it away before standing to my feet. Heading to the door, I open it, curious who is visiting me. Either someone hurt or someone delivering something. But this early in the morning, it is a mystery, as the servants of the Red Keep usually wait until later to deliver, and not many people should be awake yet to get hurt. My eyes widen, seeing silver hair and a wide smile, and I quickly calm myself, recognizing Prince Daeron. His hands are behind his back, and his chest is sticking out, making him look quite large in the doorway. His face is showing a kind smile, but his eyes are anything but kind as he stares into my own. Grand Maester Melas, I have a few questions. He brushes past me and into the room without a further word, and I sputter in place at how he treats my room as if it's his. Prince Daeron, I will do the talking. He is quick to interrupt as he looks around my room curiously, and when he spots the candle burning at the desk, he focuses on the desk, and I am quick to shut the door and hurry over. This is quite unbecoming of. So, did you try and poison my wife? He asks, and I turn from the desk where I was moving stuff around to look at his narrowed eyes. Poison? He nods, the smile dropping from his face, and I feel a chill as I really take in how early in the morning it is, and he came here to ask a question like that. Prince Daeron, you did or you didn't, either way, you almost claimed one when you cut up my good mother, and regardless of being given the order, it was a poor decision on your part. I never really liked the Maester Order all that much, if I'm being honest. Knights of the Mind sounds all well and good until your main focus becomes politics. Sensuredo, it must drive you old men crazy to know you will never hold a fraction of the power someone on the back of a Barado does. Kind of like Lex Luthor and Superman, but you guys are much lamer than Lex. He lifts the scroll I was reading over, and I struggle with all of my strength as he chuckles while reading it. Barado twisted as well. Did you really do this? He looks at me with amusement, and anger burns in my Barado. He moves quickly after dropping the scroll and grabs my chain, only giving me time to let out a croak before nothing escapes. Sensuredo. I can take a breath, but only because he pushes me out the window and into the open air. Prince D. 112 AC King's Landing. Daeron Nimeros Martell. Am I crazy? I think so. I mean, this was terrible. Even when I compare it to the stuff I did at war, this seems completely wrong. But to be honest, I got a bad feeling about him, and it only grew after he cut up Emma, even if the king agreed to it. The king would have likely held out hope for Emma to naturally birth the babe, if not for that man's whispers in his ear. I am heavily biased against the Maesters, and it is not even fair, as nothing they say will change my mind. Regardless if they are saints in disguise or devils on the shoulders of the leading class of humans, they have too much power for what they are. They control the main way of communication and have a mouth to whisper into the ears of every lord in Westeros. They at the very least have an iron-tight grip on the communications of Westeros, and have for a very long time. It's like a perfect propaganda mill that everyone is forced to use since there is no other option other than them. That needs to change. Removing one won't do that, but at least lets me feel Barado better. But things need to change as far as the stranglehold they have over the communication network. That much has been cemented in my mind long before I even married Rhaenyra, but now it is even stronger. I am confident that he should have identified the early symptoms. Maybe he did not plan to poison her, but he was up to something. I might just be paranoid and should have waited longer after returning from a war zone to judge the man. But what is done, and the man is dead now. The next they send better treat his duty with respect, or he will end up the same way. I also might have just saved my good father from receiving poor treatment that would lead to declining health over the years. Sin dudzak tini, King's Landing, Saera Targaryen. Opening my eyes and stretching, I feel my hand rest against my husband's warm barato, and I smile. Turning my head, I see him still with messy hair, his shirt draped over the chair as he lays beside me. I shift over toward him and lean in to give him a gentle barato on the cheek as he stirs awake. Morning. His voice is low and gruff as he wakes up, sending a shiver down my back as he greets me with a warm smile. Did you sleep well? He asks after pulling back and meeting eyes with me. Better than ever. I also do not feel like throwing up just from moving first thing in the morning. I certainly was missing him. I had a nice dream. He suddenly says, and I raise both brows, waiting for him to tell me about it. Instead of telling me, he wraps his arms around me and pulls me close before rolling onto his back, making me lean over him. His hands hold me close, and his forehead presses against mine as I hold the sides of his head. I want to hear what your dream was about. I press my forehead against his as he smiles. This resting in bed all day long, relaxing and being close to you. I smile at his words as I shift to sit up beside him. Really? I ask curiously, and he nods with a grin as I look at him. Sounds like a good dream. The sweet moment is ruined as a knock at the door makes me groan. I got it. Cinchuredo, he lazily makes his way to the door as another knock sounds out and sounds a bit louder, as if the door was hit much harder. What can I do for you on this fine morn? He speaks in a formally annoyed voice, and I can only barely hear someone speaking back to him. He is dead? I sit up after the words reach my ears, and my stomach drops wondering who is dead. I half move to get off the bed to seek an answer, but when Daron looks over his shoulder and shakes his head, I stop. He turns back around and continues listening to the person at the door, and then shuts it a moment later. Cinchuredo, they don't know who did it, but they're looking for who could have done it. He has an odd look as he looks back toward the door. I hope whoever did it doesn't try their luck with me and mine. I will break their legs. We should act out my dream today, just in case. I don't want some fool thinking he can shove you out a window. He rests a hand at my barato, and I scoff at him, using someone's barato to keep me in bed all day. We shall see if he can keep me entertained all day, or if I have to go out and listen to the court gossip about barato. He pulls me back over to himself and hold me close barato. Let's see what I can do. Nice to see you, brother. I thought you would be busy with the princesses all day. Mariah's sweet voice speaks up as we enter her room. Looking out the window, I can see the sun setting in the distance. It's a wonderful place to be lost. I go wide-eyed and slap my husband's shoulder, and he chuckles as he leans down to kiss his sister on the top of the head. It is good to see you as well on this fine day. Mariah rolls her eyes and tosses a grape at him that he catches and tosses into the air to then catch in his barato. A wonderful day filled with drama and accusations. She says with a hint of amusement as I sit at the table beside her and take one of her grapes. We have not heard much. Did they find who did it? I ask, and she shakes her head. Pity. Now I need to keep Rhaenyra safe in our room all day tomorrow as well. He does not seem to be all that against the idea, even if he calls it pity. If you're going to waste the days away in bed, at least let's get the trip to Dragonstone over first. I quickly nod, remembering the plan me and Mariah came up with. That is right. I wanted to wait for you to be back, so we can take my dad with us to Dragonstone to see the cave. Daron stops halfway from putting another grape in his mouth and slowly nods. That could be interesting. I fear he might think it fake, though. I tilt my head, and he shrugs. We just so happen to find cave drawings no one else has and show you. He might think it's some kind of scheme. After all the reading I have done in my husband's absence, I am leaning toward those drawings being about Aegon's prophecy, or at least relating to it. A darkness with cold winds fits the long night, and the others almost perfectly. If my dad sees it and I tell him about what I have read about, he will see it too. Then we can actually prepare for the danger that Aegon saw and have Westeros ready. It'll be fine. It looks too old for you to have made it, and the cave has proof of the cannibal living in it. No one would go in there drawing stuff with the dragon that eats dragons sleeping in there. I'm certain this is what Aegon saw in his dream, like Daenerys seeing the doom of Valyria. Only we can fight this danger that is to come. 112 AC King's Landing Daron, Nimeros Martell. I still can't believe you convinced him to up and visit Dragonstone on such short notice. I watched multiple ships sail away, with the centermost one carrying the king. He also wanted to talk to my uncle, so when I told him about what is in the cave, he seemed eager enough. There is not much going on at the moment anyway, just the day-to-day court antics. Rhaenyra lifts her chin, seemingly proud of herself, reminding me of a cat, wanting to be shown affection. Though I am dreading the flight myself, and I wish I just got on the ship with him, I roll my eyes and wrap my arm around her, bravado her cheek. You're going to ride with me, so you don't suddenly fall off. She is not that fragile, and her annoyed look confirms she is having the same thoughts, but I can at least make an attempt to have her on the saddle with me. You just want to show me those eggs again, don't you? I can't help but smile as I nod, thinking about how it will surprise them all when one hatches. I can feel in my bones. But then again, lots of people with the lineage I carry have obsessed over hatching eggs that had turned to stone, and many perished. Given that is in the future, but it still stands that those stone eggs have an odd allure in my heritage. But at least in my situation, I have backups. Shrikos and Syrax have bonded well and should breed eventually. The shy little Barado has become a bold character, and it shines when the lovely Lady Barado is around for him to display his bravery for. I'm telling you that they will hatch. You will see with your own eyes Balerion reborn emerge from that black egg. Centurado 112 AC Dragonstone Viserys Targaryen, there is plenty of room. Your Grace, Rhaenyra, seemed comfortable enough the whole ride over here. I will get you up to that cave without even so much as an ache in your back. Trust in me. I look over at the large black dragon that brings back fond memories, but the green eyes cut a strong contrast with my old mount. I suppose there is no other option. I could ask Demon to fly me up there on his blood WYRM, but after he did not even come to greet me at the dock, I am a little angry with him. Putting aside the thoughts of my brother, I focus on approaching the dragon to climb the rope ladder to the saddle. The dragon does not even move at all as I approach and take the rope into my hands, once more showing me how much it has changed. From the cannibal to one of the tamest dragons I have ever seen in all of my days. My daughter and Lady Mariah have already flown off to the cave on the other dragon, saying I would be more comfortable on the larger saddle. But with each step and handhold higher toward the saddle, I feel a bit more winded. I don't remember it being half this difficult back in the day. Grabbing the last handle, I pull myself up and onto my knees and crawl forward to sit comfortably on the saddle. I notice a lot of saddlebags with arrows sticking out and even a spear fastened to the saddle. Centurado, that is where you keep those eggs? I ask as he gets in place on the saddle. Balerion reborn? I ask with some amusement at the idea of my old mount being reborn into the world. He nods, and his hands reach out and undo straps and locks with practiced ease, and soon he flips the top back, and a small chest is revealed. Once it is opened, he lifts a black egg with small red swirls scattered on its scaled surface and hands it to me. My eyes widen, feeling a bit of warmth, but it also feels heavier than a living egg, showing it is already turned. The heat likely coming from the sun and the dragon the egg is riding on the back of, but I still can't help but smile seeing the egg my good son claims will bring back Balerion. I take it the cream and gold will be Merax's, and the green and bronze will be Vhagar. Even if the old she-dragon still rests somewhere, it likely won't be for much longer. These eggs certainly have the right colorings, but with small additions. I don't know yet, but I know for sure this one will be the winged shadow who will cover cities as it flies over. He takes the egg back and looks at it for a moment before tucking it away and locking the box back up. Winged shadow. Certainly sounds like a name Balerion would have worn, but I do not remember hearing anyone call him that. Either way, if it hatches, I'm sure it will be a mighty dragon fit for a future king or queen in the form of my grandchild. If it is not hatched, there are plenty more eggs from Dreamfire's recent clutch, and even reported recently 4 new hatchlings on the Dragonmoth. The wild dragons will grow in number with cannibal being claimed, and it will be a problem if it is not monitored closely. Something will need to happen to prevent them from growing too big and remaining wild. If too many take up claim to the Dragonmoth, fights will break out. It may spread to the villages or even lead to dragons leaving the island in search of warm and safe homes. The last thing we need is dragons leaving and someone finding a way to claim them, either with a dragon seed or some other way. I will think about it. Either we need to hunt some down every now and then, or we need more dragon riders to claim them. Daeron and Rhaenyra are doing their part, but I fear I cannot help in any way with that problem. But Daemon certainly could honor his wife and have some children. One will need to be Lord of Runestone and a Royce, but the rest could take the Targaryen name and claim a dragon. I am unsure of letting a Royce claim one. Enough houses have Barato at this point, and I got lucky with the Martells marrying their two spares to the Valerians who already had Barato lineage. But regardless, I have time for those matters after this cave exploration. I want to see what my daughter claims to be the written form of Aegon's prophecy. Walking through the cave, I feel my heart racing in my chest from a short flight, and also a sharp pain at Balerian's passing once more. I can still remember the way it felt to fly on him for the first time, and how powerful I felt at that moment. Seeing a similar sight from the back of Galathox has opened old wounds a thought had long faded away to be forgotten. "How are you feeling?" Rhaenyra asks with concern obvious in her tone, and I waver off. "I should fret over you, my daughter. Don't worry about me. I'm just lost in my thoughts." She nods but does not seem put at ease, and I open my mouth to speak but stop seeing more torches being lit. Daeron brought a few extra and has lit them and tossed them around on the ground before a large wall illuminating it. My legs stop as I freeze, as if ice has filled my blood as I look at a very large work of art on the wall. It in no way looks recent, as my daughter said. My eyes go from one part of it to the next. It starts here, men and children of the forest uniting with what seems to be giants. Rhaenyra is unbothered by me coming to a halt and walks forward, dragging her hand across the wall. It shows the fight, and then beat the enemy back before the wall is built. I take a few steps forward, feeling fire return to my veins hotter than ever before. It ends with men once more fighting the enemy, but this time with a wall in place, and dragons. I finish for her as I place my hand on the wall, rubbing my fingers on it, reminding me of the feel of my model of Valyria, and painting it. I'm unsure of what to say. I knew Rhaenyra would not bring me out here for some foolish drawings, but this is beyond what I thought. She told me she went over the stories of the Long Night, and that is what she believes this is. She also believes the darkness Aegon saw the Long Night coming again, with these blue-eyed men being the true threat. I run my finger over one of the blue-eyed men and feel a chill that soon fades as if it never was there to begin with, but the hair on my arm stands up. This is a warning. 112 AC Dragonstone Demon Targaryen finished playing around with the children? I ask, seeing my brother enter. I have waited hours, and if I knew it would take him this long, I would have sought him out. The only child I see is yourself. He responds with a surprising amount of bite to his tone before sighing. Demon, there is much I need to tell you, and I need you to take this seriously. We lock eyes, and I see a hardness in his eyes that he only rarely has when he is serious. What happened? I ask, noticing his obvious worry, and he takes a seat across from me before rubbing his brow. I need you to look into something. I have other things to ask of you, such as visiting your Barato, but I have something you have to do. I cannot send anyone else. I very well could send someone else, maybe even hundreds, to look into this. But for now, I need you to look into some things for me and hear some people speak of old times long past. I shift in my seat, feeling odd at the urgency in his voice, but I nod. What needs to be done? He turns to look out the window, where I see the large black dragon fly off with the smaller one close behind. The wall in the north. See how your dragon acts around it, but you have to be careful. He holds up his hand and looks at it with an odd look. I once heard from grandmother that Silverwing refused her to fly beyond the wall, and the silver dragon did everything she asked. Well, I just learned very well may give some answers to why that is, but first I need to let you know what is going on. This seems to be going down a path I was not expecting with how serious he is acting toward prophecy and visions. I hate prophecy and visions. 113 AC King's Landing Daeron Nimrose Martell, I need to walk, or I'm going to go mad. My very pregnant wife shouts as she tries to stand up, pushing off the couch that looks like it is trying to swallow her back in as her hands sink into the cushion. I wordlessly help her to her feet as she huffs and pants as if she ran for a lap around the keep. I keep one hand on her lower back, ready to aid if she needs it. She stretches, and I hear her back pop as she leans back with her belly looking even bigger. I know something is wrong with me, or maybe this is natural, but wow, seeing her like this is something else. I mean, seeing the woman expecting your child at her limit and ready to give birth, it's something powerful. None of that. She presses a finger between my eyes and pushes my head back as she leans against me for bravado. I am getting stressed enough with your baby trying to make its way into the world. I snort and shake her hand off my face as I follow her steps toward the door. Want me to get Dash? She shakes her head, and I go silent as I just focus on making sure she does not faceplant. Let's walk to the private garden so I can get some sun and stretch my legs. The pain tone leaves her voice as a bit of excitement picks up. She is really going stir-crazy. We might need to hold off on the next one. We want to do the royal progress as well, so it might be best to give it a few years before we try for another. Watching her almost daily since my return from the Stepstones has shown me just how much she dislikes her freedom slipping through her fingers. But on the other hand, I have caught her 100 times or more simply rubbing her hand over her stomach and talking to the babe. And she looks fierce when she's like this, definitely something raw and intense. Visenya. I can't help but speak up, seeing her sitting up with the aid of her mother as they rest on a blanket under an oak tree. Hey, you too. Emma turns around hearing me and smiles before her face goes sour, seeing Rhaenyra waddle. I do not miss that. I hear her mutter as we approach, and Rhaenyra obviously does, as well as she snorts at her mother. I can't wait to be able to sit like a normal person again. Rhaenyra complains, and I catch Emma fighting off a smile as she watches Rhaenyra struggle to sit beside her. I help my Barado, while Emma and I both find the situation Barado amusing than expected. What is this little one doing? I ask, diverting the attention to the girl who is blissfully unaware of the discomfort one of us is suffering. Trying to eat her hand, it seems. Emma responds as she pulls her daughter's fist from her mouth, causing the little girl to wobble as her balance was thrown off. A calm silence overtakes the little gathering other than the whines of Visenya, who is determined to eat her own hand, but is prevented by her mother. Rhaenyra watches on with a mix of happiness and dread, a common sight the last few weeks when she looks at Visenya. In moments like this, I think it is really settling into her mind that she's about to push one of these little goblins out of herself. You'll be fine. I lean in and kiss her cheek and whisper in a low voice, earning a furrowed brow look from her. I silently eye the fussy babe, and then her belly, and she almost defensively puts both hands on her stomach while nodding. Of course I will. You will help and make sure I am, or I will be a ghost over your shoulder the rest of your life. She speaks with a no-nonsense tone, earning a confused look from her mother, who likely thinks we are both crazy. Thinking about trying again anytime soon, I suddenly change the topic as I lock eyes with my good mother, and she instantly knows what I'm talking about as she gives a wry smile. I think she does not like me nearly as much as you make it out she does. I roll my eyes at the woman who is able to approach a huge dragon and pet its head, yet somehow is scared the dragon does not like her. She would have eaten you if she did not like you. I can promise you as someone who claimed a dragon the hard way. She bites her lips before looking away toward the dragon pit, and I feel I am close to making her give in. I am certain Visenya would love it if you could take her for flights. She is obsessed with her own little dragon. Visenya will likely ride her dragon the moment a saddle fits its back with enough straps to hold her on regardless of childlike strength. I would not be surprised if she is the youngest Targaryen to take flight with how much she wiggles like a worm and squeals in glee seeing her dragon. I hope my own babe will like their dragon as much as Visenya does. It would be a nice sight to see. But I want for something if the child shows no interest or an aversion to dragons, since I do not want to make it worse. It has to happen naturally. Taking to the skies is something to fear if your heart is not in it. Maybe soon I will go visit her again. Emma gives a practiced smile, and I nod, feeling Rhaenyra grip my hand tighter, seeing her mom's nervousness. There's a dragon lurking in my good mother, even if she does not know it, and I long to see it. I cannot claim to know her well before I married her daughter, but since I have and gotten to know her, I can confidently say I know her decently. She almost entirely revolves around her children, and I can't help but want her to have something else to enjoy in her life. If she can get over her fear, she could even ride with us on the Royal Progress. At least trips to Dorne would be easy on her compared to a wheelhouse. Rhaenyra loves her mom, as I love my own. I know I would be happy if my mom had a dragon, and I could see her more. But I also know there are some small problems with that. I don't think any backlash would happen if she claimed one, but it needs to be handled slowly. There's a lot of tension with House Martell having more dragon riders than House Targaryen. It won't be too late for my mom to claim one if she wants one later on, and with the Barado no longer culling the wild Barado, the population is slowly growing. All the wild big Barado left Barado Tone to join House Martell, so there is a ton of real estate for the baby Barado to grow up in. I heard the king mention there was an attack of 4 young dragons snatching up some sheep not long ago. He was worried and was thinking about ordering some of them killed off before they attack one of the small villages around the island. I'm sure he has thought about it as well, but if one of those dragons land in a small village to snack on their sheep of dragon seed, might claim it by accident or on purpose. Just like Emma visiting Dreamfire, once it was all it took for the two to bind, and it could happen to a random Targaryen bastard on Dragonstone. It might not be a problem immediately, but if one ran off and hid away in Essos somewhere, it might grow into a big problem. Looking at my Barado, and her hand still on her belly, I shake the thoughts away. Worst comes to worst, I just need to have children with my Barado, as if she is the good queen come again. Centurado, who knew it stayed cold for so long up here? Looking over my red-scaled mount, I see him resting as much of his body in the hot water as he can with his neck stretching to dip his head in another pool. I shake my head in amusement, seeing his head barely above the water, only enough for his snout to take in air. He hates this cold, but he loves all the food he has reigned with almost every day, a perk of my brother sending an abundance of gold for our stay. So while we might freeze our balls off, we're certainly living it up like winter kings. I close my eyes and sink further under the water, feeling the slight tinge of cold on my damp face melt away. My thoughts traveling to the state I have found the Night's Watch in and the reports I have been sending to my brother. The tales and stories I have heard from the wildling prisoners all the way to the old lady who lives in Winterfell. The prophecy my brother sent me up here to chase all those months ago seemed to have a flicker of a spark at being more than just a story. All these people with different stories, but all have some similarities, a grain-sized connection that binds them all together. From a Night King who was a Lord Commander who sacrificed people to gods made of ice, to spiders the size of hounds ridden by men of ice. Though the worst are the stories I can tell from what my own eyes have seen and ears have heard. The shadow I saw in the woods beyond the wall that looked like a giant of a man with horns sprouting from his head and chains behind him dragging smaller men like dogs. But the worst was the talking door that I would burn to ash if not for fear of the wall coming down and letting whatever horror lurks to the far north into the south. Who are you? I can still hear the voice echo in my mind and the white eyes of the wooden door looking down at me. If someone told me about the door before I saw it for myself, I would laugh and call them a fool. Seeing the magic wooden door that is supposed to lead beyond the wall, I could not help but be curious about what else in those stories are true. A darkness with cold winds that is supposed to hit Westeros if not for a Targaryen king, keeping it united to face the threat. A prophecy left by the Conqueror, just as Daenerys saw the doom of Valyria, Aegon saw the doom of Westeros. I still can't help but feel there is some horse nonsense to it, but I also am seeing things I would have called horse nonsense not long ago. With Caraxes not wanting to go beyond the wall, I can't even get further answers, and it is making me want to tug my hair out. This trip and search for ghosts has only shown me enough to make me want to believe something, but also makes me want to deny it even more. I want answers, but I also want this to all just be a scheme of my brother to get me to leave Dragonstone willingly. Coming up for air, I make my way out of the pool of steaming water to get some rest before looking into another location I have been wondering about. Skagos, 113 AC King's Landing Daron Nimeros Martell, mind your wandering eyes, or you may give the wrong impression to those around you. I hear my mother's humor-filled voice beside me as I lay next to my Barado on the bed, completely ignoring her as she holds our babe. I am not making eyes. I am admiring my craftsmanship. I did a really fine job. I noticed the less than amused look from my wife and shrugged before thinking better of angering her after what she just went through. Rhaenyra also did a fine job. I quickly add, and she holds her gaze on me only a moment longer before going back to looking at the baby boy. Daeron may certainly be right, but you need to rest soon, Rhaenyra. I think it is time you pass the boy off so you can close your eyes for a bit. Rhaenyra holds the boy closer to her breast, obviously unwilling. Trust me, you want to get as much sleep as possible now that he is born. Sleep will be rare. Emma does not give up as she runs a hand through the damp hair of her daughter, who looks toward me, and I hold my hands out to take our bundle of love. I got him. I'll even lay right beside you, so when you wake up he will be right here. She reluctantly hands my son to me, and I feel how heavy he is, once more making me pity her back. You did amazing. I whisper next to her ear before kissing her temple, and she huffs. You did little to nothing. She says through grit teeth. I want comment on how I did literally everything other than push the babe out myself. Sheerin this one. Though it will be hard to look at her the same after the things I have seen. Holding my son to my chest, I smile as Rhaenyra lays her head on my shoulder. Our boy Aegon Nymeros Martell. One day, he will take the Iron Throne when it comes his turn, and he will be Aegon Targaryen, maybe even Aegon Nymeros Targaryen. It will ultimately be up to him to decide. In truth, I expect he will keep the middle name, but it won't pass on his kids. Nymeros means from Nymeria, so it would not be wrong for him to keep the name if he wants to. The name Aegon was an obvious choice for me when I want Balerion reborn a hatch for him. Names have power and all that nonsense. The name Aegon sets some pretty heavy weights on his shoulders, but he will be able to bear it. It also will help with any maybe sons Viserys might have. I have heard and seen some things that are concerning. The small council has been vocal about the king needing spares and to expand a family, both in case something happens to Rhaenyra and to strengthen their numbers with there being more and more dragon-riding Martells on the way. But ignoring those problems, I feel like the name stuff is working out just fine. I hope for a daughter next that will be my own heir to Sunspear and Dorne. She will be named Rhaenys without a doubt. It might be awkward with there already being a Rhaenys, but it's too good a name to pass on. To have a Rhaenys one day rule Dorne would be perfect to build over the old with the new and move things forward. There's also already a Visenya, so I'm leaving that name out even though I like it a lot as well. But we would have the Conqueror trio all growing up nearly the same age Barado, which makes for an interesting story dynamic. I know it is a good idea for Aegon to at least marry Visenya to strengthen his legitimacy, even though he is already as legit as it gets. Adding a cherry on top does not hurt, and Visenya, being the daughter of the current king, certainly makes for a good wife to Aegon. Those plans are far off, but I still like to find the humor and benefits to them. And Aegon marrying a Visenya for a strong claim is similar to how the first two did things. Visenya was the elder, and that is why Aegon married her, and then he married Rhaenys for love. I don't think I've ever seen you so focused before. You were ensnared by that little babe. My mother jokes in a soft voice as she slides a finger over the babe's forehead. He is perfect, a heavy little guy with chunky baby cheeks and more hair than any babe has a right to have. Perfect. 113 AC, King's Landing. Emma Arryn, looking at my daughter, sleeping on her husband's shoulder as he melts with love for their son in his arms, makes my heart feel warm. I cannot be happier at this moment. She did fine on the birthing bed, and the boy is a healthy little babe. Aegon is one of the biggest babes I have ever seen. The babe's hair is the longest I have ever seen on a baby. He has his father's darker purple eyes compared to his mother's light purple from what I have seen. As Daeron said, he is perfect. The three of them look perfect laying on the bed, as the small family of three they are. I am proud of my daughter and how well she did. I am happy Daeron was with her the whole time and was ready to help with his magic should she need it. Watching him order around the servants was a sight to see, even when his face paled a bit as the babe came out. If my daughter was not screaming in pain, I would have laughed at my good son looking nearly ready to faint. I stand and nod to the door when my aunt and mother of my good son notices, and she agrees as she stands as well. I'll let you spend some time with these two. Send for me if you need anything from me. She kisses her son's head and turns to approach me before looping her arm with mine as we both head for the door. How is it being a grandmother? I ask and get a snort from my aunt, who pours herself a glass of wine at the table. Good. I'm looking forward to ruining my grandson by burying him in a mountain of fineries. I smile and shake my head, knowing she will have a hard time competing with me in that field. How is it being a grandmother? She turns the question back at me with a raised brow, while also gesturing to Visenya, bouncing on my knee. I would join you in the wine, drinking, if not for my hands being full. I answer truthfully, and she chuckles as Visenya squeals in joy, as if she is a part of the conversation. I'm glad everything went well. I am most happy with everyone coming out looking healthy. I would like to say I'm glad it was a boy, but honestly, the thought is drowned out by how happy I am to see both mother and babe survive the birthing bed. I am glad as well. Now I just need to worry about my other two getting married and having their own children, and then I can sit back and relax with no worry. I nod but find her tone odd. How have our marriages been, or rather have things moved along? Lena was a bit too young, but the wedding for both of my good son's siblings went through to solidify the alliance with House Valerion and House Martell. Lena is Barato interested in flying on Barato than she is about having a babe, which I cannot blame her for, as she is still Barato too young. Mariah has also taken to the skies instead of spending time with her new husband. The two boys at least have a good relationship going. Lena and my son have spent all of their days either watching over things at Bloodstone or at the Water Gardens. Her voice goes a little strained before she sighs in a helpless manner, slumping down into a chair. Well, not every marriage turns out good at the beginning. We both got lucky with Daeron and Rhaenyra. I am sure things will turn around for your other two. They're all still young, and with dragons to fly them from their troubles they are escaping. 113 AC King's Landing Saera Martell. Oh, she has no idea about my worries. Family tensions are running high, with the children navigating complicated feelings as they grow older. My daughter remains quietly fixated on her eldest brother, and one son seems unusually attached to his close brother. A tricky household waiting for the right moment to settle into peace. Perhaps time will offer a solution and balance will eventually return. I certainly do not have the patience to chase after my grown children, trying to pressure them into marrying someone they do not have an interest in. I would rather spend my days relaxing in comfort or watching my new grandson grow up. I'm sure everything will be fine. I respond in as even a voice as I can manage. Emma smiles and bounces her little daughter, and I smile, a small pang in my chest as I remember my sister Diella. She looks so similar and so different, and I can't help but miss her and wonder if we would have eventually grown closer. None of my sisters liked me. They all avoided me. Although I was not a difficult person, I still feel bitter over it. I wish I could go back and change things. I never expected to be the last one alive, as if a great curse had been placed on everyone but me. I can feel Barato better knowing that things are slowly healing. Aegon was the first of many babes I expect to be born in the coming years. House Targaryen and House Martell will swell in numbers, I am sure, even with my nephews doing a poor job. Demon certainly could be doing much better at the very least. The boy has not put a single babe into his wife. A babe that would then take over and be Lord of Runestone in time. Yet my nephew ignores his Barato, as if she has a sickness. I know he has no problem seeking other women, but he chooses them over a woman with a castle. Pushing aside the problem, that is my nephew, I bring my cup back to my lips as I take in the sweet arbor wine and hum. These problems will sort themselves out in time, I am sure. If they don't, it is not my hand that will get burned anyway. I have one son who is moving on and getting things done, and that is good enough for the daughter of the old king who got tossed aside. I wonder how my father would look at the current state of things. Maybe pride mixed with annoyance? My mother would certainly be surprised at how things played out. I practically brought Dorne under the Iron Throne with my own hands. From the daughter, she had to brush the hair of until I was nearly 8. I bet she would be surprised at what I ended up doing, even if not intentionally. I just wanted to be like her in my own way, a queen in my own right, and I would say it all worked out. Let me hold that little cute girl. I set down my cup and reached for Visenya, who was watching me with keen interest, and opens her mouth wide with a soft squeal as I pick her up. I can't wait till Aegon and you play around and I can watch, It will be such a sweet sight. Emma nods along with my words with a wide smile, as if she is also imagining it. Things are turning out just fine. 1:13 AC, King's Landing, Viserys Targaryen. Finally having a moment alone with my new grandchild, I can't help but smile as I look down at the boy resting in my arms. Sincerado. Aegon is quite active compared to other babes I have held, but I suppose that is much better than the alternative. If he is this restless, given a few years, I expect him to want to pick up training quickly at least. But he also might grow out of it, even in a few weeks. Rhaenyra would certainly be annoyed if he turned into a calm child after all the hells he put her through. Either way, the boy can be restless like many with the blood of the dragon, or he could be the opposite, it won't matter. I believe regardless, he will make a fine king one day, as he will be my own heir's heir and will one day sit on the most dangerous seat in the world. I hope both of them have little in the way of problems during their reign. A knock on the door is all the warning I get before my daughter pushes it open and walks in with quick steps. She has recovered quickly from the childbed and is even eager to take little Aegon up into the sky on her dragon. My own mother did that for me, and Demon, even against the Maester's warning her. I expect my daughter will do the same against my warnings. Your request has been fulfilled, good father, though I doubt the urgency that was stressed on the matter. Daeron speaks up as he follows behind his wife with clear amusement dancing in his eyes as he watches Rhaenyra scoop her baby out of my arms. You just wanted some alone time. Rhaenyra huffs, but can't stop the smile on her exasperated face. If that is all you wanted, you could have just said so. I was expecting there to be a real problem with the royal progress. To find out they just wanted to hear about our preferences in rooming and meals. She huffs once more, and I also smile, seeing her act so motherly as she smothers her son in love, even as he struggles against the blanket. He will surely be a wild one. You won't put it off any longer than you already have? I ask, quickly moving the conversation along. We still have 3 months before we head off for the Stormlands. It might be a bit early, but we will see how Aegon is at that time to decide. Daeron answers as he walks around the table, holding my model of Valyria. I smile wider, seeing his eyes take in all of the work I have put into the model. His eyes linger on the large tower built into the volcano. I almost speak up about it, but stop seeing my daughter about to speak up. I would prefer going through Dorne first to see my husband's lands, but he insists that we put it off for the end of the year. He says the weather is best right now to get the Stormlands and the Reach over with before going into the dry-ass desert. I catch the amused look Daeron sends her before his eyes return to the model looking over the Enogrian with curiosity. I am itching to talk about Valyria with the young man, but this is too good of an opportunity to hear about their plans. Rhaenyra has been bouncing around from the library and looking into stories of the long night to reaching out to various lords and ladies to plan visits. She has transformed since getting married and being named my heir. She is almost an entirely different woman now. Otto has informed me of the enthusiasm the Hightowers have at hosting you on your visit to Old Town. I heard they're going to host a tourney in Aegon's honor that will be one of, if not the biggest of the year. I reach for my cup and pull up to my lips to wet my throat as I hear Daeron hum a melody. Though Lord Strong mentioned the Tyrell's plan to do one as well, but I have heard no official confirmation such as Otto gave me. This will be the first royal progress of its kind. The old king made many trips around on Vermithor, but not to as many places as these two are planning. Many people have never even seen a Valyria or Silverhair, let alone a dragon. I'm sure it will be quite a sight for many people. Most people have only heard of the horror of dragons and the damage they can do. Some do not even believe they can do, as the stories say. To see a dragon, such as Galathox with their own eyes, will certainly be something to remember. 1:13 AC, King's Landing, Daeron, Nimrose Martell. I won't lie, it is kind of charming how your father wants to spend some time with Aegon. I wonder if he will be like that once the boy is no longer a fat-cheeked, cute babe, and instead a rowdy troublemaker. I tickle my boy's nose, earning more wiggling from my little WYRM in his swaddled blanket. He has always wanted a boy. He must see his son in Aegon that he never got to have. She replies with a little bitterness, but also pride. He was right about the egg, and if it hatches while out on the progress. I changed the subject, not wanting to dive into how her father would rather her being a boy. I quite like her being a girl. I'm certain you'll figure something out. You got me pregnant and you wanted to progress. I snort before shaking my head. If Drogon hatches while we are out traveling, or in a lord's castle, I am sure I can keep him around. I will have the food and his bond, so I am confident the little black and red troublemaker will stick close to me. I just hope he does not trigger something in Barato and cause him to go on a rampage trying to catch the little Barato. I will. I respond, realizing she was looking at me expectantly, and smile as she likely tosses the worry aside as it fully settles on my shoulders. Cincheredo, I respond, and hear her groan as I turn away from her rocking my son in my arms. We're not going to the wall. Aegon will freeze over. I will freeze over. I roll my eyes. I really want to see the wall, so I might leave her ass as Winterfell as I fly up there to see it. Winterfell, then. It is supposed to be pretty big, so I think it will be a fun little stop. It's the main place we are visiting in the north anyway. The other castles of note in the north are going to be short stops, maybe a day or two before we press on and head to the next. White Harbor and Winterfell will be the big-ticket items in the north. Need to sow the seed of friendship early. I want to make sure no nonsense comes up for any reason. I don't know if the king will father another child, but if a boy comes out, I want to be ready. Murder is always an option, even if it will be a bit bitter-tasting. But there's also the fact I am Dornish, and a lot of people are unsettled by me being the consort to Rhaenyra. So seeing one another face to face and shaking hands and eating while having rich conversation should fix that with most people. There are actually quite a lot of decent people in Westeros if you ignore the very toxic few who stand out and taint the barrel. A face-to-face meeting and discussions of what to expect in the future will have many lords and ladies ignore me being Martell. I will just have to get used to people asking to make an early engagement for my boy since I know it will be coming. I'm sure you are looking forward to the Eyrie more than any other spot. I comment as I walk over to the couch and slowly take a seat next to her. Cute boy is about to fall asleep. Rhaenyra mutters as she leans her head on my shoulder, looking down at Aegon, who yawned widely and closed his eyes. I think you might be right. The Vale sounds nice from all my mother has told me. But I do look forward to the long stay in Sunspear. I want to enjoy it with both of you. She wraps her arms around me and squeezes, and I feel my heart melt a bit at her sweetness. Makes me want to punch something to get rid of the almost dizzying sweetness. 113 AC King's House Demon Targaryen. House Magner has named this place King's House, but it is the last place a king would be. Cold and barren would be what I called it, but I can't lie about how strong of a position it is in, added on to how hard it is to even sail to Skagos. This must be one of the hardest places to attack on the island in the current state of things. Cincheredo. The tall thing with horns almost seems to be plaguing my mind with how often I've spotted it recently. How did it even get onto this cursed island? A loud squeal escapes Carax's, and I reach over to place my hand on his snout. The poor dragon hates this place. Last night, he even took to escaping the winds by digging out one of the caves on the cliff to stay warm. I do not think we will stay here long. I have heard all I wanted to hear, and think it is about time I head back to King's Landing. It is time I talk with my brother about things. 113 AC King's Landing Daron Nimeros Martell, your uncle, seems even more jumpy since he has returned from the north. My sweet sister Mariah speaks up to my wife as we rest after overseeing our things being packed up. Don't tell anyone I said this, but he has been seeing something follow him. I raise a brow and sit up, suddenly very interested in this conversation. Something? I ask with my lips curling up into a grin at the thought of the boogeyman having a boogeyman. A giant of a man with horns or something. She waves her hand around flippantly, but her face remains uncertain. He said it got so close to him he could smell it. I blink in surprise. Demon may be many things, but a liar is not really his thing. He is crazy, but not this kind of crazy. What kind of cursed voodoo did he bring back down to King's Landing? He had been back for over 2 months now, and I have had little interactions with him beyond a family meal. I wonder if I brought it up, would he talk about it, or would his male pride be hurt? I don't think that sounds good. I clear my throat, noticing both of them turn to me. There are many unexplained or left undiscovered things when it comes to magic. Just as dragons are fire magic made flesh, my guess is the others are the same with ice magic. This thing he could be seeing could be some kind of magical person. Dear God, don't let there be those horrible elder gods that are supposed to be in the far east showing their face here. I mean, the old gods the North worship is bad enough when you think about it, since not even their names are allowed to be spoken or passed down. Some Lovecraftian stuff is going on there that I don't like. It's why I am Barato chill with Lawler or even the Faith of the Seven. I think Lawler very well might be a living embodiment of the concept of life and light, and the Seven are fake, but the old gods are just plain freaky. I mean, their trees are the stuff of nightmares when they randomly decide to start bleeding. My guess is they let out their sap, and the tree cries when someone is using the tree to watch what is happening around it. My speculation grows each time I see a weirwood, and it soon starts crying after I am observing it. Freaky tree gods. He told my father many stories he learned in the north. He might also just be seeing things after his long trip. Rhaenyra seems to not want to deal with possible magical demons of any nature as she stands up. Daeron, you still need to help them load Barato saddlebags, since only you can get on his back. In the meantime, Mariah and I will ask my mother to take the babes to see the Barato in the pit. This jerk wants to flee to the safety of her sweet girl Syrax, and put me to work in the same order. But I want voice of complaint, my neck chilled as I talked about ice magic and thought of those cursed trees. I would love to use the rope pulley to pack all of our valuable belongings going on the progress onto my mount's back. 1:13 AC, King's Landing, Rhaenyra Targaryen. The odd, chilly feeling I had is finally gone as I hug Syrax around her thick neck, and she trills vibrating my whole body. I look over at Mariah, holding Aegon and a little bundled-up stone egg that I brought for my sweet girl to sniff. Syrax laid her very first clutch of eggs, and I am eager to put one of the 2 eggs into the cradle with my son. But I won't give up on my husband's hopes and dreams of Balerion reborn until I know for sure he is just imagining the egg to be alive. What do you think? I ask my not-so-little girl and let go of her neck as she cranes it to sniff at Mariah and my son, the egg included. If it is not going to hatch, let me know. I will put one of your own eggs in the cradle with Aegon. I brush my hand down her neck as I approach her head, which is taking deep sniffs at the babe. Think she will even be able to tell? Mariah asks, and I nod, patting the jaw of my mighty and beautiful mount. She is a mother as well now. She will know for sure. Either way, if nothing hatches soon, I want to swap the egg out for the gold and red egg. My sweet girl's first eggs should be hatched by my own children. I nod, liking the idea. Daeron will forgive me. We will just have to make plenty of children for all the eggs we have. The eggs are from Shrikos as well. He might not be as elegant looking as Syrax, but I am sure the dragons that hatch from the eggs will be beautiful regardless. I nod and step back as Syrax pulls her head back with a snort of hot air, making Aegon squeal in joy at the feeling. My little babe loves dragons. Is it a good egg? I ask her, hoping for more to sign from her. She only looks and huffs air once more. That is not telling me anything. I roll my eyes and turn back away from the unhelpful she-dragon. Maybe it just needs more time. I am sure there will be plenty of time to let Aegon rest beside the egg during the progress. Mariah hands me back my son, and I nod at her words. And if nothing happens and I start to get worried, I will fly back and get a new egg from the warmers. Maybe I should ask my father to keep them on the warmers for longer than they should be. I don't want those 2 eggs doing to the Dragonmont. Even if they do not hatch for Aegon, I want to have at least one of those eggs hatch from one of my children, meaning I need to get pregnant again. I can't help but sigh at the thought. I want a year off at the very least from being so miserable, but there were also a lot of good times as well. We will just see what happens as far as eggs and babes go. 1:13 AC Water Gardens, Lewin Nimero's Martell. This place looks better every time I see it. It seems the speed of construction has not slowed at all. I nod in agreement with Laener's words. Our quick trip over here from Bloodstone was not wasted. The smooth pink marble looks good here, but I do not think it will look as good as flooring in my chambers back at Bloodstone as I was thinking. I think I should instead use something darker to match the lifeless rocks the walls are crafted from. Laener snorts and shakes his head before he looks at me with a bit of apprehension. Have you asked him? He suddenly blurts out, and I purse my lips, causing him to sigh at my nonverbal answer. Sincerado, I think he might slap me on the head if I told him about the difficulties I've faced in my marriage. Just ask him. I don't know if I could take another talk from my father or a prodding look from my mother. He sighs and I chuckle at the thought. I will ask soon, just not right now. He will be traveling soon with his wife and son, and I think we can both bring it up at one of his stops. Maybe we head to Storm's End. You have some distant kin there anyway, and it would not be odd for all of us to show up at the same time. I am sure Lena would love the excuse to show off her mount to another castle full of people. My wife has enjoyed flying over every castle she can find close to Sunspear when she stayed not long ago. It should have freaked out quite a few of our loyal lords to see the beast that burned Dorne along with Balerion during the dragon's wrath. But Lena cares little for things like that, and just loves to be in the saddle much like Mariah, and I am sure that is why they have become fast friends. When Mariah is not at King's Landing, she is with my wife flying the skies or gossiping about court life. That will work. The sooner the better, though. I nod and crack my neck, suddenly feeling stressed out at the problem quickly approaching on the horizon. It will go one of two ways. He and his Barato will agree and help out their family, or Rhaenyra will have Sirac Barato both of us to free herself from the headache. I can't even expect Aeron to help. It would look bad if he jumped on this kind of deal. His marriage seems happy, and I hate to do this, but he is the best option available. He has the blood of the dragon, but if that was the only concern, we could even ask Daemon to help us out. But I trust Aeron to keep things silent much more than I trust Daemon the Rouge. 113 AC King's Landing Daemon Targaryen, keeping the fire roaring in my room. I can't help but shake my head in amusement. The days have begun to blur together. Each night, I light the fire and keep it well stocked to burn through the night, so another incident does not happen. I refuse to believe someone made it into my room past my own trained men, but I cannot deny the facts. The water basin in my room was frozen solid, and there was undoubtedly a handprint in the center of the ice, twice or more the size of my own hand, and yet no one saw anyone around my room that night. The balcony was locked, and the windows shut tight. Something else happened. Whoever or whatever did that seems to dislike heat, so I keep it nice and toasty during the night. I am tempted to keep my Barato close by my side, but I've already gotten strange looks from my brother since my return. His concern about the stories I told him of only grew when he saw a crack in my usual confidence when I told him of the incident. But I do not need his concern. Instead, I need to slay whatever foul demon is haunting me from beyond the wall. I know now why the dragons refuse to fly beyond the wall. It is a frozen nightmare full of demons. Without a doubt, Aegon likely saw a darkness beyond the wall, as Viserys says. I am sure of it. I will slay whatever darkness follow me home and get some much-needed rest before deciding what to do about what I know now. It could be hundreds of years before the foul creatures decide to move down to south of the wall. I should also talk with my niece and her husband to see what they have found out on their own. They put me on this path indirectly, and I want to know what they know. 113 AC King's Landing Daemon Targaryen, this all seems a little. I nod hearing my brother trail off after bringing up a few things, mainly some of the things I heard at the wall and on Skagos. Well, it was not all horrible. Caraxes found a mouth into a large chamber in one of the mountains. It turns out there's a volcano on Skagos. It is likely where all of the dragon glass I was seeing is from. If all of the stories I heard are doom and gloom, then the discovery of another volcano in Westeros is the exact opposite. Really? He lifts a brow and I nod. I am certain that it is written down somewhere, but I have never heard of it before. Neither have I. It seemed Dragonstone was one of the very few places that is not Valyria that had any. It is tempting to do something with it. It is colder on Skagos, and the volcano does not leak constantly, so it might build up and erupt in a massive event, but it's worth the risk. Skagos could easily provide enough space to farm for livestock to feed more dragons, and it would be more space and territory for them to grow. Even with the wild drake no longer patrolling the island and threatening young Barato, a new one will eventually take his place. Maybe it won't turn on its own kind, but Barato are territorial when not tamed. I think it is worth looking into more territory to grow dragons out of the way from anyone else other than the distant houses on Skagos. The dragons would not risk flying off as the temperature is low and they hate it. It would act like a large natural cage, and it would still have enough space to house many dragons that can grow fairly large. With no chains and large space to fly around and hunt even those wild unicorns, dragons could grow large on Skagos. Valyria was able to grow hundreds of dragons to giant sizes, and Dragonstone could as well, if not for the fear people would have. If one dragon got outpaced by another in its territory, it would fly off to find food and could attack ships in Blackwater Bay. It's why Cannibal was a blessing in disguise for so long. He kept everything under control. It would be expensive to do anything on such a remote land. We also have lost the knowledge of Binding Stone. It would certainly be no Dragonstone, but I suppose it does not need to be. He looks thoughtfully at me, and I draw my fingers on the table. Give me some time to think on it further. I need to focus on Rhaenyra and Daeron setting off this evening, and then I'll put my mind to it. I can't help but smirk. He seems bravado open to the idea than I was willing to allow myself to hope. It is cold, bitterly cold, but there's a lot of potential to the idea as well. Winterfell was built on a hot spring that pipes hot water into the walls, keeping the castle toasty on the inside. I could have the same done inside of the castle raised on the volcano with the steaming water springs I saw surrounding it on all sides, a Dragonfell for House Targaryen to live in. That is all I can ask. I will certainly not slack off should you decide to pursue this, and I will put forth a great effort to see it done. He looks at me skeptically, but I roll my eyes. I crave a seat such as this, but there is only one, and it is meant for my niece at this point. I will bring it up once more to ensure he keeps it in mind after my niece and her husband fly off to visit the lesser lords and ladies of Westeros. I can't help but wonder why they even care to do this. It seems a waste of time in my eyes. People knelt to dragons. They will stay on their knees because of bravado, and any sycophancy only gives them the bravery to reach for things they should not. They will be hounded the whole progress about their son Aegon's hand in marriage, and lords will throw daughters at them the entire time. I can already see my niece tiring of it and flying back to the Red Keep. 113 AC, King's Landing, Daeron, Nimeros, Martell. Well, this is it, I suppose. I hug my mother and then my little sister before stepping back. You will make sure nothing happens, won't you? Emma asks as she embraces Aegon on the side with a worried look. Mother, the seat on the saddle is fastened to it in 6 different ways and even managed to keep me strapped in when we tested it. Aegon will be fine. It is only an hour's flight at worst, and the guards sent ahead are already ready to receive us. I bite my lips to stop from chuckling, remembering Rhaenyra testing out the car seat on the back of Galathox. It was quite the sight when the old dragon decided to dive from above the clouds, almost colliding with the ground, only to pull up at the last minute. Rhaenyra was as pale as a clean sheet. When she managed to recover, she was wroth with my partner. But there is little anyone can do to the large black fiend when he wants to be mischievous. I won't see this sweet boy until you arrive at Sunspear. My mom manages to scoop him from my arms, making me sigh, as we will not leave for at least another 10 minutes, so she can snuggle Aegon some more. He still smells so good. She leans close to him, and he squirms with a small sound escaping his bravado. I give him a pitying look as he is enveloped in attention and affection, his small half-open eyes meeting my own. I could be convinced he is pleading for a rescue attempt, but the little man will have to get used to people wanting to love on him. He still has a long way until he is rid of his cuteness and will be able to run around to escape people wanting to cuddle him. Don't you have your own bravado to ride? I ask my bravado as she sits behind me on the saddle, checking that our son Aegon is secure in his seat. My son seems to be the most excited, as if he knows what is to happen next, cooing and gurgling happily. It is the most vocal I have ever heard him, and it brings a warmth to my heart. Though I don't know if it's because he is on a dragon or not being poked at by a horde of family. Syrax could just follow behind us. She mutters and I sigh before turning to look at her. She could, but it would look better if we arrive flying both bravado and not simply using one as a pack mule. But it is your decision, as I won't say no to having you close by while we're up here. She scoffs and shakes her head before stepping away from me and heading toward her bravado. I will join my sweet girl. Be good, Aegon. She mutters the last part with a low voice before ducking her head down to kiss his forehead, and then she heads for the rope ladder. Be careful, I call out as she descends a little too fast for my liking. She ignores me and speeds down it regardless. Centurado. I wonder how many generations will be passed down from me into the future, but it also worries me with the dangers it presents. For now, there's nothing I can do about it. Maybe I could figure something out eventually, but even if it becomes a trait of my descendants, it's not the worst thing. It will let my future descendants know if their partners are being unfaithful, since their kids will show traces of unfamiliar substances in their system. If someone is born without it, then there is a good chance your partner is cheating on you. It will be a wild way to find out when one of your kids comes out looking completely different from your other ones. But I do worry there will be side effects. So far there are none. And Rhaenyra, if anything, seems healthier than ever before. Aegon is a healthy babe and sleeps like a champ at night, even with magic drugs hyping him up. I can't help but wonder what he will be like once he has a training sword in hand in a training yard, bouncing around with wild energy. People will think the Barado has surely caught Barado in his veins, without a mature mind controlling the excitement this heart pumps into our veins. 1:13 AC, King's Landing, Emma, Aaron. I watch the two dragons fly off as I hold Visenya to my chest, the loneliness building quickly at seeing them off. Soon Saera and Mariah will leave as well to Driftmark for a small time before heading off to Sunspear together. Mariah acting as an escort for her mother on her dragon, as things are still shaky in the shipping lanes. But my thoughts and heart leave with my daughter and my new grandson. I would be lost without Visenya to hold on to. I would have loved to go with them, but I could hardly keep up in a wheelhouse, and I don't want to have to squeeze onto a saddle with one of them. It makes me have some small regret about not taking up my good son on one of his many jests about claiming a dragon. Cinturedo, I press my Barado together and head back to the wheelhouse after one last look toward the large doors of the Barado. I will think on it some Barado, and if I can find the courage, I will head in and see the she Barado and try my hand at claiming her. If it works out, then my babe and I will join the two who just flew off as they travel Westeros. I will need to have a saddle made to fit one of those seats Daeron had made for Aegon, but I am sure it will be an easy matter. Viserys won't say much, or he will hear from me, and all I have been holding back, even if I dread the confrontation. I have done my duty, and it might do me a whole lot of good to leave this stinking city for some time. I have wanted to go to the Eyrie for a while now. I will at least meet Daeron and Rhaenyra there when they plan to make their way to my birthplace. I want to show it to my daughter myself. They won't be in the Vale for many months, so I have time. Time to decide if I will jump onto a dragon's back and attempt to fly into the skies, or if I will ride in a wheelhouse to my old home. Visenya squirms again, and I smile knowing what she would choose, even though she can't speak up her opinion just yet. But not too much longer, and she will be calling for a dragon. I can just tell with how much she loves her quickly growing bond. 113 AC storms and Daeron Nimero's Martell, a coincidence, surely. Looking out the window, I can't help but purse my lips as sheets of rain beat against storm's end as the designer intended. A castle to withstand the wrath of the storm god, or something like that. But the storm is not my concern. My concern is what was born during the storm, as if a sign, a black-scaled sign. Stormborn, the excitable baby Barado, is, and so was its intended rider should things have played out to canon. Instead, what I will name Barado from now on will be the Stormborn in the family. Aegon seems happy. My Barado speaks up, and I look at Barado over from the Barado who is screeching and clawing at a pillow. How can you tell? He always looks happy to me. If he is not fussing over something else, the boy has some serious lungs. He cried without stopping for nearly an hour. The dragon hatches almost as if to get him to shut up. I chuckle, regretting missing the scene while I was talking to Lord Baratheon in his solar. I wish I saw it. I clench my hands in a fist, feeling like I missed a big milestone, but I will have plenty to see over time, and this is only the first of our babes to come who will hatch an egg. I draw Rhaenyra close beside me as I lean my head against hers. Her arms wrap around me and give a gentle squeeze. I smile, watching Balerion sniff at Aegon and avoid his fat baby hands that try to grasp him. The dragon seems very gentle, even though it is the younger of the two, and carefully observes his bond with red eyes. Where are we going to put it while we sleep? My beautiful wife speaks up, breaking me from my observation. Can't he sleep in a cradle beside him? I ask, only to receive a firmer hold around my shoulders that conveyed her displeasure, but I want given so easily. I would have loved to nap beside a Barado as a baby. It would have given me something to look at for hours on end when I couldn't sleep. black as raven's feathers with small red frills, already seeming to be grown in with equally red wings. The horns have a hint of white to them along with the teeth and claws being white, but other than that it sure looks like the Dread Reborn. I wonder how my good father will react to seeing the reincarnation of his mount now that it has hatched from a stone egg. They all doubted me, and my dream of seeing the Daenerys trio hatched out early, but I held strong. I want lie and diss the eggs Syrax laid, but the Dany trio of eggs are too tempting to see with my own eyes take to the sky. If Vhagar was dead, I would name all three after the Conqueror's dragons when they hatch out. But so far Balerion is out, and next should be Merax's if all goes to plan. Maybe Vhagar will not mind a small green babe named after her when the time comes. 113 AC King's Landing Viserys Targaryen, this is wonderful news. Sent a response at once congratulating them and asking when they plan to bring it to the dragon pit. I want to see with my own eyes Balerion come again, as my good son told me the dragon would be. I can't help but get excited to see the dragon that hatched from an egg I thought was long dead. An egg that was stolen from House Targaryen and returned through my good son to my grandchild who bears Aegon's name. Aegon and Balerion come again. Surely they will make a fearsome pair in days to come if the dragon is anything like the young babe. I have seen Aegon more active as a babe than I have seen any babe before. If his dragon is like him, I fear it will start burning down Storm's End. It will be done, my king. The new Grand Maester nods, dipping his head low. A good start to the day, a dragon hatching, and news the progress is going well easily light of my day. I will bring the news by to Emma later when I try to once more close the distance that has seemed like a valley compared to the past. My king. I shake off the thoughts and look over at my hand, and he takes a deep breath, no doubt chewing his words carefully. 113 AC storms in Rhaenyra Targaryen. Did he really eat the whole thing? I ask heatedly, and the servant girl nods before I wave her off, and she scampers away. I look down in disgust and disappointment at the small dragon with a swollen belly, a rat-sized swollen belly. How I managed to catch it when he only flew out the window a moment ago and swallowed the thing down before I found him, I will never know. I can smell burnt fur in the air, and there's a small scorch mark on the floor, showing he likely torched it. Balerion, there is fish, goat, cow, pig, stag, and even rabbit, and you went after a rat? I ask the dragon as I bend down to scoop the fat-bellied dragon off the ground. His only response is a purr like a cat and a flicking tail as I nestle him against my chest just like I would Aegon. The small dragon is more of a handful than even my fire-blooded son. I dread when they can take to the skies together. My heart aches knowing my boy and this little troublemaker will likely spend more time in the sky than on the ground when they come of age. A rat? Daeron asks with no small amount of amusement as he scratches Balerion's head, who thrills even in his sleep at the contact. A mighty hunter, the rats will flee seeing his shadow overhead once word gets out. I smack his shoulder playfully as I head for the cradle to check on Aegon. Balerion ate a nasty rat. I don't think it's good for him to be making a habit of just hunting whatever he wants, though. We should get him to focus his meals on fish at this size, as my sister's dragon does. Fish are easy to get to fill their little bellies, and hopefully, it will come to like them enough when it does hunt, it will search the sea and not a farmer's field for food. Well, it's not like Visenya's dragon has much of a choice in that. Now that I think about it, what did the 40-something dragon lord families do to feed their dragons? I find Aegon with his eyes open and his little arms raised. The tiny babe already has learned how to silently ask to be held. You would think it is something that would be well known. They had hundreds of dragons, and that would be quite a lot of food to go through. Given the biggest of dragons mainly sleep all the time and don't eat much other than a big meal once in a while, there had to be at least 200 or more dragons around Syrax's size, and she eats a lot. Lifting Aegon, his little feet start kicking in excitement, and I can't help but shake my head in amusement. It's guessed it was sheep, as we do on Dragonstone for the most part. Valyrians are known to have been sheep farmers before taming dragons. Daeron hums in thought before noticing I picked up Aegon and smiling wide while holding an arm out. Whatever they did it well. Lord Baratheon has been vocal about the expense the dragons are eating through in our short stay. To be honest, I just feel like he wants something to be grumpy about. the man could do with smiling more. I nod while remembering to give another purse of gold dragons to our host, since Laenor and Luwin will be arriving soon with their own dragons. I still can't help but wonder why your brothers are headed to see us here at Storm's End, when we will soon be heading to Dorne after finishing up in the Stormlands. My good mother has sent more than 3 ravens since we started our stay here. She misses her little egg. They likely want to brag about burning that pirate fleet. I heard it had 20 ships, and they even looted some before they submerged with the help of some of the new fleet. I can already see them both trying to rub their new glory in my face as I talk with various lords who hold no love for me. Daeron continues to sit as I stand beside him with Aegon in my arms. He wraps one arm behind me and places the side of his head against my stomach. Well, we will see when they get here. I look forward to hearing about any of the adventures they have gotten up to in the disputed lands. Daeron nods, ruffling my dress as he does, but I ignore it as my thoughts drift to what he said about the lords. Most of the Stormlands lords have been kind, but a few have not hidden their displeasure at having a Martell stay in their castles. Lord Baratheon seems to be in the middle, but I was not there during the private meeting they had, and Daeron said he felt rubbed wrong. But it was nothing so dramatic as leaving immediately or taking anything as a slight, but I can tell he does not care to be here much longer. 113 AC Storms End Laenor Velaryon. Well, I am still in the lead regardless with the Valyrian steel sword I managed to loot. Once you get some magic metal, come back to me to brag. I can't help but smile seeing Daeron act uncaring about the bounty Luwin was telling him about that was recently harvested from some pirates. Whatever you say, Daeron. I got jewels and gold to fill my coffers, and vault while you got a sword that needs reforging. Come brag when you can actually show off your earnings instead of letting it waste away. They both stare each other down before slowly smiling. Forget about loot. Look at how I was right about the eggs, and now Balerion lives again. Daeron gestures to the black dragon with red wings curled in the middle of the table. He is beautiful. I did not doubt to begin with that the eggs would hatch, but it's still amazing to see it happen. This is the Barado. I've seen a Barado this small. I haven't seen Visenya as Barado, so this feels very different, Luwin said while gently rocking his young nephew, who had reached for his long hair as it fell across his clothing. The contrast is striking from one this small to one larger than even Barado. Daeron mumbles as he slumps into his chair with a far-off look. I look around the room again and see we are alone and clear my throat. We need to bring up what we really came here for before Rhaenyra gets back. Surely it is best to broach the subject when the she-dragon is not in the nest. Luwin, maybe now it is time to bring up the problem we have encountered. I see Luwin shift in his seat as he adjusts Aegon, and eventually decides to hand him back to his father, who eagerly takes him. What is wrong? Daeron asks as he brings Aegon to his chest with the small baby boy looking around with his amethyst eyes. Hopefully this goes well. 113 AC King's Landing. Emma my queen. Are you sure about this? The dragon keeper who lead me this far asks with a nervous look on his face, and I nod, straightening my back, hoping to come off more confident than I feel. I am. I reply in Valyrian, just as I will speak to the she-dragon we have been approaching the lair of. Does the king know about this? He asks hesitantly, and I hesitate in the dark of the scratched-out tunnel, where it is next to impossible to see. It will be fine. Lead me to her. I respond, and he quickly nods and starts walking Barado with the torch held in front of himself. Dreamfire. I believe she will allow me to claim her, to ride on her through the sky, and travel to where I want to go. She did that with her last and only other rider, and I have high hopes she will accept me after I steel myself to do this. I want to leave King's Landing, but I know it will be some big commotion if I do so. Practically an army will be sent as an escort. But with a she-dragon as big as Dreamfire. The heat from deep in the tunnel comes out in waves, and I hear a loud scraping noise like 100 blades being drawn from the sheaths. I gulp as the dragon keeper stops and ignites the second torch he was carrying. He holds it out, and I grasp it. From here, it has to be you, your grace. He bows as I hold the torch out, and at the very edge of the light, I can see a stirring shape in the dark. Thank you. I mutter before taking a step forward, lighting up more of the tunnel that opens into a large room with a stone platform housing the hulking form of the light blue and white dragon. A dragon in Aaron's colors could not be more fitting if I do say so myself. My heart beats so hard I can feel it in my throat as I step forward and more of the dragon is revealed. When it lowers its light blue head, revealing its eyes that match the blue of its scales, I hold my breath. The large eye slowly blinks as the Barado regards me, without obvious distaste, before moving its head closer, making scraping noises through the tunnel. I remain as still as stone as its head approaches and stops in front of me, its large eyes blinking slowly. I muster up my courage and lift my free hand to stroke the scales of Dreamfire's snout, and she nudges against my hand. The tight feeling in my chest snaps, and I am flooded with warmth as she trills loudly. Her entire body seems to shimmer as she rumbles and trills with her eyes half-lidded like a cat purring under a hand scratching its back. "Hello, beautiful." I speak up, and her eyes open as if she is coming out of a trance. "Will you let me ride you when I get the chance?" 113 AC, King's Landing, Viserys Targaryen. "What is this? I heard you attempted to claim a dragon." I ask as I enter Emma's room, without even stopping to knock, seeing the door open. She is bouncing Visenya on her knee, while looking out a window with a faraway look in her eyes. She turns, likely not even hearing the question, but instead just hearing some noise, and I frown, seeing her once more flinch at the sight of me. She quickly recovers, unlike the other times, as she holds Visenya closer to her chest. "I am sorry, I did not hear you come in," she mutters, and I nod before taking a deep breath while trying to word what I want to say in the best way possible. "I heard you attempted to claim a dragon today." She freezes before stiffly nodding, and I raise both brows. "Why?" But once she married me, she could have claimed one at any time, and all this time later, she only now has an interest. A gnawing feeling attacks my guts as I get a feeling I know why she wants one at this point. The obvious difference in her since the birth. Only a fool would not have seen it after all this time in the signs. But seeing her look almost afraid to say anything, I step back and close my eyes, feeling a phantom of a knife stab my heart. "Can we talk about it?" I speak up after the room descends in a painful silence other than the cooing of Visenya trying to call her mother's attention. She looks away after grimacing, and I sigh. "I'm not sure I am ready or want to talk about it." She speaks in a shaky voice, and I nod, feeling the knife twist around inside of my chest. "I see." I look at my wife and daughter, remembering when she used to hold Rhaenyra like that, and things used to be better back then. I had more hope for the future back then, and so did she. Young and full of hope and not bitterness of mistakes made. I can't help but want to wave my hand and have something done to fix whatever is wrong, but it is not something I can fix as a king. I should have done something sooner, but I can start right at this moment to at least try to do something. Walking to the table, I grab a chair and pull it closer to her, but keeping my distance as I think about what to say, how to tell her what I felt, and also get her to tell me how she feels. And I can't complain about the view, but I certainly can complain about her fit being no fault of my own. "I will strangle you, Lewin." He flew off with his friend shortly after talking at great length with my Barado and me about the wildest of things. We are Dornish-born and raised in Sunspear, but by the gods I don't believe, and he could at least give me some warning. To request what he has requested is something straight out of a poorly written romance novel. And Rhaenyra took it poorly. At least she is acting like she took it poorly. She has not actually responded and instead sent the two fools running for the hills. I can tell she is busy in her own thoughts. It's easy to read my wife after nearly a whole year of hanging around her and watching her for small tells. But she is not wroth with me. Centuredo, my brother and his partner, just came seeking a suitable match that could keep things quiet and conveniently has the looks and Barado lineage to fit the bill. It is all in the name of convenience and discretion, but that does not mean Rhaenyra will just sign off on it. Not a chance. I have not even signed off on anything. "I love you, my heart." I whisper in her ear, sending a shiver through her body as she sniggles her back against me flush. "I love you as well," she mutters before turning to press her lips against mine quickly. She turns back to Aegon, pulling him closer as I set my nose on the back of her head, smelling her floral-scented hair. The silence in the room kills me, and I want to clarify everything without it seeming like I am trying to justify or make excuses about something. Maybe silence is what is needed. Just let the request fade away to the back of our minds to be forgotten. I close my eyes and let the thoughts drift, only to be reminded about my poor little Mariah and letting out a groan. Rhaenyra shifts against me in annoyance as I groan, and she even nudges my side in return. I send a few playful pokes up and down her sides, making her giggle and bravado, but I stop, knowing Aegon is too close for a tickle fight to break out. Just get over with. I speak up, and she sighs before scooping Aegon up again and turning to face me with him sandwiched between us. I have nothing to say. I don't like it. I nod and press a kiss on my wiggle worm of a son's head, making him squeal in rejection or elation. It's hard to tell. With that, censurado, but I am thinking about it. I shake my head in firm denial, even as I think about my poor sister subjected to a terrible situation likely to suffer to no fault of her own. It stings, but I'm not going to throw myself into the doghouse. Just stop. They're not in a rush regardless, and I am sure something will work itself out. I speak up, leaving no room for refuting, as I then slip my son out of her slacked grip. He squeals again as I move quickly off the bed, avoiding my wife attempting to take him back, but I am on the ground before she can snatch at my hair. Moving like a gust of wind across the room, I slide next to the cradle and lower my son down before tucking him in. Grabbing the cradle, I drag it closer to the bed so I can watch him carefully. I don't want him bumping his head or anything, so I'll wait until he's sound asleep before getting some rest myself. 1:13 AC Starfall Daron, Nimeros Martell Lord Dane, welcoming us warmly, is to be expected when we show up with dragons, but I know the man's son dislikes me. He was not even outside to greet us, and in fact, I would not be surprised if he is not here at all. He likely heard we planned to make our stop here for a few days on our trip through Dorne, ending in Sunspear, and he probably jumped on the nearest ship to Essos. I hope they give him a hard time there. Not really, but the man's disdain for me is something that rubs me wrong every time I've had the displeasure of being in the same room. It's beautiful. Rhaenyra comments as we stay in one of the highest rooms in the Pale Stone Sword Tower. Not as beautiful as my wife. I shamelessly compliment her, making her scoff in feigned annoyance, but her little smile tells the truth of how she is feeling. I'm sure. Is this how warm it usually gets here because this weather is not entirely bad? I shrug, not really being the best judge of the temperature. I grew up in it and was molded by it, so I'm unaffected by the beating sun. Likely why we have the sun on our banner. We all grew up getting our asses kicked by the rays of the mighty sun until she hammered us into shape. Not that I will ever complain about it. The harsh sun conditioned me to enjoy most places I visit. But I'm sure when I pass the neck and make it into the north, I will change my mind. My sun-dweller skin will betray me, and I will struggle with the bitter cold, unless I find an easy way to keep warm. Casting a quick glance toward my Barado, who is still looking off the balcony, I can't help but nod slowly, having already located my companion. Knock, knock. I turn to the door, confused who it could be, since we just got into the room to relax Barado. But before I can speak up, Rhaenyra enters the room from the balcony. She calls out, and one of the guards sent months in advance that is loyal to House Targaryen's answers. Lord Dane asked to see Prince Daeron and his Solar at his earliest convenience. The voice answers and I sigh, willing my thoughts to settle on something Barado appropriate. Censurado, censurado. Walking back into the bedroom after knocking, I know she will know it's me, but I can still see the relief on her face when her eyes land on me, and not an assassin. The only people walking straight in when we are guests in someone else's home, but also higher rank than them, are ourselves or someone bold with a blade. That was fast. She says unsure as she tilts her head, and I shrug, holding up a Raven's message for her to look at. Check it out. I pass it to her, and she unrolls it with a bit of confusion, seeing the seal is from Sunspear. Mariah is on the way. Shouldn't she have beaten a Raven? She even looks at the window, almost expecting to see another dragon flying around, but turns back to me, failing to spot my sister. My sister and her friend, but after my brother and his lover made an ass of themselves, Rhaenyra might be rethinking her friendship, which is not either of their faults, and I have not asked for clarification recently, but I would understand if I was in her shoes, so I won't judge. I just hope the bridge can be mended since the both of them need a female friend of equal status as princesses and dragon riders. It's a lonely world at the top, both figuratively and literally. 113 AC Sunspear. Sarah Martell, you really are a helpless boy, my son. I sigh hearing him confess what has been on his mind since he arrived for a visit. He approached his brother and good sister and asked them something ridiculous without any warning. Just dropped by and asked my eldest to fulfill a family obligation with his own Lady Barato and expected things to go well. Given if it was anything else, Daeron would move mountains for his younger brother, but you can't just ask a man and his Barato to do something like he is asking. I thought, I don't know. He sighs and slumps in his seat. I shake my head at my troubled little man. His lady wife has spent the most time at Driftmark Flying Vagger since the marriage, and when she is here in Sunspear or Bloodstone looking for her husband, he is uninterested. The poor girl didn't ask for any of this, but will be pushed out there just like many others are. It must be hard to not just jump on her Barato and fly off. She could go anywhere with the great big beast she has and stake a claim or just build a home for herself. Every time I talk to her, it's always about Barato or what living in the Red Keep was like back when I was younger. She is Barato blooded through, and when her bloodline fully awakens in a few years, I will be pitying her. She will have a hard time, and I am sure things will brew like a storm, but I can still hope for a good outcome. Just talk it out and accept any bad feelings Rhaenyra has toward you. Make it easy for Daeron. He is the one who has to stay by her side every night and will rule one day beside her, so he does not need you trying to stir up trouble. He nods with a defeated look, and I grab his hand, surprising him. Let's go for a walk through the marketplaces. I have not strolled with you in quite some time. He seems even more surprised before a small smile spreads on his face, and he nods eagerly. I smile along with him, my sweet boy with all his problems. Mariah also left to try and help clean up any mess, but she heard about it before me. I just hope things are well. I will be Barato, then somewhat upset if things break down, because my good daughter thinks my son is some kind of scoundrel. 113 AC Starfall Mariah, Nimeros Martell, walking beside Rhaenyra's arm looped with her arm. She does not seem any different, and she never hides her emotions. She is all fire and blood and leaps into things with her heart on her sleeve, an easy book to read. Right now, I'm only seeing the same as ever before, my good sister and my friend walking the gardens of Starfall with me. I Barato my Barato, wanting to punch Luwin in the face, but I resist the anger boiling inside of me. I had plans upon plans and slow steps to take all in place, and it would have worked. I am confident I would have gotten to the point where I at least achieved what Luwin tried to ask for, but for myself. Then he jumps head first because he is helplessly in love with my good brother and thought Daeron was the perfect fit for solving her situation. Cinchuredo. Heart on her sleeve indeed. I was just wondering if my foolish brother did any damage to our friendship by asking something, as he did. I don't want to be too dismissive of the idea in case she immediately agrees, cutting off my path of advancement, but I also do not want to seem like I am pushing for it. A slow path forward is the only hope I have anymore. He did not. He just gave me a lot to think about. She replies with a surety to her voice that puts me at ease before my curiosity ignites hearing her later words. That is good. I would be wroth with him if he made you mad at me, but I would spend time to fix things. I enjoy the time we spend together, from reading in the library to flying high above the clouds. She smiles, and I can't help my own from growing remembering my time spent in King's Landing. Worry not, good sister. I am not mad at you, or even Luwin. I was not sure how to react to such a request, if I am honest. I don't speak and only give a small nod of the head in understanding, and she looks around us, as if searching for something. Cinchuredo. It is as Nymeria would have done it. I shake my head, throwing out old plans and bemoaning my luck. I should have seen this coming, though. I could have talked to Luwin and prevented this, and even used his subtle help, but now he's exposed in the open. His intentions are plain as day, and I will have to work around that. So, Laenor, and you have not, you know? She asks in a low voice while looking around hesitantly. No. I quickly answer, not even caring if someone is listening to us, since it is not exactly a secret the way I and Laenor both avoid one another. Not out of hate. We like each other well enough as individuals, but not as a couple for our own reasons. I see. Rinnerer responds before looking off at the flowing fountains, and I can't help but hope things will work out the way I want. I would rather not suffer in the shackle of a marriage I am in without at least getting the lover that I want. It works out anyway with the babes, likely looking Dornish with some dragon blood features, which would look like what my babe with Laenor would look like. An engagement to my and Laenor's babe could be to one of Lyanna's, so they still get Valyrian blood. Then their child, my grandchild, could try for a marriage to the Iron Throne, which would be Rhaenyra's grandchild, satisfying the sea snake's ambition in a roundabout way. There's a road ahead, it just needs to be tread very carefully and with eyes wide open from now on. No Barato, reckless brother, making foolish mistakes and ruining things for me. Barato me to take the long way around my goal. 113 AC Planky Town Rhaenyra Targaryen, I would not suggest it. I will take Aegon swimming when we get to the water gardens and the pools that are already done. They are nice and smooth, made of marble, and more importantly, they are clean. Daeron looks down at the water and shakes his head before holding Aegon closer to his chest. Our son is trying to wiggle free, wanting to see the water. The green blood is not where we want Aegon swimming until he is old enough to not accidentally drink the water. Trust me on this. I nod and carefully step over a plank onto another and feel it wobble. I believe you, but can I hold your arm? I feel like I'm going to fall. He chuckles and holds his arm out to help me. I feel a bit embarrassed as little kids run around on the floating planks like agile cats while I am close to tipping off and landing in the water. Hearing another person jump into the water, Aegon lets out a thunderous scream, showing his displeasure. You really wanted this? Daeron adjusts Aegon against his chest so he can see better, and the little boy's head turns and strains to look down at the water with a wide smile, showing some small teeth. Trust me on this one, my son. You don't want the green blood on you. A shadow passes overhead, and I look up to see the quickly growing Balerion as he wings his way through the sky. From the size of a kitten to the size of a dog in record time, if I had to guess, naming him Balerion was wise indeed. He just might reach the size of the Black Dread if he keeps growing like he is, and it brings a wide smile to my face. My son is going to have a great big mount to use when he needs to. What more could a mother ask for? Maybe that he does not need to use his mount, but instead only takes to the sky for fun, but I am not a fool. I have no doubt he will have to use Balerion at least once in his life to burn someone or their castle. The longer it goes without showing the lords and ladies of Westeros the power of dragons, the more likely they will get ahead of themselves. Liz and the other two free sites know, but stories can only do so much. This is why Daeron wants to host a tourney at Harrenhal, so everyone will see what happened to the biggest castle in Westeros. A subtle reminder, while also having a large prize pool and showing people the future is bright for those who work for it. Let's continue. I do not know if I'll be able to stay upright if these planks keep wobbling like I am at sea. My stomach already feels like it is turning with every movement of the ground beneath me. All right, I just wanted to let you see the current highest populated spot in Dorne. There might not be much to it, but it's certainly important to all of Dorne. It's the beating heart of trade for Dorne and the closest thing to a city we have. I nod as he starts walking Barato and Jimmy along. His feet sure step like a goat on a mountain while I hold my breath, trying not to Barato us both into the water. We can make haste to Sunspear or head straight to the water gardens, so I can take Aegon for a dip. After moons of visiting various keeps in the sands, I can't wait to relax in my husband's home. Each visit to the lords and ladies in Dorne was like sitting on needles waiting for something to go wrong. Cincheredo, she likely broke into a bunch of pieces upon hitting the tower. They fell upon as her dragon rampaged around with a bolt in its brain. But it still made me dislike the place more. It stunk worse than King's Landing, and the sands around it were ugly broken glass. Balerion and Vagor melted the sand around the castle in a glass that still stands to this day and cuts into people's boots as they walk on it. The bite of the dragons, they call it, when someone gets cut upon the glass, a reminder of the dragon's wrath. 113, AC Water Gardens Daeron, Nimmerose Martell, standing in the shallow end of one of the crystal clear pools. I hold Aegon under his arms and have him float in the water. His little legs kick in unison, and I shake my head at how he seems more frog than dragon in this moment. But this is my son, and I will be damned if I laugh at him when he is trying his best. You got this. I encourage him regardless of him not being able to understand what my words mean or not. I am sure the intention gets across. His little mouth opens in a toothy smile before his splashing gets some water in it, and his eyes widen in panic. I act quickly and pull him against my chest and start patting his back as he lets out a few strained coughs. His stunned body, which went stiff from panic, soon latches to me like a cola as he cries his heart out. We're roller coaster. I mutter as I set my cheek on top of his head, letting him cry to his content, rubbing circles on his back. I hear the soft patter of feet and turn to see Rhaenyra approaching in a yellow Martell sundress that she actually makes work. I dislike yellow, but my wife could wear a burlap sack and make it look amazing. What happened? She asks with concern as she lowers herself to the edge of the pool, putting her feet into it. Is he okay? She asks as I head toward her. He is fine. A little water got in his mouth, and he might have breathed it in. Her eyes widen, and her brows shoot up to her hairline as she reaches for her son. He is fine. Look, he is okay. I show him off to her by turning, and she can see him pressing his cheek against my Barado with puffy eyes and powder Barado. Just let me see him. She pleads, and I hold him out for her to take, and she does so gently, a soft whine escaping from him. My boy can be a spoiled little brat for now. His fate as the future king will require he toughens up like Valyrian steel, though. I won't worry about it until he is at least 5, but I doubt he will be a wimpy boy anyway. He is just affectionate, and there's nothing wrong with that, so long as he is not overly caring for people he should not be. Rhaenyra eases into the water, and I step back, giving her space as she cups some water in her free hand. Bringing it up to Aegon, she shows him while smiling against his cheek, and the boy bounces back with a little excited squeal. I am surprised your mother rode out when we sent word we would be headed to Sunspear in the morning. Rhaenyra speaks up as we wade in one of the darkest pools with little to no fires, making it hard to even see one another. She just wanted to see Aegon. She could care less about either of us. I draw her closer to me after wrapping my arm around her back, making her jolt in fright at feeling someone grab her. Lucky for us, or we would have had to miss out on this late-night dip, as you put it. I nod slowly, leaning in to share a gentle Barado. Lucky us. Sealing her Barado, she slips her hand around my shoulders as I sink into the pool, taking her with me. She gasps as we go under together, holding her nose as I guide us down to the Barado. Cincheredo. Feeling her tap my Barado during the Barado, I push off the Barado of the pool with my feet and use my hand against the wall of the pool to Barado us up. She breaks off the Barado, gasping for air as she starts adjusting herself on my Barado, trying to get comfortable beside me. Need some help? I ask in a light-hearted tone that she stops from asking further questions as she Barado me Barado. With a final Barado of effort and having to unwrap her arms from around me, she managed to hold onto me closely. My quick reaction is to grip the edge of the pool with both hands, pushing her back toward the wall to keep her safe. With her supported by the wall and the pool edge, I have her right where she needs to be. Cincheredo, 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 I mutter as I make my way to the stairs used to get out of the pool with the anticipation of my Barado rushing up toward me with a powerful Barado like a tsunami. 113 AC Sunspear, Daron Nimero's Martell, what in the seven hells is that? Rhaenyra asks as I push a brand new baby walker into the room. Artwork. 6 wheels went into giving the walker mobility, and they're not the best, but they do in fact work. It will help Aegon stretch those anxious legs of his. I had sent for my father to get some woodworkers to carve everything out a while back. I helped assemble it when I got here, as it was my idea, and I think it will work perfectly. Not mine, but I will shamelessly take the credit for it. I imagine this will get me in the history books Barado often than anything else will. I mean, who doesn't just want to sit their baby in something where they can't reach anything, since even if they run the walker into something, their arms will be too small. It might as well be a big bubble, but far less in your face, and gives a baby a sense of freedom while training their legs. I know my nephew in my last life loved it so much he would cry if it was not in sight at all times. His mother said it was because he's like his father, who was my brother, and how he used to be with his truck and keeping it within eyesight as well. Daeron, this looks dangerous. She crosses her arms as I wave off her concern and kneel on the ground padded with pillows that Aegon is laying on playing with a small wooden dragon. Time to walk my boy. He certainly does not understand, but his enthusiasm just at being lifted is infectious as I get fired up to see him trying out the contraption. Walking on my knees, I lift Aegon up by his armpits as he looks around with his far less wobbly head these days. His feet won't stop kicking as I try to lower him into the little seat that was sewed by my mother. It takes far more effort than I would like, as he seems to make a game out of kicking his feet so they won't go in the holes. It is like trying to put him in those little pants. He hates when his feet are going into something. Rhaenyra chuckles, spotting the problem before she kneels and helps me. My little man. She pinches his cheeks as I fully set him in it and pull my hands back, letting him sit in it alone. He calls out as his hands reach out for the edge, but it is too far away, as was intended, so he could not crush them running into a wall with the walker. I use my foot on the lower level that the wheels are mounted to and push him forward before pulling him back with my toes hooked around one of the supports. Each support has a wheel under it, as I felt that was the most structurally safe, and I wanted it as baby-ready as possible. The wheels had some edges, being a very awkward size for the woodworker, and I sanded them down for hours with anticipation building in my chest. But seeing him look around wide-eyed, I can't help but smile knowing he will love this little thing. I thought you ran off to tend to some duty instead of guiding your Barado around your home, but instead you went for a gift for Aegon. That is sweet. She gives me a quick peck on the cheek, prompting me to turn and steal a brief Barado before turning back at the sound of Aegon squealing. His little feet. Now my wife squeals as we watch Aegon kick at the ground, lifting his feet and slamming them ground, testing out what is going on down there. I can't wait till he has enough strength in those little meaty legs to push himself around, or I might be dooming myself to future headaches. It suddenly hits me like an arrow from a blind spot that this might have been a horrible idea. Aegon being mobile sooner is not such a good idea now that I am thinking about it. Let's put a rope around one of these legs and pull him with us so he can walk on the tour with us. Centurito Rhaenyra, because she is imagining Aegon looking adorable following along behind us, and Aegon because he is leaning forward, pressing his face close to the smooth wooden surface. All right, I nervously chuckle, knowing this might prompt many such walks in the future. 113 AC Sunspear, Sarah Martell, did you enjoy your morning meal? I ask as I walk into my husband's solar and spot him behind the ancient-looking desk. I loved it. It went well with some unexpected news from King's Landing. He moves things around the desk until he finds his target and holds it up. What could this be, I wonder? I take and open the message that at one point was sealed with the Targaryen sigil. This is certainly a surprise. I am concerned for her safety, if I am honest. Emma had written to me before, and after going to claim Dreamfire, and her latest raven told me about how much she loved to fly. I think she is overeager myself, but who am I to deny a queen wanting to visit? My husband playfully responds, and I sigh, setting the message down. I see. She should know Daeron and Rhaenyra are here by now, and the letter requested to fly over once they made it here, safely. Did you send a response? I ask, and get a slow nod as he tends to another message. I did. I welcomed her to make the journey only if she felt safe and secure in doing so. So if she falls, you are not in any way responsible. Not that I blame my husband. That is wise. I hope she will make it here fine and can see all of Sunspear with her daughter and grandchild. I look forward to guiding her around and hearing her talk about her claiming of Dreamfire. I remember back when I tried to sneak into the pit to claim a Barado to flee to Essos. I wanted to claim Dreamfire, the biggest unclaimed Barado at the time that was not wild and untamed. I was caught and dragged back to my father, who was furious and went red in the face, disowning me and calling me a disgrace to our name. My mother wept and wanted to hug me, but was forbidden, eventually leading to one of their legendary fights when I was hauled off to Old Town. She always had a soft spot for me. She even nursed me all by herself, and for likely far longer than she should have allowed. I can't lie that she always treated me just a touch better than she did anyone else. I was a spoiled little brat, and it showed with how I ended up and even pushed a frail old woman aside in my escape at Old Town. Are you all right? I look up and smile as I push the past back where it belongs and nod. I am fine. I wish to go find my sweet Aegon and try to get him to taste some thoroughly mashed jelly. I stand up and turn hearing him hum before returning to his reading. My heart is melting. I speak up seeing Aegon ride in the contraption his father helped build for him. He went red in the face from laughing and then peed on himself. Daeron wryly responds to my cooing as I head in to give Aegon some love. What did you expect? I ask as I turn to my son, who shrugs, and for a moment, I am once more transported into a memory of him shrugging, just like this, but half the size, and after misplacing a necklace. Was he to ask you to stop and to let him out of it, so he could pee? I ask, and Daeron sighs before handing over the rope he used to pull Aegon along. I am passing him off. He can't go upstairs in that thing, and does not want out, so I will have to take Rhaenyra alone to see the rest of our beautiful home. I smile and nod, getting some more alone time with my sweet boy. That is fine. I check on Rhaenyra, and she notices and gives a nod, showing she is fine with this as well. I will pull him around. I will take him out to the garden with the fountain, since it is nice and smooth out there. And I want to show Aegon the plants I have cared for in the last few years. He is sure to love the bright flowers I got to bloom against all odds in this heat. 113 AC King's Landing. Emma, Aaron, I still would rather you take a wheelhouse, but I know you would not endanger Visenya, so I will instead wish you good health. I will see you off in the morn and make sure that Visenya's dragon is brought. I nod, hearing Viserys will be taking care of that for me. Thank you. I once more check the bags that I am bringing. The saddle had more straps added to be like Darren's to carry all the bags I will need for both me and my daughter. Good night. I hear Viserys mutter as he heads for the door, only stopping at it for a moment before opening it and leaving. I drop onto my bed with a sigh, once more being left alone, or rather as alone as I've been in recent times. I have had Visenya sleeping in my room with me since I woke up after birthing her. It has made my time far less lonely. Tomorrow I will take my daughter down to Sunspear with her own little dragon. Balerion is nice and behaved with my good son, saying he tamed him as well as one can tame a baby dragon. I'm looking forward to seeing him work his own skills at rearing a baby dragon on Visenya's as well. I don't know if it will happen, but Visenya and Aegon ending up married could come to pass from the little Rhaenyra talked about it. But regardless of marriage or not, they will be close because of both age and being the two young dragon riders who will likely fly together a lot. So the sooner their dragons become friends, the better it will be in the long run as they grow up. I just cannot wait to see the sky full of princes and princesses flying and having the time of their life. My own time in the sky ignited a fire in my heart for flying and the joy it brings feeling the wind blow my hair and my stomach doing flips. During the saddle modification, they also added a baby seat like Darren's, and I like taking Visenya as well. I don't trust my arms to hold myself and my daughter like Alyssa Targaryen did with Viserys and Daemon when they had just been born. But I still wanted to take Visenya up and needed the seat to take her to Dorne, so I had it added on and have loved it. Sitting back up, I head to the table to pour myself some wine, wanting to sip some as I stay up a little longer. I want to make sure I got everything I will need down in the hot sands and cool pools I heard about in the newly built water gardens. I have no idea how long I will be away on this new and exciting adventure, but I do know that Barado, since the royal progress began, I have been smiling much Barado. Sin Tredzactini, King's Landing, Amarin. I can't help but notice that the send-off seems almost like a celebration for some. Viserys looks saddened, but a few around him can't even bother to hide their smiles. I have no idea what that is about, but it gives me an odd feeling stirring in my belly as I rack my fingers over the snout of Dreamfire. I will assist you, my queen. I nod at Lord Strongson, who is going to help me get Visenya onto the back of Dreamfire. Heading for the ladder rope, I begin my own climb up, feeling more limber than I ever thought I could ever be. Each foothold higher makes me feel freer before I grab the handles to the front of the saddle and pull myself up. I already have my abundant saddlebags packed and ready to do. Only Visenya's seat is empty in the little cage. Looking down, I spot my daughter in a basket designed just for this purpose, and after all the flights, Visenya is more than aware of what is going on. Sensuredo. Pulling her up, she immediately starts looking around, unafraid of the height, making me smile as I turn to put her in her little seat. The straps go over, and one even goes under and around her like a belt to make sure she is snug. Where did that little troublemaker get off to? I ask as I look around for the little albino dragon. It remains elusive, making my desire to leave fire up. But just as I want to speak up to Dreamfire, I spot the little dragon on her wing, laying on one of the white spots of the much larger dragon. I smile and shake my head before its red eyes lock with my own, and it lets out a pitiful sound at being spotted. Come, little one. We are leaving, and you need to be secure. I would let the smaller dragon fly beside us, but I fear it will not be able to keep up. It lets out another raspy screech before slowly climbing up Dreamfire's wing and up onto the saddle. Checking on Visenya, it puffs some smoke in her face before crawling into the small case designed to hold it until we make it to Sunspear. I take a look down toward the gathered crowd as Dreamfire rises up, lifting her chest from the ground without me even needing to say anything. She shakes her head a bit, causing some dust to fall from where her neck was against the ground. The beautiful dragon does not like her scales to be covered in anything if she can help it, and I don't judge her for it. She is a sight for the eyes, and any dirt trying to mar her visage should be removed. Let's fly, I command, and get a sweet trill in response before Dreamfire charges forward without any visual warning, nearly knocking over one of the King's Guard. I chuckle along with my daughter, who is just happy to be taken to the sky again, unaware of why I am laughing with her. Warmth and excitement fill me instead of the hesitation and fear I would have thought this would have given me months ago. Freedom by the way of the wings of a dragon is something no one can prepare you for, and words can hardly describe it. Pulling the reins, I guide Dreamfire south and pray that I can find my way before nightfall, or all my joy will turn to sorrow. 113 AC Sunspear, Saera Targaryen the Rave made it. I say, one Barado time, hoping for Barado reassurance from my husband, and am glad to have it as his arms wrap gently around my Barado as he embraces me from behind. She'll be fine. Dreamfire is Barado fierce than people are willing to give her credit for. He rests his cheek against mine as he holds me, my eyes hunting the sky for a dragon through the window. We are in the tallest tower around, its gold-capped tip likely shining brightly from a long distance away. My heart still feels heavy, knowing a dragon is far faster than a raven, yet the bird beat my mother here. Sensuredo, if she is not here in an hour, we will go looking for her. He smiles and nods before ducking his head down and kissing my brow. We will. He responds before his eyes leave my own to search the sky one last time as he tugs me toward the stairs. Watching Daron climb up the side of Dreamfire, even with the blue dragon letting a small hiss out at his brazen behavior, I can't help but smile. Daron fears no dragon, something that was required to tame his own, and it's always humorous to see. He quickly makes it to the saddle to help my mother unload everything she brought and herself. It is nice to see you again, Queen Emma. My good father greets, as my mother make her way down the rope ladder with Darren's assistance. A room is prepared for you and your daughter, along with a meal soon to be set out, but if you would rather eat in privacy, it is understandable. My mother gets her feet under her and turns with a smile that almost makes her look like she glowing like a star. I would love to eat with all of you. I would prefer to wash up before the meal and clean Visenya as well. But it would be a delight to enjoy my first meal out of King's Landing in such a long time with my family. The Lord of Sunspear nods in agreement before waving to some of the guards to help Daron, though they are hesitant to get close to the unfamiliar dragon. Visenya's white dragon takes flight from the back of Dreamfire with a mighty screech and is soon set upon by Balerion. Balerion bellows an equally loud screech as he dives down from one of the towers with his claws spread wide. The yard goes silent as the two Barados circle before our eyes, breathing small bursts of Barado and letting out screeches like steel on stone. Stop, or I will strike you down. Daron shouts from the back of Dreamfire, the great Barado herself watching the sight with great interest in her light blue eyes. But Balerion calms, fearing the words of his rider's father, Daron bit down on the dragon when it was just a hatchling upon its tail. He was playing with it, and it snipped him on the arm, so he snipped it upon its tail, and since then it has not used its teeth on anything but food. Soon chests and saddlebags are lowered from Dreamfire's back, and then Daron follows the last one with Visenya held with one arm. I wait no longer and embrace my mother after seeing the two dragons would no longer fight. I missed you. Cincheredo, I am set aside as my mother makes her way to scoop Aegon up into her arms. What is this? She asks as she leans over to pull Aegon out of the walker he is in love with. It is to help him start building some leg muscles. I hear my good mother answer as I turn to see my husband carrying my sister with a grin on his face. She got big. I roll my eyes hearing him say the same thing as my mother, but about a different babe. She did. I reach out and tickle Visenya on the stomach, causing her to giggle, showing off far more teeth than I remember. Seems she got most of her teeth to grow in. I place my hands on either side of her face, pulling her cheeks with my thumbs, but being careful not to put them in her mouth. It is foolish to put your fingers in a dragon's mouth, after all. Let's get her cleaned up while my mother tends to herself. They both stink of dragon. Dreamfire blows smoke at me as I turn to escape the dragon's attack, for fear of smelling like a dragon myself. It's fine, Dreamfire. You smell better than most dragons. His appeasement misses the mark as he is hit with a second attack of smoke from the she-dragon before she turns to leave. Guards scamper back as Dreamfire pushes off the ground and screeches loudly. A faraway screech answers her call. I smile knowing Syrax is the source of the faraway response, and I wonder if the two she-dragons will spend some time together. I look forward to hearing one more of the pools at the water gardens got destroyed when Syrax shows Dreamfire how to make them bigger so a dragon can fit. 113 AC King's Landing Demon Targaryen, waking up covered in sweat, I almost growl like a beast as hot rage flows through my veins. Cursed demon, I will best you yet. On this night, I managed to escape the woods in my dream with that freak chasing behind me. Cincheredo, my room has snow in it again. Standing up, I walk to the fire grate and put a few more pieces of wood on it before reaching for the weak embers. Lifting the barely red ember up, I set on top of one of the sappy parts of a small cut log as I sit on the still warm stone. The fireplace has been burning every night for weeks, and the servants are starting to give me strange looks. The middle of summer, and I am burning more wood than someone does in winter. But it lets me sleep a little longer, and that is all I care about. Leaning against the stones of the fireplace, I relax as my mind goes back to my nightly visitor. Whatever it is, I will slay it soon. I can't even let anyone enter my room, lest they bravado. I only managed to survive the onslaught of the winter's nightmare because of my fiery hot bravado. Cincheredo, it took her longer than I expected to read the Tower of the Hand of the King, but I suppose anything could have caught her up. Reaching the door, I open it and see my daughter standing on the other side with her hands held together and a smile on her face. Father. She gives a slight nod of her head, and I step aside before waving her into the room. I nod at each of the guards outside of the door, and then shut it behind me. I don't want anyone overhearing what I plan to say. Discretion and secrecy are of the utmost importance in this endeavor, and there can't be any room for failure. The opportune moment has arrived now that Emma is confirmed to have arrived in Sunspear and will be staying for at least a moon. How are you this morning? I ask as I head back to my chair, while also guiding her to the chair before my desk. She looks around confused, but quickly follows my lead as she should, and takes a seat with her hands placed neatly on her lap. I am fine, Father. I nod as I pull my seat back out and sit on it while maintaining eye contact. So much of her mother is in her eyes. Surely that will help her with what I plan to ask of her. There is something I need for you to do. It is not something I necessarily want to ask of you, but it's for the good of the realm. She leans back in her seat with her hands wringing together in obvious stress. What would that be, Father? I set my hands on the desk and lean forward. I need you to do something. I need for you to help the king. Her eyebrows raise, and she looks around the room once more as if expecting someone else to be in here with us. Help the king? She asks, leaning forward and barely letting out a whisper. I nod while leaning back into my seat and looking at her with mixed emotions. This plan is a dangerous one, and she will be out in the open. She has a long friendship with Rhaenyra, but but other than that she has very few people she mingles with. A deliberate move on my part that I am coming to regret, but the past is written and the ink is dry. What I want for her to do is to strengthen our connection to the throne and the royal family by joining the royal family. Many secret ravens with my brother, and he has me convinced this is both possible and a good thing for our house and the House of the Dragon. Their numbers have plummeted, and the only newly born children going forward will be Martells until one takes the throne and then takes its mother's name. Daemon refuses to honor his wife, and the king's wife only survived birthing Visenya by a miracle of the seven. Even if Daemon started having children with his wife, I doubt they would be anything more than trouble like their father. So the only option is for the king to set aside his sickly wife who cannot bear him any more babes and take a new wife. There must be more Targaryens if something was to happen to Rhaenyra and a great council was called. I dread the fight between the Martells and Daemon that would break out should Rhaenyra turn up dead. Instead, there need to be more options, and Alicent needs to be wed soon anyway. It's risky, but a proper opportunity is presenting itself. With the queen gone and the king locked in grief and suffering a wound from the throne, it's the perfect time. Alicent can approach him to help him and slowly manipulate him into making a mistake. Then he will be left with no choice but to marry her. The High Septon is already behind the plan, according to my brother. A quick annulment and a speedy marriage afterwards, which will bear many more Targaryens with a blood connection to my house. A proper option to fall back on should something happen to Rhaenyra. It's almost perfect. 113. AC Water Gardens Daron Nimeros Martell Visenya is an excellent little swimmer, very strong for someone so small. I help Visenya play in the water as my family minus my father and brother all enjoy the sun. Aegon is getting jealous. Rhaenyra speaks up with humor, lacing her tone. I turn to see my son sitting up watching me with his aunt with obvious displeasure on his chunky face. "What is it, boy?" I ask as he watches on while chewing on his dragon, toy completely covering it in spit. "You cried last time. Look at Visenya swing her legs around and smile wide." Aegon is having none of my provocation as he shows his unnatural strength off by winding his arm back and tossing his dragon toy. It splashes in the water, and he goes to wide mouth, screaming, seeing he missed his target. I receive numerous frowns as if it is my fault, and I am left only with Visenya enjoying my company as everyone fusses over the little prince. Spoiled little brat. I mutter while lifting Visenya up out of the water, wading over to where the Barado is to retrieve it. But before I can close in on it, a black mass dives into the water, sending water in all directions. My eyes widen, seeing Balerion break out of the water with a triumphantly closed mouth screech, like a dog with a ball. He climbs out of the pool with the Barado and pushes his way through the crowd to return the Barado to Aegon. Good Barado. The Barado is praised, and I swear he casts a vindictive look over his Barado as he is admired by those gathered around. I am left with Visenya on my hip watching on in awe at the show my son and his dragon put on and soak in all the attention. Visenya, smacking my side, pulls my attention away, however, and I turn to see her own dragon swimming around us. Likely seeing Barado take a dip, the little albino Barado quickly tried it out for itself and seems to be enjoying itself. All right, back to swimming, little one. Easing Visenya back into the water and carefully holding her up so she could float, she quickly returned to kicking around with a wide smile. I think the rooms are nicer here than they are at Sunspear. My mom mutters as she returns to the fire pit outside under the stars with the rest of the adults as we sip on fancy wines. You can thank me for that. I shamelessly take credit. I might not have actually built them, but I designed them. Whatever. Her nose scrunches up as she steals the Dornish red from my hand and takes a seat beside Mariah, who snorts in amusement. I place a hand over my heart as I shake off the blatant disregard, and my wife slips her arm around me in a show of comfort. I lean my head on hers while watching my mom finish off my bottle, wondering if that was how she drank them back when she was like 11. She told me one time she used to sneak into the kitchen to steal bottles of wine and show up to her septa completely drunk. Cincheredo, want to go check out Bloodstone or even List tomorrow? I suddenly ask, feeling a little adventurous. Really? Rhaenyra asks first after the chatter dies from my sudden question. Yeah, I kind of want to check on the progress of Lewin's Island with my own eyes, and maybe fly by Lys on a quick little stop. I have not been to Lys since I took the city by force and left a greedy banker in charge of everything. I'm certain nothing could go wrong with that. Rhaenyra chuckles as she shakes her head. Yeah, I'm sure he is running it exactly how you intended and is not dipping into every purse and vault he can get his hands into, all while making plans to flee to another free city out of your reach with all the gold he can carry. Maybe Pintos or Bravos. He could already be planning his escape right now. I turn my head and bravado her head while pulling her against my side, enjoying her closeness. Not likely. Pintos is still kicking up a fuss with Bravos, and I will be needing to settle that sooner than later. Bravos hates competition, or rather the Iron Bank hates competition and would sooner destroy Lysandro Roger if he arrived seeking to hide than to let him be sheltered. Cinchureto, what about Volantis or another free city? Emma asks curiously, and I press my bravado together in thought for a moment. I look toward her and find her sitting with her legs tucked beneath herself, staying warm in the cold winds the desert kicks up at night. A bottle of her own clutched in her hands, as if seeking warmth from it, making me almost laugh at the sight. It is nice to see another side of my good mother instead of the caged bird she usually is. Volantis would help him out, though it would be easy to find him for the right price, and if I threw my weight around. I notice Emma raise an eyebrow in confusion and mouth throw his weight. If I landed my dragon on top of their black wall and demanded he be brought out or I melt the wall to a puddle, they would throw him out. Hell, they would throw out anyone who even resembles him in a bid to save their walls from being marred like the wall of Lys. I intend to have it fixed, but there's been a fuss kicked up over the walls around Lys being tainted. If they wanted pretty walls, they should not have stabbed their dragon lords in their sleep after the doom and slayed the few dragons sleeping on the island. I take it the other cities each have their own problems? Mariah speaks up with sarcasm heavy in her tone, but I still nod. There is no hiding unless he went past the Bone Mountains, and then it just would not be worth the effort on his part. His best bet is to do as I say and build up his family's influence and power while under my protection. I would not fly out to defend him from a measly assassin, but I am a verbal hammer to swing around. Like anyone causing him, problems could be threatened with my dragon's fire to straighten them up. I would love to see Lewin again. Lys could be nice to visit as well, but I don't want to take Aegon. Rhaenyra finally speaks up again, adjusting herself to sit against me more comfortably. I'm sure I could watch Aegon for a few days. I would have his other grandmother to help me and Visenya to distract him. My mother pounces like a big cat on the hunt when she saw an opportunity to have some Aegon time. Rhaenyra, slightly drunk, appears surprised, as though she hadn't considered the possibility, and slowly nods. I will think about it. Maybe. She presses her face against me while handing over her empty cup, which I take before she can drop it. My mother seems pleased, and Mariah shakes her head at everything going on with a small smile. She also saw plainly how her mother is trying to get some alone time with her grandbaby, and it amuses us both. But I'm feeling conflicted since it would be the first time I was away from Aegon for any long period of time. We will see if it is to be. 113 AC Bloodstone Daron Nimeros Martell. Flying over Bloodstone, it is hard to even recognize it without all of the Triarch fortifications which have now been replaced. A small port that seems to be thriving already with trade in the small town raised by the workers and early settlers. There are a ton of the famous Rhoynar pole boats, likely brought out here by a miracle from the Greenblood. Looking over the small town, both down by the water, I smile at how quickly things are coming together on this island. The town slowly has built up toward the cliff with some bigger houses being built on the top, likely by the wealthy settlers who want to invest in this location. I can imagine quite a few traders being willing to risk setting up a shop here, even if only a smaller one. This location is a natural bottleneck into the narrow sea and will have heavy traffic the longer time goes on. Lewin is sure to become wealthy even with the way the laws were set up for this island to appease the Triarch, while keeping as many benefits as possible. Even if we can burn out the 3 daughters 100 times over, no one wants to actually go to war that many times. So although the appeasement is small and mainly just leaving a slice of the market open for the remaining 2 free cities. It made them happy to walk away with something. Personally, I think they rolled over too easily, but then again, I have not been on the receiving end of a dragon since I claimed my own, and that turned out fine. I'm sure they were just terrified and wanted us to leave them alone after seeing the dragons in action a few times. They took some scraps and called it a day. Not that anyone will find me complaining about that. Land. I shout over the cutting wind, and my large mount lets out a loud rumble as he lowers his head and tucks his wings slightly. I have seen all I will see from the air. It's time to see all of this from the ground. 113 AC Bloodstone Saera Targaryen, landing near the new docks of Bloodstone, seemed to be a good idea, as now we get a walk through the small town and market. Here, Daeron lifts a necklace he just bought from a young girl who was sitting outside of a building with some handcrafted items on a rug before her. It's lovely. I smile down at the young girl who returns one of her own with a few missing teeth, reminding me of Aegon, and wondering how he is doing with his tooth pain. Aegon was fussy last night because his tooth was hurting him, and it's because it's taking forever to come all the way in. My sweet boy is probably missing me terribly right now, since it's the first real time we have been apart. Other than short trips away here, and there we have been together since I gave birth to him, and I just hope he is feeling fine. He will be okay. Daeron guides me away from the little girl after giving her some extra coins. He has both of his grandmothers and his sweet little aunt to keep him company. He has probably not even noticed we are gone. I scoff, but still walk closer to him, pressing my side against his as his arm snakes around to my hip. He might not notice you are gone, but he will certainly notice I am gone. He shakes his head, seemingly not wanting to continue this conversation, as he pulls me toward a large cliff wall with some painting on it. Tyraxes. Daeron smiles, looking up at the large painting of the sheep-stealing dragon who lives on this island most of the time. Seems the townsfolk like having a big, strong dragon around to keep away the bad people. This island was filled with killers selling their swords for gold, and now it's starting to grow into a small little community. The painting only looks half finished, but it seems whoever is doing it is putting a lot of time and effort into it with how good it looks. It had to have taken months to even get this much done, and it's only the large brown dragon's head and neck with Luwin sitting on the back. Luwin, I need to have some words with my good brother. Let's finish checking everything out before we head up the road. He nods toward a guarded cliffside path with some gates and towers built onto it. Let's. I lean my head on his shoulder and smile, feeling his head lean against my own. It is good to see the both of you. Luwin greets us at the outside ring of the 2 walls protecting the tower, being built in the fashion of the Rhoynar, with a mix of Valyrian features like a few stone dragons. Nice to see you again so soon, brother. The words come out chilling as Daeron claps his brother roughly on the shoulder, making the younger of the 2 flinch. Are you mad? He asks softly, but I hear it as his eyes dart from Daeron and myself. Because if you're then, I am due for a flight over the disputed lands to make sure no Dothraki horde is stomping through the place. Let's talk about it later. Daeron smiles and lets go of his white knuckle grip from his brother's shoulder. Luwin quickly steps away from Daeron and seeks refuge with me as he embraces me in a light hug. I'm sorry, but don't let him get me. Luwin mutters, and I chuckle as he dodges a kick aimed at him. Ease off Barato on him, my beloved husband. He already agreed to talk later. I narrow my eyes playfully at Luwin as he cringes once more before nodding slowly. First, let's get some wine in the 2 of you. I have some fresh stock from E.T. Trader who swore by it that the stuff was crafted by the gods themselves. I nod, stepping forward to wrap my arm around my husband's. Luwin better hope it's good wine if he wants to avoid the talk that I have been planning to have with him. Sipping the sweet and aromatic wine, I feel it burn my throat a little, making me feel like a real dragon. I could see Syrax drinking a whole barrel of this stuff with glee with how it felt going down my throat, and then warming my stomach like a furnace. This is good. I suppose when fish is one of your main food sources for the time, being you would get good at making it in different ways. Daeron speaks up as he takes another bite of the large spiced fish we have been sharing with how big it is. I have found a few new ways to have it served when all the spices I could ever want are gifted to me. People have been wanting to get into my good books and have been throwing fine items at me to do it. I won't lie and say I don't feel good about it, though. My coffers are a little lighter than I would like them to be, but my storeroom is packed full. I smile, feeling an opportunity for fun presenting itself. Storeroom? I ask curiously while hoping he will tell me more about it. And what's in it? Yes, I had to set aside one of the largest rooms I currently have just to fit all the stuff I've been burdened with. He waves a hand around before clasping both hands together. The finest silks and gowns from the far east with some other items originating from closer by like glass artworks from Mir. I smile wide as I nod. I would love to see it. I lift my glass to my lips and take a sip. Seeing the color drain from Lewin's face brings me great joy. Lewin sends Daron a pleading look, but only receives narrowed eyes as my husband bits off more of the fish. You did this to yourself. I have to bite my lip to stop from chuckling as my body feels light, and I know I might have had too much. Fine. Nothing more than you can carry, though. I nod in acceptance. I didn't plan to take anything if he was against it, but he has already said the words, and he will have to live by them now. So about the Taki 2.5. Lewin clears his throat and sits forward while looking between the two of us. I have both been dreading this and eager. I want to know more about how my good brother feels and what exactly is going on. He was brief in his explanation, and I have had time to think about it, and came to the conclusion I can at least hear him out. I'm not being forced into anything I do not like, and Daron seems to want to just avoid it altogether and save himself any marital hassle. I do not feel nearly as angry as I was in Storm's End or the few weeks after. Time cleared my mind. I also spent a lot more time with Mariah with it on my mind, and I know she is caught up in all of the mess. She has not said anything about it after the first time I brought it up, but I know she surely wants answers. We can talk about it in the morning. I was not expecting this wine to be as strong as it was. Daron speaks up, but I know it's not the wine bothering him, but more so he noticed I might have indulged a little too much. I smile at him and how observant he is of my moods and attitude. It is one of the things I enjoy most about his company. Put aside everything else, and the thing I love the most about being in a room with my husband is how quickly he picks up on things. When I am bored, he will try his best to subtly entertain me. If I'm tired, he will carry me off to a bed and hold me as I rest. Many things he does without me ever even asking. Some would call it useless flattery, since we are already wed and have a son, making our marriage as secure as steel in the eyes of Westeros. But to me, his actions take it beyond what I ever expected when I thought about marriage. It makes it feel much stronger. This secure and comforting feeling he gives me is why I lashed out so harshly against Lewin when he stepped too close. Like a dragon seeing a stranger in their cave, I was ready to burn the trespasser and remove them. But after a lot of thought, I realized I have nothing to worry about. My cave is not going anywhere. We can go ahead and talk about it. I am feeling good and want to hear out your full story, Lewin. And I trust you have had plenty of time to think of something better than the last way you presented it with your lover. His eyes widen, but he quickly starts nodding as he almost slips out of his chair, leaning forward. I have. He replies seriously, and I nod, casting a look at Daron, who looks ready to groan, and asks to be allowed to leave the room with his face looking sour. With his face like this, he reminds me so much of Aegon, and when our little boy tasted the blood orange after I peeled it for him in Sunspear. The fruit had his face scrunched up just like his father's is right now going into this conversation. 113 AC lists Lysandra Rogier. They are here sooner than we expected. My spouse nervously speaks up as the loud echo of a mythical creature's roar slowly fades away. It's fine, we are fine. Everything Prince Daron wanted done is done, and all the long-term goals he set are slowly being worked toward. The new free men are excited and filling the streets, the complete opposite of what was happening the last time this dragon flew overhead. But it is expected with how the prince set them up to gain freedom while also maintaining a livelihood. Lys has been riding rough waters since I was made lord over the city, but the freed slaves have been an asset, willing to do just about any work, while also taking small loans from my bank to purchase a place to live. I won't lie and say I thought it was possible, but with the way things are turning out, there might actually be a list without slaves. It also helped that most of the people who were against this were removed from the equation. With the remaining 2,000 Barato men who have slowly been cycling out, it is also a breeze to keep the city in order. Let's hurry and greet them both. His wife is supposed to be with him, and I am sure he will want to show her around the city. The city is at its best this time around as well. The last time the prince was here, it was a mess from the panic of war. I am sure he will also enjoy looking around without it being lost in chaos. I loop my arm with my wife and nod to a guard who steps forward to lead us. I hope that opportunity to talk about the bank shows itself. It would do House Roger a lot of good if we got some things discussed. Like opening another bank in King's Landing. They have none other than merchant lenders who are not the most reputable. It would also give us a good foothold in both Westeros politics in general, but more importantly a presence in the capital under House Targaryen. Lys will be inherited by Aegon, the first son of Daeron and Rhaenyra, and he will sit the throne as a Targaryen regardless of his current name as a Martell. My hope is to build a solid groundwork for the future where we can be closely tied to the royal family. Similar to House Velaryon and how it's almost hereditary for the Master of Ships to go to the Lord of the Tides. I want to work towards something similar for my own family, and being the Master of Coin, it would be a simple matter for us and give us a lot of power. We also have the blood of old Valyria, so the more powerful we become and the more influence we have, it will simply become a matter of time before our blood marries into House Targaryen. My family's future is already tied to Westeros with how I was named Lord of Lys. It only makes sense to secure it. We may not have ships or barato or even very many men, with my own guard only barely reaching 500 men after all my recruiting. But we are good with gold, and we can become a part of the ruling barato of Westeros through our assets and skills. 113 AC, Lys Rhaenyra Targaryen, thank you. Daeron helps me step down from Syrax and slips his hand around my back as he guides me towards some of the gathered barato guards. They are working hard to keep the peace in Lys, according to my husband, though from the rumors he mentioned, they spend much of their time moving about the city and visiting the local taverns. They have all been either closed down or recreated after the removal of slavery, but there were apparently still many workers in such establishments. It makes sense given how they were either raised in these conditions or compelled by others or their circumstances, leaving them with little other choice. But apparently, it is a vast improvement from what it used to be, and we are planning to look into it while we are here. Can't have something bad happening and neglect it. It would reflect poorly upon us and taint any good that can come of Lys joining under the Iron Throne. I expected more noise, and, while barato noise and Daeron bumps me playfully with his hips silencing me, expected the city to be this loud and unruly. He chuckles as he holds his free arm out and clasps it with one of the barato soldiers. They keep that part in the fancy buildings they built to make it all seem artistic and fancy. But I'm sure we will be seeing some things during our tour around the city. He drops the man's arm, and the gathered soldiers fall in line behind us, with only a few taking point and walking before us. I see. I nod as I look around at the exotic buildings and plants growing from them. So how are things? Daeron asks, after proper greeting was exchanged with Lord Roger, who I have only briefly seen one time, when he came to King's Landing for an event. Wonderful. Everything is going smoothly, and we have had no problems we could not handle. Daeron smiles, even though he already knew this. He gets regular reports from Lys. Good. There will be another shipment of grain from the disputed lands soon, according to my brother. He flew over the farms not long ago, while making sure there were no problems going on. I know it was in your last letter, and so now you know and can await its arrival soon. The Lord lowers his head and raises it with a smile. That is good. I was preparing to have some men sail over and check in person, but this is good news. I smile, seeing the Lord's wife looking at me, and she once more bows her head. All right, that's out of the way. Let's walk around and look over some stuff while we talk. Daeron is not one to like to sit around after all the sitting he has done thus far on the royal progress. I am sure he dreads when we finally leave the Dornish lands behind to head to the Reach, where we are sure to sit around much more. Neither of us knows the lands as well, and will be just jumping from one lord's castle to another. This is one of the most famed gardens built by the Serpent Lords of Valyria. The smooth serpent statues are made similarly to the ones on Dragonstone you should have seen before. Lord Roger introduces the place as we enter a large garden in the middle of the city with a bunch of fountains and beautiful plants. Kind of reminds me of some of the paintings I have seen of the Rhoynar cities. I mutter to my husband, who nods in agreement. He just showed me those paintings in Sunspear recently. Probably took some inspiration from one another, but honestly, I don't even know who made what first. With how long fused stone lasts, it could have even been the Valyrians who did it first, but I don't know. I nod while remembering the very old painting that was half ruined. That is of the Palace of Love. A place where many people likely married, tens of thousands in total if not more, and yet now all it is known for is sorrow. The curse of Garin the Great, leaving the place in fog even until this day, where only stone men are said to live there now. This is pretty. I point out an almost familiar flower that has red and yellow petals and a long stem. Not as pretty as you. Daeron, never one to miss a chance to compliment me, speaks up, earning an amused chuckle from the Lord of Lys and his lady. You don't always have to say that every time I say something is nice to look at. I roll my eyes and bump him away a bit with my hip, but keep his hand laced with mine. If I don't, then I risk the chance of someone else trying to use the opportunity to compliment you. I would hate to have to cut someone down while in one of my nice tunics. I chuckle and pull him back toward me as we continue our way through the large, colorful garden. 1:13 AC Lys Daeron Nimeros Martell. I don't think we will stay long. Blame your wife for letting mine see your children and stirring her desire to return at first light in the morn. I sit across from the man I named Lord of Lys inside of his very large and overcompensating solar. I can imagine. I know my wife refused to leave our first babe's side until he was nearly running around to escape her. He smiles fondly as he pushes a stack of parchment across his desk. This is everything you asked for, all the accounts and dealings of those I got rid of and their assets after taking the share we agreed upon for myself. I nod and grab the stack and pick it up to briefly look over it. I won't be able to give you word on what to do with this stuff just yet. I need to have a full number in mind before I speak about what I want to see done. I look down at the top report, seeing him nod while thinning his lips. Those free men and women have been working hard and seemingly settled into the new way of life. The child who ran up to give you that handmade gift likely made it overnight when word spread that you were to arrive. There are many people talking about you freeing the people. Some wanted not long ago to make something in your honor. I am sure that little child was thrilled to hand you over something in return for helping her. I nod half-heartedly, listening to him as I read over the resources the dead men left behind after they step over lines I drew for them to stay behind. Riches, a massive amount of riches that I will use to completely make Lys self-sufficient far as the people on this island go. I still want Lys to obviously need the disputed lands, so they start Barado farms and small towns in the fertile lands. The Barado they harvest, the Barado I get from those lands. That was part of the deal after all. Their ability to have those lands open to them without conflict is paid for by a fat percentage of food going towards Sunspear. It is one of the few things I did for House Martell, and not for my children's future, or rather for Aegon's future. My second-born is the one who will benefit from this, and not having to pay as much for food since House Martell will be receiving food from Lys. But this is only under the condition that the branch of House Martell on Bloodstone keeps the disputed lands protected with dragons. So if a 50,000-strong Khalasar arrived, it is our duty to purge them and keep the farmers safe. This looks promising. I still think it's smart to reach out to Barado princes and princesses of the Summer Isles. The Barado of their religious leaders come over here with their attendants, the better for business overall. Other than that, it seems things are sailing smoothly, and I don't have much more to say. I will need a few days to get all of this sorted, and then I will reach back out to him with a letter and tell him what I want done with my part of the loot. I know for a fact, though, that I want to build some more homes. Some of the ones around look Barado worse for wear. It will also supply Barado jobs to those looking for work now that they have either completed their service period or outright bought their freedom with tips they earned working in the local establishments. The more I put in, the quicker this place will prosper, and the better of an example it will be that slavery can be done away with. 1:13 AC Sunspear Daeron Nimeros Martell, sitting in my father's solar. I look around the room with a critical eye. This was intended to be the place I ruled Dorne from one day. But if I am honest, I will likely spend very few days leading Dorne from Sunspear. The sad truth of my wife having a higher station. Not that it's that big of a loss, if I am honest. I will likely be Hand of the Queen, or at least serve with a similar purpose without a title. So I will end up having to have someone else handle the day-to-day of Sunspear. Maybe Mariah, as she has no seat to rule from. I think she would like it as well, something to keep her busy and gives her some power over people beyond just her dragon. Is this all you wanted to show me? My father speaks up as he looks over the last of the reports I summarized to hand over to him. Yeah, I just wanted you to stay in the loop. He nods, but a frown deepens as he reaches for something on his desk. This came from the Sea Lord of Bravos. I lean forward and take the letter and open it to read it. Scanning over it twice, I feel annoyed that it seems I might actually have to head over to Essos soon, but also a hint of excitement. Annoyed that I know this could cut the royal progress short, or at least put on pause for a time. But Barado's so annoyed I will be spending time away from my Barado and son. But also excited that I might see some Barado combat soon, and this time I won't have any cleanup as Bravos is the one I'm working for. I get to deal with the bad guys, and then just fly back home without worrying about the consequences. How fun. What do you think? My father speaks up, clearing his throat, and looks at me seriously. It's fine. As soon as word comes in that the Sea Lord wants to follow up on the threats from Pintos, just let me know. I will fly across to the disputed lands, and then follow the coast up to Pintos, barely an inconvenience. He nods, letting out a breath. Likely has been worried about how I would respond. He is good friends with the Sea Lord, and the Sea Lord also gave me the dragon eggs that I enjoy having for my children. If I screwed him over after promising to be his deterrence for rising conflicts with Pintos, that would make me a terrible person. A man's word is all that he can be measured with other than his actions in this world, but his word is Barado important during deals such as the one I made. Even without the threat of a faceless man come and stab me, I would still not want to smear my name for something as simple as a flyby while shooting out some flames. Pintos is also lacking black walls and is one of the worst defended free sites in Essos. Their location makes them easy pickings. It's why so many calls head there for tribute, since they can sack the city pretty easily if they don't get enough gifts for leaving the city alone. It's in one of the best spots for trade in likely the whole world, if I'm honest. Not as good as Karth, and it's Jade Gates, but still a really good spot. But as far as stopping someone from attacking, it could be in a far better spot, even ignoring dragons. My wife. I flop down on the stupidly large bed in my old chambers that have always been used by the heir to Sunspear. Stop. Please. You know I don't feel good today. Rinna huffs and pushes me off as I try to cuddle up to her. Come on. You know you want to visit the market today and see those street performers. She shakes her head with a frown on her lips as she nuzzles herself further into the mattress. Can't. She childishly whines as she pulls the blanket over her head. Fine. I will just take Aegon on my own. I roll off the bed, expecting for her to speak up for me to stop and wait for her to get dressed, but she does not say anything, leaving me confused. You really that sick? I ask while slowly getting worried about something she might have eaten while in Liss and all those street vendors. If something is wrong with her, then Liss is getting taken off the map. I'm just tired and want to sleep. Be careful with Aegon. She turns away while lowering the blanket, so her head is no longer covered. Let it be known if someone comes in here, for any reason I will have Syrax eat them. She yawns and I nod while not feeling entirely sure about leaving her like this. Walking over to my son, who is in his walker, and watching the both of us with great interest, I kneel down before him. His fist, half stuck in his mouth, comes out covered in slobber as he reaches for me with needy hands. I can't help but grin, slipping my hands under his pits and lifting him from the walker. Think we should leave her on her own? I ask him loud enough my Barado can hear us. If Aegon seems receptive to the idea, I can just blame him later if she is mad about it. He cheers while clapping his wet hand against my cheek in a playful slap. All right, sounds like it's Aegon's idea. I speak up again and hear a very much displeased grunt from my spouse, but I'm already heading for the door and won't stop now. Looking at my son, I grin at him, as he will be my perfect little escape rope if the queen is angry when we return. What a cute little boy. A woman's voice catches Aegon's attention as he looks around in confusion before spotting the woman in loose clothing eyeing his adorable self. He has his father's eyes. She quickly turns her attention toward me, and I almost scoff as she adjusts her posture and looks my way. Nice try. Just because we are at the market does not mean we are on the market. Back off. I add the last part, seeing the undeterred look in the woman's eyes. She wisely backs off, though, when one of the guards steps up. Gotta have my wits about me. Not only are some of these locals desperate, but I also have one of Rhaenyra's guards with me. She just recently was the one speaking with Lewin, but I don't trust anything that was said. Seemed like a setup in my books, so I will sit back and watch her set up whatever little trick she is trying to get me to pounce on. You're going to tell your mother I was on my best behavior when we get back. I tell my son as I head toward a sweets stand to buy him something to lick on. He only remains clueless until the smell of freshly baked sweets hits his nose. The little rascal goes to kicking when he smells something he wants. He will use his walker if he is in it to find the kitchen with nothing but a burrito in the air. I need to make sure he does not turn out like a pig in the future and keep him in shape. Would be embarrassing if he could not fit on the throne one day. 2 honey cones. I toss a gold burrito on the table, which is an overpayment of the century, but by the gleam in the merchant's eye, I know she will give us the best she has and not something that has sat out for hours. Plus, I slipped it out of my wife's coin purse, so it doesn't affect my pocket money. Right away, she bows her head and quickly turns to the side to go for the fresher stuff covered with some baker's cloth. Taking one in my free hand, I let Aegon grab his own from the woman by leaning forward, and his hands take the cone from the woman with practiced ease. This little dimple-cheeked babe has everyone eating out of the palm of his hand and is experienced in the way of getting what he wants. He opens his mouth wide to take a bite, but finds the sticky honey covering the baked treat a tough advisory as it smears around his mouth. I walk away from the baked goods stand and head to where the kids around this part of town act out plays. The whole time I am walking, Aegon tries his best to eat the good-smelling treat without smearing himself with the sticky honey. His endeavors are fruitless as his face is soon covered and half of my tunic used as a rag. You see them? I ask my son while switching to the language he seems to pick up the fastest. They are pretending to be Nymeria and all her brave sailors fleeing the evil dragon lords. Your blood comes from both the hero and the villain in this story. He doesn't understand, but it's obvious hearing his father speak up and point at the stage has his attention. Sitting on a raised platform that was brought out for me to sit on, after I was recognized by some of the business owners, I rest my son on my knee. His eyes are trained on the stage before us as an adorable girl, sporting strong Rhoynar features, pretends to be Nymeria. She has all her lines memorized, likely by heart, as she puts on the performance of a lifetime before the larger-than-normal crowd. Word likely got out I was here, and people came to join in on the fun, knowing their crown prince was slumming it up today. Desmond. I speak up to one of the guards standing before me, and he turns his head slightly to let me know he is listening. Find out if she has a family or not, and if she does see that they bring her to the palace later today. I want to schedule for her and her little friends to perform in the palace at some point. I wobble my knee, bearing the weight of my son, making him totter in place as he tries to keep his balance. It will be done, my prince. Desmond responds in his deep and aged voice as he turns and makes his way toward the back of the stage. Another guard quickly taking his place when he walks off. Sometimes all the guards seem a bit annoying and makes me feel claustrophobic, but when I have Aegon and Gaelathox is off resting somewhere, it feels more comforting than uncomfortable. Aegon's safety will always be more important than anything else, so it's not worth mentioning my dislike of being surrounded by heavily armed men. Though I doubt they would be needed, Balerion is resting on a roof behind us with his head hanging off, keeping himself ready to leap into action. The rapidly growing dragon no longer snaps at Visenya's dragon, but neither like to spend time together unless their bonds are together. Balerion would rather have a full belly and a warm spot to sleep, but I can tell he is protective of Aegon by how he makes sure to stay close by at all times. Never will you see the Black Dread reborn far away from Aegon regardless of the time of day, or even how late at night it might be. A good sign of how close the two of them will be in the future, in my opinion. 113 AC Sunspear, Emma, Aerynth, that was nice. They're very cute. I speak up after watching the little performance done by some of the children from the market. Sitting with my daughter and the 2 young ones along with my good family, we are served various food and given play to watch. Daeron and Aegon apparently watched this play the other day, and he wanted to have them perform it again for all of us to watch. I have to agree with him and say they made a very cute showing of the history of the Rhoynar. It was nice. I think Nymeria played her part well compared to what I have read about her recently. Rhaenyra speaks up from beside me as Aegon and Visenya make noises at one another, with Visenya getting out a few words. She has even started calling Aegon by a cute name, Aegon, and no matter how much we try to get her to add an E to his name, she won't do it. It only adds to the sweet feeling that is set in after the performance. Once more, I am glad I flew down here. The Red Keep has always been stuffy and draining, but since arriving in Sunspear, I feel like a sail that has finally caught some wind. I wonder if it would be a bad idea to name a daughter after Nymeria. Rhaenyra mutters with a hand going down to her stomach, almost making me sigh at her. You already know some will frown at naming your first daughter after Rhaenys, and now you want to make a Nymeria as well? I ask in amusement, getting a hum and nod from my daughter as she adjusts her son in his small seat beside her. Why would I care what people think? Names only are given meaning by those who wear them. My children will wear their names with pride from their namesakes, but also will give the name another story and history. I even have been thinking about Aenys and Maegor as names for a son. Daeron did not like Aenys, but he was accepting of Maegor if I end up liking it. I shake my head at her. There would be whispers if she named a son after the cruel, but I also accept that she is right about names and their meanings. Just keep in mind that if you name a boy Maegor or Aenys, that people will always relate them to the cruel and king abomination. Just like people will look at a Rhaenys born with Martell blood, and even a Martell name, as either an insult or homage to Queen Rhaenys. Censuredo, but I doubt my daughter or good son would leave any of their children to the snakes of King's Landing. They are very loving and attentive of Aegon, more than I even was with Rhaenyra, if I'm honest, something I'm changing with Visenya. It was always in my mind that I was to have a son, and I put so much effort into it, and neglected the attention I should have focused on my daughter that I already had. Regardless of any names they give to my grandchildren, I have high hopes for them, and will keep my own eyes open. I won't let anything like the ambition of another blind me again. I will appreciate whatever I have in my hands. Worrying about things that should be will only see me racing into a grave once more. What's this? I ask as my good son serves me something that looks like glazed boiled eggs, and he also serves some to Rhaenyra. Something I always loved growing up, but could only get during this time of the year, a special spice from E.T. that is only sold during its short season. It is hard to get a hold of a large quantity of it, leaving me too long to try it again each year. I smile and nod as he slips back around the table. I also can't help but notice he did not share with the rest of his family. Something they also noticed and are frowning at him as he eats away at the glazed snack. I also lift one to my mouth after sniffing it and finding it pleasantly sweet-smelling. It hits my tongue and tastes like nothing I have ever had before, while also reminding me of many sweet treats. A hint of honey and something floral that changes to a nutty taste as I bite into it. I can easily see why he loves this. It's good. I speak up after finishing one, and when I look toward the jar containing the rest, he pulls it closer to his chest protectively. You want another? He asks with a kind smile, but it does not seem like he is willing to share more. So I shake my head, feeling a tinge of regret and amusement. No, thank you, Daeron. Enjoy them with peace of mind. His smile widens, and he lifts one to his mouth, but is stopped by my daughter's hand. Aegon and Visenya want another, Rhaenyra says, and I quickly notice how both children seem unbothered and are playing with their wooden spoons. Aegon can't even eat one, and you barato Visenyas. He grits his barato, but Rhaenyra only leans forward and takes the egg with her fingers at her table. It's also always nice to see her so genuine around her husband and not distant-like in some marriages. Her increased appetite also gives me some hope that she might be pregnant, once more like she confessed to me a few hours ago. This means she might end up extending her stay in Sunspear for quite some time as she deals with her second pregnancy, something I would not mind as I will stay with her. She can finish her royal progress after giving birth and letting the babe get to the same age Aegon was. The longer they stay in Sunspear, the longer I will stay, something I look forward to almost as much as their trip to the Vale. I plan on going through the Vale with them, but at this point, I might even travel to the other kingdoms with them as well. I'm loving seeing Aegon and Visenya play together regardless of the small age difference. I also love being away from the constant eyes of court. This is much better than hiding in my chamber all day long or going through the private garden. It's something to bring up with the both of them when they are no longer fighting over food. 113 AC Sunspear, Daron Nimero's Martell, don't get too close. I nudge Rhaenyra with my hip as she tries to lean against me. You Barado than half. She groans and pushes my hands away, trying to keep some space between us. She snuggles up next to me on the couch. Don't give your pregnant Barado something you don't want her to Barado. She replies simply as she leans her head against my Barado. I want Barado of those little snacks. I snort and shake my head as I wrap an arm around her and Barado her close to me. Unless you want me to fly over to ET, it won't be possible. It pains me to say it. I even did the math and found out it would only take like half a month round trip if no problems came up. No, I don't want it that bad. There are limited days left until I start showing with the baby again, and I want to enjoy the time I have left being able to move around easily. I nod while she shifts beside me to get comfy, settling in close. But now that you said something, Cinchuredo, I need to go to Bravo's again at some point, and I would also like to see more of Essos than I already have. It only would take like 8 days if we flew straight to ET to actually get to Eam by my math, which give or take a few days. We would have no guards, but I am confident in keeping us safe, just not sure about any babies, which might make a hard trip to plan for. Essos is huge, but dragons are fast and can cover large stretches of land in a single day before needing to rest. I think it will be fine to bring them. She seems unwilling to give up on the idea, likely thinking about taking them on dragons back around the world. Aegon rides with us all the time without problem, and I am certain the next babe will be the same. We just would have to keep our wits about us and carry enough gold to hire guards wherever we go. I'm not claiming it would be easy, but before it gets too late and one of us loses a father, we should go for an adventure. This progress will satisfy me as far as Westeros goes. I want to do a trip through Essos as well before we are locked into our duties and responsibilities. I'm not having much the same feeling, but would take a lot of planning and preparation and would make this progress look like a walk in the park. Let's talk about it when the progress is over. Just give me some time to think about it and making sure it will be as safe as possible. Maybe I could send men in advance to each of the free cities. It would not take many just to have a small guard that would function well enough. With dragons and my power, I am confident alone to keep us and any children we have safe, but having some help even if just meat shields is very useful. I would regret it if I never took the time to see this whole available world before I could no longer find the time. We are in the prime of our life as far as this kind of opportunity goes. It's tough to pass up on it. It could be beneficial in many different ways as well. If Aegon is old enough to remember it by the time we go, then it would help shape him as a person. We also could befriend various merchants and important people around Essos. Sitting down for a meal with someone is much more beneficial than a letter sent from far away. There are just as many benefits as there are dangers. Some serious thinking needs to go into this before we tell anyone else, though. The royal progress will hopefully pull most of the lords into supporting Rhaenyra and not just wanting to skip over her for our son Aegon. A trip through Essos does nothing for us in Westeros, but hopefully it won't matter after the progress. But I'm not as worried about Westeros as I was when I first married Rhaenyra. This progress has shown me the truth. Most lords only really care about their own keep and the people above them, so to speak. In the Stormlands, the only things the lords and ladies cared about were their own house and station and House Baratheon, along with House Targaryen. I expect the trend to continue, and I will also continue to pick out a powerful house in each of the kingdoms. If House Baratheon ever did try something down the line, I already have my eyes on House Connington and House Tarth to replace them. It would be a simple matter to topple Storm's End into the sea and have one of the lords I actually hit it off with to step up as Lord of the Stormlands. I will do the same in every kingdom after I get a good measure of the actual lords who rule from the castles in those lands. Aegon had his Harrenhal, and if someone makes me, I will have my own Harrenhal for all to know. I will not mess around with them. Though I think the progress is serving its purpose, as almost every castle we have visited, even the ones who were sour about a Dornish man staying under their roof, have all been positive when we left. The only one who rubbed me wrong was Lord Baratheon, but he is a very stony man, and it's hard to get a read on him to begin with. He has given no reason to think he is up to something, but I also will keep eyes on him and stand ready to make an example out of him or anyone who causes trouble. Yes, first finish this progress and ensure I have a good read on the various lords and ladies, and then I can worry about Essos and any benefits from vacation on the neighboring continent. 113 AC King's Landing Viserys Targaryen, what have I done? Watching Alicent deliver something to her father, my hand of the king, Cincheredo. They gaze, each containing something that makes my stomach churn, but I can't help but smile and nod toward Alicent. It is not her fault if I had to guess, or else I would not have trusted her bravado than once, something I find to be like a thorn. I feel like I bravado it out only to find I have dug it in deeper, more like a hook than a thorn in that way. Alicent is a hook in my side that delivers regret and release, regret at betraying my wife, and release from all the stress. I will not be the first king to do something like this, but I feel sick knowing my behaviors could be compared to Maegor. It is a blinding light trying to warn me, but I ignored it, and it is too late. One is a mistake. As many times as I have done it is intentional. Something I dread to have to confess to Emma, and is not something I feel comfortable sending by Raven. So time moves on with this regret pooling inside of me, eating away at me. It is a broken cycle. I want to tell my bravado and confess what I have done, but she is not here. She is staying with Rhaenyra in Sunspear until she knows if our daughter is pregnant or not, leaving the stress to build up with no easy way to let it go. It's not like it can get much worse than it is already. I have let her into my life, and doing so again will not change anything. It helps with my worries for a moment, only to be like a log tossed into the bravado in the morning. I think I need to do something, maybe speak with a septon or someone of faith to try and find a way out of this using the gods' help. 113 AC Dragonstone, Demon Targaryen, waking up without a visit from the Demon of Ice is one of the most blissful things I have ever felt. It truly helps me appreciate the small things. Cincheredo, but it seems the fused stone of Valyria, famed for its defensive capabilities, is also capable of keeping out creatures of nightmares and the cold, which has bought me the time needed to think carefully and plan without the paranoia, a plan to slay the demon once and for all. Then I can go where I please once more without worry of being hounded by the freak. 113 AC Driftmark, Lena Valerion, running my hand over the large snout of my mount. I can't help but smile. She fills me with joy and happiness like no other. Vagor is capable of making even the worst of days feel like a celebration, even with my brother standing behind me, which amusingly is earning him a thunderous growl from my mount, who is also not pleased to see my brother once again. Speak, Laner. I make him suffer my silence no more, and he quickly steps forward but steps back after Vagor turns her head slightly. I came to talk to you about the recent talk that Lewin and I have had. I nod and turn to face him, wondering what the two fools have done now. Well, go on. Don't leave me waiting all day. He looks around almost like he's expecting someone to be listening to him, making me roll my eyes. No one will be this close to Vagor. Rhaenyra seems to be more accepting toward the plan than originally. Lewin thinks things will work out if given enough time. I furrow my brows in thought as I remember how the two fools almost got themselves cut down. I heard that Daeron was quite displeased with their loyalty, since they would rather spend time with one another. I expected Rhaenyra to be furious about it, and to not even want to see the two of them again. I certainly hoped it would lead to some bruises at the least. But instead, it seems something bravado is coming of their scheming to solve their problem with their failing marriage. I would think Mariah is happy with this development, though. It's quite obvious she was dissatisfied with marrying Laner. Cincheredo, I can't help but feel odd thinking things might work out to where Mariah and I will be forming a close bond with my good brother. Daeron is already married, and it is seemingly one of the happiest marriages I have ever seen. So it feels like I would be betraying Rhaenyra or trying to take something from her. Maybe I should take Vagor for a flight to Sunspear. I am a Martell myself now, so it only makes sense I am allowed to visit Sunspear, even if my husband has his own seat on Bloodstone. 113 AC Sunspear, Duran, Nimeros Martell, quickly making my way back to my chambers after dropping Aegon off with his grandmother's. I plan to storm through my door. My wife has been taking it easy the past week, since she is almost certain she is pregnant once more. But Lena arrived this morning, and Mariah and her have snuck off into my room with my barato, likely talking about things that Laner and Lewin kicked up. But I won't be left out. I have a voice, and I definitely plan to use it to put an end to this and have everything settle down for good. Not bothering to knock since it's my own room, and the guards outside would never attempt to stop me, I simply throw the door open. It flings and slams into the wall as I look around, finding 3 stunned looks aimed at me as I enter the room, looking for trouble. I spot wine being drunk, and when I look at the cup in Rhaenyra's hand, she huffs and lifts a clear pitcher that I know has juice and not wine. "How are you, ladies?" I ask as I close the door much quieter than I opened it, and also slide the lock before heading toward the couches the females have claimed for their meeting. Like 3 lionesses with their kill, they lounge on their sides, propped up with pillows, or lean back into a stack of them. Lazy cats, or maybe lazy she-dragons, I guess, would fit them better, but I know they are not here to rest. "We are fine, husband. Is there something you need?" Rhaenyra asks, not bothering to comment on my entrance into the room. "Oh, I don't need anything." I sigh as I sit beside her, pulling her against my side, and she nuzzles her head against me as I do. The room goes silent, and I frown, seeing none want to be the first to speak. Eyeing Lena, she is wearing her father's house colors. She is a Martell by marriage, but spends almost all her time at Driftmark or flying her dragon, wearing Valerion's colors. No one expected her to move in his Sunspear and take up our colors and remain unbowed, unbent, and unbroken. Actually, maybe they expected her to do a little bending. But still, she's in an odd position, almost like an estranged wife or something, even though she is newlywed and should have a happy marriage to look forward to. Instead, her brother is the one with her husband, and I'm sure it is awkward for her. Maybe she is happy she is left alone for the most part and can just fly around all day long. Mariah is wearing a Reuter-styled orange dress while casually resting on her side with her head propped up on some pillows. She seems entirely unbothered, unlike Lena, who keeps looking between everyone since I entered the room. I still don't get what is going on with her. This whole situation strikes me as odd because I know if she was against it, she would say something. She is very vocal and not scared to say what she wants, which is why her silence is deafening. My best guess is her silence is approval, but to what degree, I can't say. "All right, Nyra, hit me with it straight." I speak up first, seeing they all are fine with playing the silent game. "Nothing. We're just talking and humoring the idea." I nod, seeing she's not going to avoid the subject. It does involve me after all. I get they would like to talk about it among themselves, but when I'm quite literally the most important piece in the equation, I should also be here. It only makes sense. I have never said I wouldn't do what is being asked, but I also have not said I want to either. I would love to be able to just brush it off and wipe my hands of the whole thing, since it would be far easier, but then I remember who these people are. I actually like all the people involved, or even love them. These are my people, and I certainly do not want any outsiders brought into the group. If it came to it, and Lena or Mariah had to find someone to have children within, there is a very high chance it could become a problem. Their children would have barato, since it's practically expected for them too. Rhaenys has eggs from her dragon that she would give to her grandchildren, and Mariah has half ownership of the egg from Syrax and would give one to her babe. So as much as I want to ignore this and let them solve their own problems, I really can't. Who knows if things went badly with their barato and their children took their father's side? We could have a dance of barato because of things going sideways with people who did not even need to be involved. There's a reason I was asked to do this after all. I am the safest option, and there is 0 chance any children I have with Lena or Mariah would be a problem. We talked about it, and there's some big issues that need to be discussed seriously if it happened. One of the biggest is the fact that Mariah giving birth to a future Lord of the Tides and the babe having no Valerion in them is a problem. Well, I disagree, since I even have some distant Valerion, but I want to argue about that since they're barato worried about the living Valerion barato passing down. Whatever, pass me the wine. I lean forward to grab the pitcher from Mariah as she sits up and pushes it toward me. Just when I think things are going to calm down for a bit, it almost seems like someone is purposefully stirring the pot. But I guess that is the nature of this world with the Game of Thrones. 113, AC Water Gardens Durant Nimeros Martell, pursing my barato while relaxing in a hammock. I'll let Aegon play nearby until he tires himself out. My thoughts spin about the latest news from some of my spies in the king's court that leaves a bitter taste in my barato. Sincerado. I have long ignored other women simply because I wanted to focus on my barato and make sure we were solid as a rock. But after the talks with Rhaenyra and my sister along with my good sister, I feel like I missed out on important alliances. Rhaenyra is not nearly as opposed to the idea as I thought a sheltered princess would be. Sincerado need a break? Emma asks as she approaches with little Visenya struggling to walk beneath her. Emma is half-bent over keeping her daughter upright as her feet patter along. No thank you, mother. He will soon be ready for a nap, and I'll just wait him out and then join my wife. I am letting Rhaenyra chew the ear off Lena and Mariah about Alicent while I sit out of ear range and don't have to suffer. If you need a break, I am ready to take over whenever. Emma seems to want to take Aegon. I know her thoughts are likely cloudy as of late with the news from King's Landing. I felt terrible having to inform her that her husband is seeing someone less than half her age. I can tell it hurt her barato than it made her angry as of now, but I'm sure that sadness will turn to rage eventually. Even after they have become distant as of late, because of the birthing incident, I doubt she ever thought he would do this. It should have been obvious, though, in my opinion at least. He is a king, and there are few kings who are not driven by barato. I think the power really amps up the reckless part of the brain and drives people to act impulsively when they wear a crown. Gonna need to start early on Aegon, teaching him it's all right to have some freedom so long as he keeps it clean and professional. Only settling down with his barato, which might be ironic coming from me in the future, but I don't want him to make too many bastards. I would not mind having a bunch of grandchildren to raise to be knights and maybe even secure them some land to rule, making them lords and ladies of new branch families. But at the end of the day, Aegon will be a king of House Targaryen, so it will be problematic if a bunch of his kids were raised to lords. I am not trying to tempt the gods to start a dance of the dragons. I am good. I respond once more as Emma rests her gaze on Aegon, who is watching Visenya stomp her feet. If you need to talk, I'm all ears. I try and put on a reassuring look as she turns her gaze my way. She seems reluctant, but I also know she has closed off to pretty much everyone. Rhaenyra complained about it just last night. She said her mother won't even talk to her about how she feels about it. She even wanted to fly back to King's Landing to confront her father. I convinced her that giving him the cold shoulder during this pregnancy would hurt Viserys more than anything else she could do. We are still going to finish the progress and grow public opinion of Rhaenyra and myself, but distancing from the king to show displeasure seems like a decent plan. Politically, it could hurt as far as King's Landing core drama goes, but that won't matter anyway, because the whole council will be replaced when Rhaenyra becomes queen. This will also really dig into Viserys, the family man who loves his daughter, and will show him how much he messed up. The man could have hired a companion like any other person with half a brain in his position would do. But instead, he went for the hand of the king's daughter, who just happens to be Rhaenyra's friend. I'm fine, Daeron. Thanks for offering, though. I nod, not pressing the issue. I can't imagine how being betrayed twice by the person you invested your life into must feel. I'm sure things will work out in the end, but I'm going to keep my eyes on Emma. She seems stable, but you never really know. She gave her everything to Viserys, and this could really mess with her mentality, maybe even more than the decision to cut her open. At least then she could accept the fact the baby needed that to live. But this is just a knife in the back in comparison. 113, AC Water Gardens, Mariah Nimeros Martell here. I thought we would have a pleasant time when we came to the Water Gardens away from the busy atmosphere at Sunspear. The Water Gardens has a small staff and is a peaceful place to relax. But instead, news of the king and the little Hightower girl has everything stirred up, and I would feel like a fool if I asked to spend time with them. Leave it to someone from the Reach to ruin everything. Want some barato? Rhaenyra asks while gesturing to the wine jug. It feels like since she can't drink wine during her pregnancy that she is making me do the drinking for her. I am fine. I shake my head, feeling it spin a bit with all that I have drank so far, and it's only midday. All right. Rhaenyra barato while her hands, under the cool water, adjust her outfit. At first, I was barato hesitant when I finally realized I would get what I wanted. Not nervous about another being in the bed, but just put on the back foot with the discovery. I did not expect Rhaenyra to put that condition through. At first, I thought it was because she felt some jealousy. But not only do I think there is not jealousy there, but instead curiosity. I also found myself curious about what has my brother so ensnared with this princess. He could have been with any female he wanted before getting married, but he never did. Then he gets married, and I have yet to see them sleep apart if they can help it. And I know it's not because of appearances. He just genuinely wants to spend all his time with her. How long do you plan to stare at me? I roll my eyes and look off into the distance without even offering an answer to the crown prince's question. Goo! I clench my jaw, stopping myself from retorting. I will just hold on to my grievance until I have a chance for proper revenge. Do you think the Hightowers are going to try and get the king to accept Alicent as a second wife? Lena comes to my rescue, but the way she did it makes me cringe as Rhaenyra's eyes turn stormy. Only King Aegon and the cruel have taken multiple wives. Rhaenyra responds evenly with a voice laced with venom. I slip my hand onto one of her clenched fists and hold it, trying to let her know she is not alone. It is easy to see the game Otto is playing Censuredo. Otto is wanting some royal-blooded grandchildren, and what he does to pursue that is a very dangerous game. The Faith would oppose it normally, but with the Hightowers' relationship to the Faith, it could easily get accomplished if only the king approved of it. Lena continues. She knows Rhaenyra is not mad at her for her words and is likely just wondering what the princess thinks of all this. They house the High Septon in the largest sept in Old Town and have done so for a very long time. I agree they could get the High Septon to help, and at the end of the day, so long as he speaks up in favor of the common folk, would not say anything. The only ones who would say anything would be the lords and ladies, but they might not say anything either. Rhaenyra looks conflicted, and I know her thoughts are likely drifting toward the worst that could happen. It's hard, after all, to think about all the good when the bad could be very bad. Not to mention Alicent is someone she has been close to, and now she's going to have to see her in a different light, regardless of how Alicent feels about this. Rhaenyra is left with little to do, as it will be up to her father to decide what he will do, and even if she flew off to confront him now, she might only make things worse. I know how much the king loves his daughter, and he would listen to her words, but she can't always be beside him, making sure he is seeing things from her perspective. He will eventually have to listen to his counsel, as he does often, and with Otto being the loudest voice at his side, it is set up to be a mess. I both agree with Daeron, saying she should ignore her father and let the distance hurt the man, but I also think it could go wrong as well. But it's up to the two of them to do what they want, and I am just here to offer my advice if they ask for it. All right, no more of that. I am headed to find my husband and to work off some of this stress. Rhaenyra turns and puts both hands on the edge of the pool and lifts herself out of the water. I watch her as she rises and slowly stands to her feet. She brushes a hand through her silver locks as she looks over her barato, catching me staring. Her hand stops, and her barato tug up into a small smile as she slowly turns around. Are you coming with me? Rhaenyra asks while raising her brows. You bet. I quickly slip out of the pool, not giving her time to rethink her decision or regret it. Let's go see where he is. I nod at Lena, who lowers herself into the pool up to her chin with wide eyes, as I link arms with Rhaenyra. She seems unprepared, but I won't miss the chance if it is presented. Watergarden's Mariah Nimero's Martell come on. I am sure we will see a very interesting reaction from him when he gets in here. I press my barato together firmly as I take a step closer, settling in beside Rhaenyra. I think you are right, but I don't know if it will be a good reaction or not. I mutter, suddenly not all that confident, even though I have waited to do this for some time. Rhaenyra snorts and shakes her head before looking me over with curious eyes. I am suddenly wondering which of us is the one who has been drinking. I feel like I am the one seeing reason, while the woman who has not had a single drop of wine is acting as if she finished off 2 bottles of Dornish Red. But putting aside the oddness of the current circumstance, I slowly calm my rapidly beating heart. Laying on my side, much the same as Rhaenyra, I watch the door half, expecting a stranger to walk in with how nervous I feel. It is just Daeron, but I still feel like my heart is in my throat, and it is uncomfortable as I wait to see the door swing open. Relax, Mariah. He is not going to attack you. At least not in a painful way. Rhaenyra sighs and pulls a pillow toward her to prop up her head. Trust me when I say that everything will be fine. I know my husband. I can't help but feel a bit annoyed that she is claiming to know Daeron better than I do, but I also can't deny her claim. They have spent quite a lot of time since their marriage enjoying each other and going on day trips to random places, just enjoying each other's company. They might have exchanged bravado words in the last year than I have with Daeron in the last 10 years. It's annoying but also comforting since she is saying it will be fine, then I can relax a good bravado. She was always the one I was worried about having to dodge around to get to him anyway. Darren's bravado always seemed like she would be my enemy, and not the one pulling me closer to him. Here he is. Senchorito Rhaenyra speaks up, seeing Daeron uncertain of what to do. His eyes finally leave me and lock onto his wife with both of his brows raising to his hairline. Well, at least he did not react too badly. Seems more surprised than against the idea, though he should have known it was going to happen eventually. Senchorito, he was wearing loose-fit clothes while relaxing with our son, and I helped him change out of them. I take a quick glance at my good sister, who is watching the both of us with wide eyes. Mariah has been shy bravado since I met her. Senchorito, I don't need to watch the two of you skirt around this the whole time we are in here. I huff after pushing Daeron away from me, seeing how he is not taking the lead with Mariah, who needs for him to. Senchorito. Knees. She looks startled as if she was not paying attention before a hand with a pointed finger grabs her chin and tilts her head up. I hum as I watch Daeron stand tall like a real bravado lord would. My eyes almost feel like they are bravado, ing, as I bravado the moment into my mind, and watching them send a strange bravado through me. My heart flutters as I watch Daeron reach for Mariah, his hands moving gently as he holds her close against him. Senchorito. Thinking about it reminds me of how I would not just catch Mariah glancing at Daeron, but also another troublesome girl. I could have saved myself a whole lot of trouble if I matched Alicent with Daeron and had him marry her. Pushing aside the thoughts pulling at my heart, I focus back on Daeron as he seems to have enough of their moment and pushes Mariah back. He smirks hearing her cry out in a surprised voice, then pulls away and straightens up with his eyes still fixed on her. 113, AC Water Gardens Daeron Nimrose Martell. To think I was reluctant to leave my son with my good mother to come and be with my bravado. I was having a good father-son moment and did not want to leave him. But if I knew what was waiting on me, I would have grown wings to get back to my room quicker, knowing I would be doing this. Sorry, Aegon. You will understand when you are older. Wait, Mariah cries out as I carefully tend to her injury. Senchorito Mariah, going stiff and falling back while taking in a gasp of air, greatly amused her. Mariah might be bravado, nervous still, but she seemed full of energy as they shared a fun evening together over a tasty meal. Senchorito, her shaking and tensing, make it hard to tell whether she is reacting to repeated strain, like Rhaenyra after intense exertion, or struggling not to jump up and run away. I feel Mariah's legs slipping from my grasp, making me bravado reluctant to let go of her, but I noticed Rhaenyra wanting to get involved, so I let her. Senchorito. I want to leave a good first impression. After all, if I enjoy this, I will certainly want to come back again. Judging from my bravado-esque excited expression, I know we will likely visit as often as we are able. My mind swims with the possibilities as I explore the wonders of the Rhoynar Valyrian miracle beneath me and my bravado. Today is a good day. 113, AC Water Gardens Daeron Nimrose Martell, ya buddy. Just keep clapping your little hands and smiling as if nothing is wrong. Aegon, completely unaware of the events in the bedroom, just keeps excitedly beating his hands together. Looking to my right, I see the still sleeping forms of Rhaenyra and Mariah, resting even though it is near midday. Emma seemed to need to be relieved from watching over two young ones, so she swung by dropping my son off. Thankfully, she did not see the state of the room. She likely expected at least something, though, seeing how I answered the door in loungewear and looking Barato disheveled. Hopefully. Cincheredo, he shows off his little baby teeth that are quickly coming in as he makes to grab my right hand I was using to help him sit straight. Don't listen to anything he says, Aegon. Mother is what you should be saying. Rhaenyra speaks up in a muffled voice as her head rests against her companion. Mother. She lifts her head to say, clearly, and Aegon is just shocked someone else was here this whole time, and he did not see them. He looks back and forth between his hands and his mother before he smiles again, bouncing in place. Mun. I snort. This boy is just playing with us at this point. Only a single letter off for both of us. Come on, you little rascal. Let's see about getting you some mashed food. The word food sets him off into his best rendition of a wiggling worm as I lift him up and head for the door. Get dressed. Mariah speaks up for the first time this morning, her voice hoarse and filled with an odd tone I have never heard from her. Nope, I like showing off my battle wounds. Cincheredo, I dodge a pillow while cradling my son tightly against my Barato with an affronted look. That habit belonged to your sister, who is still learning the ropes. Rhaenyra sits up fully with an annoyed look, and I don't bother to correct her. It's quite endearing after all when she gets excited. I wouldn't want her to overthink it. She might hold back. Well, look who we found. Aegon. It's our favorite person in all the lands. Aegon, who is already trying to escape my grasp to play with his aunt who is eating her lunch, makes noises as if agreeing with me. Don't let your mother hear you. She might get jealous and send Visenya back to King's Landing. I joke, but earn a somewhat serious glare from Emma, who is being careful of the baby, trying to climb over her shoulder to get to his aunt. She wouldn't. Emma speaks up, placing a kiss on Aegon's head as she helps him sit on the table before her next to Visenya, who is munching away on some softer fruit. I can't tell if those words were for herself or for Aegon, but I feel the need to say something seeing how I put my foot in my mouth. She couldn't either, till Aegon, where's the crown Dorne, is still technically independent, and she can't send you away. I smile and steal a handful of berries that are usually rare this time of year. Emma nods, but I can see the corners of her lips turn upwards as she starts mashing some of the fruit Visenya was eating to give to Aegon. Visenya, for her part, seems unbothered that her meal has been plundered and instead is rearranging Aegon's face with her meaty little toddler hands. It's fun to watch Aegon interact with someone close to his age. Makes me look forward to my next child with Rhaenyra even more. I'm stuck between wanting all my children back to back so they can be raised together and learn stuff together and not wanting my wife pregnant for the next 6 years. I'm certainly wanting a whole table full of children, and I know we need to spread them out. But it's hard. Maybe adding Mariah in will fix that, even though the babe will be a Valerion and we'll have to spend time at Driftmark at some point. Ugh, that actually pisses me off now that I think about it. My child will be raised in some other person's home away from me. I'm sort of regretting my decision to go through with this, but there's a way to fix this. It involves making sure Lena and I have a child together. I will foster my own child who will be a Valerion and the heir to Driftmark, and Lena's child who actually has Valerion Barato will be the one to spend Barato time at Driftmark. This way, when they wed in the future, one of them actually has experience in ruling from Driftmark, though I still want all of my children with me constantly. Am I a mother hen? Something wrong? Emma speaks up, and I look away from the plate being filled with some of my favorite food. Cincheredo, just worried about various future problems. Rhaenyra and I have been planning to tour Essos once we finish with Westeros. I have mentioned it in passing a few times, but seeing her eyes widen, she likely is only really believing it now. When? She asks curiously, keeping an eye on Aegon as she feeds him. I bob my head back and forth while running through my plans and time schedules. Westeros will take at the very least another year, or maybe even 2 if my Barato has a 3rd child. I will attempt to wait before having a 3rd so soon after the first 2, and if I can hold back, Westeros can be finished before too long. Maybe a year break after the progress, and then we will leave, so 2 to 3 years from now we will leave. I'm going to have teams of guards leave in advance for each of the places we plan to stop at. They will secure a place to stay with the gold I give them, and we will just have to fly to each place instead of accompanying a small army from place to place. Cincheredo, I know if I was just some unimportant new knight or even a would-be squire, I would want that job. You get to see more of the world in steady pay with only a few weeks to months being actually on the job watching the people you need to defend before they fly off on their dragons. I thought you were just talking wistfully the last time you brought this up. Emma mutters while having a hard-to-read look on her face. You are welcome to tag along. I don't think you have ever been on the other side of the narrow sea, so it certainly will be an experience. A thought comes to mind while the topic is in my head. Aaronites would certainly be appreciated within the teams of people I plan to send over the sea. I can start in Bravos with one team, and then go to Pintos where another will be waiting, and then maybe Norvos after. By this point, the team from Bravos could have made their way to another free city and be waiting to save on the total cost by only using 3 to 4 teams instead of like 8. I can also pay them more this way and afford higher quality men with more experience like some Vale Knights. I just might. Things need to be handled, but I can see to them during the progress. And by the time we have rested, once the progress is over, I should be ready for another long trip. I nod while smiling, seeing her take real interest in seeing more of the world. We're still not sure if we will cross the Bone Mountains, but I know we will see everything west of the Bones. The only place we're not going is the smoky corpse of old Valyria, too hot this time of year. I joke and she rolls her eyes as she has to clean Aegon's chin with a cloth. When is it not? She asks curiously as if I actually know the answer. When the second long night hits. I reply evenly. She huffs, taking my words to be another small joke. I feel a chill up my back thinking about it. I have not even seen a real snowfall since I ended up in this world, but I still feel some fear thinking about the Night King being real. The dude could throw an ice javelin through a Barado in the show, which could be a total nonsense in this reality. But I have a sneaking suspicion that whatever is beyond the wall has a way to down a dragon. If not, then defeating them would be too easy. Maybe the high-tier others are immune to dragon fire, but I doubt their armies are, and if 10 or so Barado sworn their armies at once, they would Barado them down in minutes. That would leave the icy others to face the realms of men without their front line. They would lose without any real fight at that point. I doubt it will be that easy. But maybe I'm overthinking. Dragons are supposed to go extinct before the next long night other than the 3 Daenerys revives. But hers were small, and I don't know how her fight against the long night goes since the books never finished before I died. So I'm left to guess at what the war will be like. It makes me want to find a magical way to preserve myself so I can survive to face the threat. I want to leave a thread of that level to my descendants who by that point could all be dumbasses who are overconfident in themselves. If my abilities pass down like I believe they have, I can easily see it going to their heads and getting full of themselves. Then they might lose the fight and make me look like a fool for all the advantage I was given in a debatably easy world. Forget it, with what I have I could likely conquer the whole of this world before the next long night. Centuredo, I certainly would not mind finding a way to live longer if it meant I could see more of those pretty smiles. If I find one, she's getting just as much extra time as I am. While lost in my thoughts, I can't help but appreciate how much I have come to care for this silver-haired princess. Everything is just better when with her. My passion to see this world is magnified, knowing she will be beside me. My desire to ensure my descendants rule for thousands of years is not just for my blood, but also equally for her as well. She makes no internet worth it, and that is something I find myself questioning almost every day. But I would have it no other way at this point. 114 AC Sunspear Saera Targaryen, you see. I think there are 2. I smile as I approach Syrax, who only trills louder as I lean close to her Barado. There are far too many feet for one baby, at least a normal one. I sigh as the pleasant warmth from Syrax makes the stirring babes in my stomach shift around and stop stomping on my likely bruised organs. Syrax is being of no help as far as determining if there are really 2 kicking around inside of me, but I certainly won't complain about her help getting them to stop hurting me. The little cute babes certainly are just as active as Aegon was, which makes me wonder what things will be like once they start speaking with a few words just like their older brother. I'm sure it will be chaos when they can all run around and shout out all of the energy they no doubt have. The blood of the dragon and the blood of the Royne certainly makes for some chaotic little children. Maybe it's from all those who perished in the war of the Royne against Valyria, the 300 dragons' heat that burned the army, and the water that rose to drown the Valyrians afterward. Either way, Regardless of the near-endless energy my son seems to have, I am both terrified and excited over the idea of having twins. I get to have two babes in my arms at once, but I also have to push out two babes in one birthing. There you are. I turn and spot Mariah, cradling her own pregnant stomach, much smaller since she's only halfway while I am a moon or less for birthing. Here I am. I respond while looking over the beautiful short stack, as Daron likes to call her, where he heard that I have no idea, but it's a funny thing to call a woman who is on the shorter side. Showing off the belly? Mariah asks with some humor in her voice as she approaches, her eyes looking at my stomach with a mix of excitement and horror. Poor thing does not even know what she is in for, as the days crawl on and her own stomach swells. Syrax laid a single egg in a small clutch at the water gardens in the new Barado that is being built. Those large caves Barado carved out are working perfectly, and Syrax broke one of them in, so I was thrilled to share the exciting news this morning. I won't say anything about the possibility of twins to Mariah, at least not until I know for sure. Though I expect Daron already knows. The other night, he was cuddling me and had his hands on my belly. Cinturedo, but I did not ruin the act and pretended to be asleep until his hands got kicked, both of them at the same time. That would not be a big deal in most cases. Aegon always kicked at people touching my belly. But his hands were on opposite sides of my belly, and he froze as if he was dipped into the frozen sea in the far distant north. I almost burst out laughing as he immediately sat up and looked at my belly as if the baby inside actually responded to one of his questions. I will never forget the look he had, which was illuminated by the full moon. It was something I will always hold dear. But I think he knows, but I won't say anything till either he does or I know for sure that there are indeed two little ones inside of me. It would explain, though, why their feet feel smaller than Aegon's did around this time into the pregnancy. Aegon had a fat head and big feet, just like his father, but these two feel like they're smaller, and I am thankful to whatever God sent me this small mercy. If they both were Aegon size, I might just tell Daron to cut me open and then heal me as he did my mother. No way in any of the seven hells am I pushing out two Aegon-sized heads. Can you hear me? I shake my head, seeing Mariah wave her hand in front of my face. Sorry, I got distracted in my thoughts. She nods with an understanding look as she guides me away from my beautiful dragon and onto a small bench. I was asking who found the egg, and how do they know there was only one? It just seems odd to me, and I am worried that whoever made the discovery might have made off with an egg or two. Syrax laid more than one last time, so I see no reason she should lay less this time around. I wave off her concerns as soon as she finishes talking. No one would be able to get close to her eggs with her in the nest, and she only left the nest after the egg was taken. Daron took the egg. He did not tell you he was leaving to take it to the Dragamont? I guess it makes sense. She seems to have not been told anything about this, and I can only guess that Daron was in a rush. No, he didn't. She dryly responds with a small huff. I roll my eyes, taking one of her hands and pulling her back up while feeling a jolt of pain in my back. Let's not sit in the sun all day. I want to take a dip in the cool pools, but I can't fly in this condition, so we will have to take a wheelhouse over to the water gardens. I dread the ride over. It takes 10 times as long in a wheelhouse, but I really want to relax in the water. She nods, and I run through my thoughts of everything Daron said before he left. He said he would likely not be back till midday tomorrow, or even the next day. I'm surprised he left without telling Mariah, but I will inform her of everything he said. He's planning to stop by King's Landing after he puts the egg he just found into the incubation chamber. 114 AC Dragonstone, Daron, Nimeros Martell. Walking out of the incubation chamber, I wave away a small gold dragon who seems obsessed with following me around. Its pink wings and white horns make it look especially beautiful compared to the more fierce-looking baby dragons I have seen. It seems addicted to sniffing at me, almost like it has found the most interesting thing in the world to smell. Go on, you little pest. I try and push away with my Barado, but the stubborn thing hooks its claws into my Barado leg and climbs me like a kitten who knows someone is food. I shake my leg and try to sling the pesky thing off, but it squawks in indignation as it digs its claws into my leg and wraps its tail around me. I sigh as I come to a stop and hold still, taking that as a chance it climbs up my Barado in a bull rush till it's perched on my Barado. a quite pleased look on its face as it sniffs at my hair and snorts a little smoke at my face. I look at the dragon and can't help but feel like I am looking at the dragon that would have gone to Aegon II. I am confused since I thought the golden egg with red highlights I have stashed away with my other eggs for my own kids was Sunfire. But looking at this wild hatchling that could be no older than a few weeks, I feel like I have simultaneously been scammed and also hit the lottery. Now it seems there are, and will be, 2 golden beauties taken to the sky in my lifetime, should everything work out. Who is your mother? I can't help but ask. The only big enough dragon on the island that could have laid eggs is Carax's, but it's still unconfirmed if dragons can change their sex, as the one maester hypothesized. The cute little dragon tilts its head with small tails of smoke escaping its nostrils as it looks into my eyes. A small rumble mixed with a trill escapes its chest as it swishes its tail around my back looking for a place to wrap its appendage for extra support. Whatever. If you want to ride me, then you better not freak out around Galathox. He will eat you like a chicken nugget. I shake off the amusing image of my dragon, snapping up the little golden nugget-sized dragon. Heading out of the man-made chamber in the Dragonmont, I am confronted with the hulking form of my mount. He is resting on the ground, but I can see his green eyes trained on the sky where small young dragons are circling overhead. I snort as I walk up, ignoring the tension in the golden dragon on my shoulder. Without you eating all of them, they have made this place into a new Valyria. There are at least 8 wild young dragons, according to the keeper I talked to. I scratch the snout of my big mount. He takes a deep inhale that almost sucks the dragon off my shoulder. He had to wrap his tail around my neck to keep from being inhaled. Sunfire does not take lightly to the perceived attempt on his life. He stands up on his little clawed feet, letting out a mighty roar at the big black Barado. The shrill noise threatens to make my ears bleed, so I flick the golden little creature on the nose, making it shake its head. No yelling in my ear. I get enough from Aegon. I head for the side of my mount. I am ready to leave and make it to King's Landing quickly. I miss my family, and I could make it back before they go to bed if I left now. But I want to see the king and have a conversation with him. I need to feel out what is happening in the capital. There's too much chatter coming from my ears and the walls. If even half of what I have heard is true, well, he won't be happy to see me. You staying, or are you riding with? I ask the small dragon who is looking around wildly as I make my way onto the saddle. A small chirp is the only response I get before the hatchling dives into the saddlebags where I used to keep the eggs. I had a homemade incubation chamber made up not long ago, and now I keep the 2 remaining eggs I got from the Sea Lord along with Syrinx's first clutch in there. I would have put the purple egg Syrinx just laid in there, but I also want to let her genetics flow out into the new population of wild Barado as well. I have no idea if the Barado would face issues with Barado too closely within the population, but if they can't, I would be dooming the future populace by hoarding too many eggs. I have plenty of eggs for the next 5 children I have, so I'm not worried about it. Plus, Rhaenys has her Red Queen who lays eggs every now and then after flying off to presumably breed with a wild dragon somewhere. My children will not be without eggs anytime soon, and even if they are, looking at the sky at the various colored young dragons, I slowly nod, feeling a little excited for the future. There's always plenty to claim the old-fashioned way. 114 AC Dragonstone Demon Targaryen, watching the beautiful red-haired woman watch Daeron fly away on his large mount, I can't help but raise an eyebrow. This woman has been spilling a lot of nonsense, but has also had some good results in curing my affliction. I kept her around after all her nonsense, after her words rang true about a good night's rest without any disturbance from the frozen monster from the north. That and her company. Is there something about my niece's husband that you're not telling me? I ask, searching her face for any sign that the boy Prince of Dorne is a threat to my family. No, she responds while smiling at me like she knows a funny joke she is not letting me in on. Do tell. I step closer and she leans into me, her Barado eyes looking at me with amusement. You have your role, and he has his. This is what the flames have shown me, and I can't tell you Barado until you agree to come with me. She trails off and looks toward the Barado, flying away Barado with a longing look that sparks something inside of me. I take hold of her shoulders and guide her attention back to me. and she lets out a surprised noise before her full focus is back on me. The amusement in her eyes turns to a wide smile as we begin to talk. You want to tell me anything about what you know until I go where I am supposed to bravado to people I consider close friends? I almost scoff, her words from earlier echoing in my ears, warning of a betrayal. Sounds to me like you just want me to bravado. I mutter as I hold her firmly. No, I do not want you to bravado. She responds with conviction that surprises me before she leans closer to my ear. But if you want to know the truth, to see the truth, you will have to trust me, just bravado, and risk your life. She leans in close and speaks urgently. Sounds to me like a stupid risk. I snort as I start pulling away from her right here in the hallway. But I suppose I did earn the name Rouge Prince by doing some rather stupid things. My eyes lock onto her, and I duck my head while making up my mind. Seems I need to head to Pinto's if I want the truth of what is going on in the shadows beneath the bravado. She warned that dragons are powerful and can fly high while growing large, but that only serves to make their shadows far larger when they fly overhead, covering entire cities with their darkness and letting the true terrors of the world rear their heads. Cryptic nonsense, if you ask me. But she did seemingly cure my oncoming madness over a dangerous ice creature trying to attack me in my sleep. Either it was her red god or just her fiery presence that scared the beast away. Either way, I wish to see what is at the end of this story she is trying to write. 1:14 AC King's Landing Daron Nimeros Martel Goodfather. I nod, putting on a smile, even though I wish to give this man a sharp rap on the head. Daron, it is wonderful to see you. His eyes travel over me before he nods and steps up in a welcoming hug before the court who is gathered outside in the welcoming yard. I have heard the wonderful news of Rhaenyra expecting another babe. I wish she would have it here. He mentions while looking at me almost expectantly, also politically putting me on the spot before the royal court. Rhaenyra has all the comforts she could ever want for while staying in Sunspear or the Water Gardens. She is surrounded by family who love and support her every step of the way and wants nothing but the best for her. She has mentioned her content in Dorne for the length of this pregnancy many times, even when I asked her if it would be best if she had her child in the same home she had Aegon. This is my way of politically and politely telling him before everyone that he can go take a long walk off a short pier. My bravado is having the heir to Dorne and Dorne. I also kind of pass the blame off on his heir at the same time, just so I'm not overstepping, which I know Rhaenyra would find amusement in. I see. He mumbles with a sad look. Perhaps I could sail to visit her myself if she wishes to have the child in Dorne. I nod with a smile, and he starts waving off the gathered people, making me ease a bit more as I still plan how to extract info from him. I mean, I kind of just want to wring his neck a little bit, but I can't judge him at this point with what has been going on with Mariah. But seeing Alicent standing on the side with her father and the noticeable pregnancy bump, I can't help but want to lash out. The fool is trying to stir up the hornet's nest. Even if I'm sort of doing the same, I at least am doing it in a clever way. My wife as well isn't on it, unlike Viserys and Emma who are at odds. I won't be staying long enough, but the gesture is appreciated. I wave off the need for a room to be prepared as I sit down for a midday meal alone with my good father. Otto seemed almost too eager to try and speak to me. The rat can jump out a window for all I care at this point. Maybe I need to reenact the maester's death? Shaking off the dark thoughts, I smile at my good father as food is brought out steaming and looking delicious. He seems in his element, going for some lamb, and I carefully pick around at foods I usually don't eat. Never know if something is trying some funny business, so I will throw them off their game by actually eating my vegetables this time. I take it you are here to talk about Alicent. He suddenly speaks up in a somewhat serious tone, almost making me spit out my wine. Yeah, I am. I narrow my eyes at him as he bounces his head side to side with a hard-to-read expression. How has Emma taken it? He asks with a hoarse voice and finally looks me in the eyes. Poorly, I dryly respond. But she is enjoying her time with my family and is busying herself with Visenya and Aegon at all hours that she can. I smile as memories of my good mother and the two troublemakers of Sunspear drift through my mind. Visenya as well? He smiles wide, hearing of his youngest daughter, and his eyes light up almost like he has forgotten about his current problems. She is bouncing around like a wild child and loves to repeat anything she hears like one of those parrots from the Summer Islands. She lately has taken a trying to ride her Albie and has to be pulled from the small white Barado, who is also eager to be ridden. His smile almost is infectious, but I try and let his kingly charisma wash over me. Albie? She named her dragon something like that? I shake my head at his question as I remember telling Visenya a story about a white dragon and her liking the name so much that she started saying her own version of the name all the time. Albion. I mutter, feeling like I should have held off on telling a small girl learning her words about a dragon resembling hers in color. Albion? He asks and purses his lips while he tilts his head. It's an odd name, but not bad. I nod in agreement, wondering if I should tell someone with a red dragon about the Welsh dragon. Silence fills the room other than the sounds of forks and knives as we both focus on eating for a moment. Though I can tell his thoughts went back to troubling things as his brow furrows and the excitement in his eyes dims. It was not my intention to do what I have done. I especially did not mean to hurt Emma. I nod slowly while taking a bite and listening to my good father. It just happened, and now I need to handle it. I raise an eyebrow, setting down my utensils. The tension in the room grows like a roaring bonfire. I look toward my good father, the king of Westeros, and the head of House Targaryen. His eyes are looking out a window with a distant look. I feel Barado bad for him. Maybe he's a good father, but that does not make him faultless. Heck, I might be a good father, but I still have done terrible things like I did in Lys. I would never say I'm a good person. I am in it for myself and my family after all. I would say in that way me and Viserys are almost identical. To me, it seems Viserys got lost in the moment on just himself and hurt his family. Something he could be doing a whole lot more to fix, though, in my opinion. I have talked with my hand, who just so happens to be the father of Alicent. As you already know, he awkwardly clears his throat after meeting my eyes and seeing my unimpressed look. The High Septon is also staying in the Red Keep as we go over options, and we have been discussing the doctrine of exceptionalism. It was and still is meant to help ease the faith of the Seven and the common folk when it comes to Targaryen marital practice, mainly to do with close-kin unions, but we have discussed at length and are leaning toward the practice of multiple wives also being covered. I can't even help the groan that leaves me as all the concerns and worries are confirmed right from the horse's Barado. He looks at me in shock as if I just did something completely unexpected or outrageous, and I can't help but shake my head. Anger boiling inside of me as I grip the edge of the table and debate flipping it on him and making my way to my mount and flying home. This will likely lead to war, either your own blood or in many years when something like this happens again and they use you as precedent. There will be a dance of Barado, with many deaths following it from this becoming a precedent. I just speak my thoughts without caring much. There is still the last resort option of removing Alicent, but I would rather not do that. Don't you think you are overreacting? He asks with an uncomfortable look as he grimaces. I don't, even if I know for a fact I could handle anything the Hightowers throw at me. I cannot say the same about anyone in the future having to deal with this situation. You're the 5th king of Westeros, not the 50th or 500th, but the 5th. What you do is setting the framework for the next 1,000 years. I'm not judging the multiple wives aspect, as I fully intend to wed Aegon to Visenya and a daughter of Rhaenyra, who will be Rhaenys if everything works out and they are accepting of the idea. But the way this exact situation is playing out is setting the groundwork for many future noble houses to try and squeeze their own daughters into being queens. I shake my head, letting the tension leave me as I realize just how clueless my good father is. He is not stupid, but he has blinders on, and I am here to ruthlessly tear them off if that is what it takes. I will have him seeing straight by the time I leave, or I just might get Barado carried away with a few Hightowers before I take my leave. At the end of the day, a deal has been made. Dorne is joining under the crown because we are entering the royal line and getting our blood on the throne. If he thinks I will sit back and let a son be born who has a claim over my wife and son, he is out of his mind and needs a little help from his good son to get things in order. 114 AC King's Landing Daron Nimeros Martell. Not that this has not been one of the nicest meals we have ever shared together, but I believe I need to head off now. If I want to make it back before everyone is asleep, I need to leave now. It's been a pleasant conversation, good father. I stretch my arms and yawn as I stand up. My good father nods while wiping his lips with a cloth. I am glad we had the chance to clear this up among the two of us. I trust you to convey my words. I nod, feeling a bit annoyed, but also put at ease after thoroughly understanding the king's intentions. There will be no problems from the high towers, and even if they wanted to make problems, I can and will destroy them with ease. Barato, blooded or not, they will fall before me if I so much as wave a hand, so I have nothing to fear from them. Viserys is also aware of my stance on a potential threat to my son Aegon inheriting the throne. He knows I will deal harshly with anyone who tries something. So I doubt some black versus green drama is going to start. If it did, then it would be resolved quickly. The king is also aware of this, and, in his own words, he is not going to jeopardize the Dornish integration as he did his marriage with his wife. We will see the truth of it with time. I still need to stop by and drop off some words to Alicent before I leave, but things should be fine. If not, I can just lose my temper. Alicent. She remains facing the window after I was led into her room. She seems to have known I was going to seek her out as her guards let me in without even asking any questions. Daeron. I almost chuckle at the lack of titles as we address one another after a long time apart. How are you? I ask, stepping toward her, but she does not look back. Tired, she replies with a sigh. I nod, easily noticing her pregnancy, even from behind, and come to a stop a few feet away. Feeling a little sick if I am honest. How are you? I hum as I look around her room and spot another chair and head toward it. Ready to be back with my wife and son, but duty calls, so I am still here. I lift the padded chair and carry it over toward her before setting it down beside her backward and mounting it, leaning my chest against the padded backrest. Rhaenyra asked for me to greet you on her behalf, and then shortly after curse you. Alicent cringes beside me, and I can't help but feel Barato bad for the young woman. She got a terrible hand. I thought this was avoided with how secure Rhaenyra is on the throne by the nature of the Barato integration agreement. Does she hate me now? Alicent asks with a soft voice as her hand goes to her stomach. Her eyes look a bit glassy as she tries to not look at me after a hesitant look cast once in my direction. Maybe it is hard to tell when she is so pregnant. She loves spicy food one moment and then throws it across the room in the next moment, and then she will cry that she made a mess. I shake my head thinking about my beautiful she-dragon back at Dorne. Sounds like Rhaenyra. Alicent chuckles, and her flat hand on her belly tenses as I notice her face turn pained for a moment. Baby kicking? I ask as I lean closer and stretch out a hand and set it beside hers on her round stomach. Seems she is farther along than I thought. She just doesn't match the build of my sweet Barato, so it was harder to judge. God, just thinking about my Barato and how much I miss her is enough to make me want to try and fly back without even needing Barato. Ugh. Alicent seems surprised and Barato nervous as I gently place my hand near her baby bump. This is likely not something she foresaw. I won't lie, I do not like the idea of the king having a son, as people will no doubt try and push for a king rather than a queen. But the royal progress is showing promise so far from all the places we have visited, even though it was mainly the Stormlands thus far. Dorne was assured to support Rhaenyra, as I am her husband, but I am confident in pulling 8 out of every 10 Stormland lords to her side if a son of yours try to press his claim. If I can replicate that result across the other kingdoms, then I will have nothing to fear, and I am sure I can accomplish at least that much. The Tyrells are going to be the most important. They can easily match the High Towers and keep the Reach out of any conflict. Plus, the High Towers are too big for their britches, and I know the Tyrells want to knock them down a peg or two. Not counting what I could do with my bending and just instantly killing any threat to Rhaenyra and my son's claim. Even ignoring my dragon, I am confident in winning any dance of dragons. But I'm certain it won't come to that anyway. We will avoid it skillfully and have nothing to worry about. A kick from the baby in her belly draws a smile from me as I lift my hand and pull it back. Alicent relaxes as I do so. That is not what I want to begin with. Alicent replies after a moment of soothing herself, her teary eyes even Barato wet as she clenches her dress. Good. Prove that, and you have nothing to worry about for me or any of my people. That much I can assure you of. Rhaenyra is angry, but there is still that part of her that is friends with Alicent. Maybe it won't go badly if Alicent is truthful. Cincheredo. Then it has no claim over Rhaenyra and won't be in danger. Alicent sighs after composing herself for a moment, my words putting her a bit more at ease as she takes them at face value. That would be for the best, but if it's not, then I already discussed with the king about options. Cincheredo, the king, approved of this? She asks with a wounded voice, and I wave a hand dismissively. I'm not going to steal your baby. We're talking around the age of 10 or so and letting the child foster until they reach their majority. I would prefer any son she birth foster in Dorne, but I'm aware that might not come to pass. But I'm certain the Vale would be approved, or maybe even the North. Just not the Westerlands or Reach, if I'm honest. She sighs in relief, and her hands drop in her lap with a soft smile coming to her face. I see. I nod while standing up and leaving the chair where I dragged it to. I think you should write more to Rhaenyra if you want her to get over what has happened, even if you had no real choice in the matter. It might be unfair to you, but the world is not fair, and you have to roll with the punches. I am confident if your friendship was real then, it can survive this. I purse my lips, remembering the scowl on Emma's face the last time Alicent came up. Just don't try and reach out to the queen. She hates you. I snort, seeing Alicent slump and pout her lip. Thanks, Daeron. I nod as I turn to head for the door with an ache in my chest to cuddle with my son and kiss my wife. I think this went well. Hopefully, I won't have to kill anyone, but I have steeled myself and given them a chance to avoid their death. If they don't take my kindness, then I will have no mercy. 114 AC Pinto's Demon Targaryen trust you. That is what you said, right? I ask Melisandre as she sits beside me at the feast hosted by one of my old friends. If you trust me, you will gain much and reveal many threats to your family that would otherwise grow. She looks over at me with her deep red eyes, a glint to them like never before. You can leave any time you want, but if you stay, then you have to trust me if you want to make it out of this. I raise a brow as the festivities around us get louder. She looks back at the crowd, or rather the large fire pit in the middle with a big roaring flame in it. Trust. I mutter the word, tasting it Barato, and wondering if I can even possibly do something of the sort, especially with this reckless person. Knowing my Barato is right outside, and I could easily leave whenever I want, I feel an urge to stay Barato longer. Not because I'm trusting Melisandre, but instead because I'm trusting myself and my mount to keep myself safe. But I cannot help but feel curious and want to seek out answers to what she is alluding to. What threats? I know this red, which has magic. What she has done for me proves that much. But is there any truth to her words about threats? I will stay long enough to see for myself, while staying ready to escape at a moment's notice. Melisandre turns and watches the entrance as a large horn is dragged into the room, and I can't help but raise a brow seeing it. Even in the poor lighting, I can see Valyrian words carved all over it, and the sight of red stains speaks of a bloody past for the large object. Melisandre looks back at me, and I can see she gazes once more in the direction of my dragon, and then back at me. If you cannot trust me, now is the time to leave. She almost seems uncertain when the words escape her Barato, and I feel a chill for a moment as I look back at the horn. I can't help but feel like I might have bumped into some new, foul magic Barato. Ice demons, and now some cursed horn. Forget it. I sigh as I rest my hand on the hilt of Dark Sister. Let's see what they are up to. I stand, which causes the red woman to stand along beside me, with a small smile on her face. 114 AC Sunspear Daeron Nimeros Martell go on. You should be fine with them. I extend my arm, which is going numb from having a baby dragon clung to it for hours. Why did you bring a hatchling back with you when you left to drop off an egg to avoid having too many hatchlings? Rhaenyra approaches and immediately starts showing off her displeasure for me being longer than I said I would. My sweet wife, it is so nice to see you. I have missed you like the stars miss the night sky, like the MO. She cuts me off by standing up on her toes and hugging me tightly. Her arms have a hard time going around my neck because of the baby belly getting in her way. Just be silent and hold me without all the drama. She smirks with both her hands going down to her stomach. I missed you too, more. I mutter quickly before pressing a kiss on her dress-covered stomach, which causes Rhaenyra to huff and playfully slap at my head, having likely heard me. It should not be too much longer. I raise a brow at my wife as I noticed some others finally making their way outside where I landed, which is a small side yard where Albion and Balerion made a nest. Though I know both prefer the water gardens and the small dragon pit, but they have occupied one of Galathox's massive caves. The giant black dragon has made many caves using his flames and digging them out, a big help in the construction of the future home of many dragons. It won't be too much longer, and we will have 2 more babes. I can feel in my bones. Rhaenyra nods at her own words with a happy smile, as she also notices we are no longer alone and decides to step to my side, embracing me as best as she can. I am about to speak up, seeing my son in my mother's arms, and how excited he looks, a few half-common tongue words and half-Valyrian words escaping him as he wiggles around. But seeing the stowaway, who I am calling Sunfire, wing his way over to Mariah and stop her in her tracks, I go wide-eyed. "Where did you come from?" Mariah asks in pure confusion, but cradles her own much smaller pregnant stomach protectively as the small golden dragon hunches and locks its eyes on her belly. "I brought it for Dragonstone. It clung to me like a spoiled child, and so I just brought it with me." Sunfire shakes like a dog, trying to get water off of itself before attempting to climb Mariah's skirts. Its name is Sunfire. I watch with a lot less nervousness than the others in the yard, who were thrown off by the sudden entrance of a wild dragon. "Think it likes the baby?" Rhaenyra speaks my thoughts, and I hum in thought. This dragon has been very different from any others that I have seen, so it's hard to tell. It shouldn't have known about Mariah or her baby, so it's next to impossible it clung to me for a potential bond. Maybe it just likes the smell of Rhaenyra Valyrian and is sniffing her out. I try to come up with a valid reason for the small hatchling's actions, but it's hard not to notice its interest in my sister. Sunfire seems content to rub its head against the baby bump as Mariah holds it like a stinky dog at arm's length. I can't help but smile, seeing how she looks off-put by the tiny hatchling, even though it is acting sweet. I know she wanted her own dragon's offspring to hatch for any baby she has, so this development is going against her wishes. "Kapa." Aegon finally makes his way to me as he spurs his grandmother's sides with his feet and holds his arms out to me in a way that shows his intentions. "Sweet boy, be nice to your grandmother, or she will drop you on your head as she did me." I scoop my son out of my mother's arms, even as she glares at me with annoyance. "Your father jumped from my arms or rolled off the bed. I never once dropped him, even though he likely would have just bounced back up into my arms." A fond smile replaces the annoyed look as she likely slips down memory lane. I can't help but remember how I was back when I was testing feather falling. I need to keep a close eye on this little guy. As soon as he realizes falling does not hurt like his instincts might tell him, he is going to be even more wild. "Daron like to fall, I take it?" Rhaenyra asks with ill-concealed amusement as she leans further against me, and I feel a kick in my side for one of my unborn children. Why, yes, he did. He would simply just roll off of something if he was left alone for even a moment. I started calling him my little Barado the 3rd time he did it. He simply wanted to fly, no matter if it was the last flight he took as he fell and got hurt or lived. But it got worse when he could walk and run. Don't get me started when he learned to climb and made his way up the side of the Golden Spear Tower and leaped from its peak. I shift uncomfortably as my wife giggles, though I make sure to cover my son's ears lest he gets any ideas. Can't be too careful with this little fella. I see the gleam in his eyes, as if he understands fully what is being said. A small smile with some teeth in it is all he offers me as I cover his ears and shake my head at him. "No humping." His soft giggle and my whispered words send a chill down my back at the hell that is coming on the horizon. 114 AC Pentos Demon Targaryen, I can hardly see how my trust has been repaid fairly. I half joke and am half serious as Melisandre performs the ancient ritual upon me, her hands stained with ceremonial Barado, while I lie upon the altar table. She continues her ritual work as she speaks loudly in some foreign tongue that I have a suspicion is from Asshai, as she told me about not long ago. The red woman who I extended my trust to leans down and kisses my forehead as she stands behind the table away from the corpses burning away at the other side of the table. You have to act like this is working, or they will figure out this is not really the ritual they requested. She quickly whispers against my forehead, and I do my best to lay still and not tense up. They think I am drugged. At least the men with the horn do. The others who shared drinks with me this whole gathering likely knew I was not. Melisandre goes back to chanting almost like she is singing, and I pay less attention to the men around the horn and more to what she is doing. The Red Woman, I took an interest in because of her help in ridding me of my frozen demon, is a beautiful woman. She is not tall, nor is she short, but she fills out her red priest robes as if they are painted onto her like crimson paint on a horn. Her ruby red eyes remind me so much of Carax's scales and how they shimmer in the light of day. Her hair is a mix of metallic and red, like a stained blade after a long battle. Something that I enjoyed the sight of almost as much as Valyrian silver and gold. Her voice carries an accent I have never heard but reminds me of Miseria at the same time, though I find myself in this moment enjoying Melisandre's smooth voice quite a bit. If not for the deadly attack that took place a moment ago, I might find myself enjoying this play, even though it is not something I would normally seek out. Nor will I let it happen again. He is ready, Melisandre says in Valyrian as a captive is brought to the horn and placed at its base. Sound the horn, and the beast will be at our command. We will make those Barado pay for what they have done. Mir and Tyrosh will not stay on our knees like the Lyseni planned to. We will have our freedom and then bring ruin to the Barado for what they have done. I go wide-eyed hearing the man's words, and what they mean sends a chill over my skin as the captive is struck until he rises and steps forward to the table. My eyes lock with Melisandre, and she gives away no emotion, but her Barado move as she faces me, her words hidden from those behind her. Censuredo, censuredo. Melisandre stands firm looking at me as the horn gets loud enough to make me fight against my bindings to try and cover my ears. Slowly she looks around as if she is unaffected by the ear-shattering noise that is attempting to kill everyone in the room. She nods after looking around the room and walks toward me, a slow, painful pace that ends in me being released and able to cover my ears. Flames break down the far wall, crimson flames leaving a familiar dark red opening that quickly consumes a majority of the room and silences the horn. The men who fell to the ground, butchered for whatever strange ritual this was, are all consumed in Carax's flames. What even was this? I question loudly, finding it hard to hear, but my eyes do not leave my mount who is clawing his way into the building in an attempt to get at the horn that was blown. The start. Melisandre responds as she stands beside me watching my dragon grab the horn in his mouth and drag it out of the building. I feel the urge to confront this rude woman, but I can't help my curiosity, and she is the only one with answers. She spoke of threats, and whatever this was likely could have been one if not for her obviously ruining the attempt. They somehow wanted to use that horn to steal my Barado and likely would have harmed me in the process. This is not something I can allow to be repeated. Speak everything that you know, starting with the horn. I stand over her firmly, demanding answers, though I do not intend to silence her permanently. The red ruby collar on her neck glows as my thumb brushes against it. I will tell you everything, but as far as the horn goes, it is called Dragonbinder, or at least it was called that. Crimson flames light up the room as Caraxes takes his obvious frustrations out on the horn that both hurt me and pissed him off. I can't help but smile watching through the Barado in the wall my mount made as he melts the horn down to a puddle. The pulsing ache in my head eases as I see the object that hurt me turn to nothing. I scan the rest of the room carefully, staying alert near the Red Woman. My mind spins at what could have happened, and I grow angry at the thoughts. Mir and Tyrosh will pay. Pentos, too, if they knew this was going to happen. I know for certain the Prince of Pentos, the man I once called a friend, was on the side of the men who were behind this. I will show them all fire and blood for daring to do what they did, and for even so much as thinking about stealing my bonded mount. 114 AC King's Landing Viserys Targaryen, if it is not one thing, it's another. He did what? I ask my hand as the man shifts in his chair a little uncomfortably. Demon claimed Pentos and named himself the Prince of Pentos. I slowly nod, and many thoughts go through my mind, but only one makes it out of my lips. Why? I can't help but wonder what in the seven hells he is doing. Why would Demon suddenly decide to take over Pentos? It is not hard to see he is not satisfied with just being the brother of the king of Westeros. But does that mean he wants to make his own kingdom? All that I can say is that he is not called the Rouge Prince without reason. Otto finally responds after silence fills my bedchambers. I was just wanting to work on my model of Valyria, and now I have to call a small council meeting to discuss what needs to be done. It is like the time recently when Daeron took Lys, only this time we cannot be certain that the person doing the conquering intends to bend the knee. So, to speak, we knew Rhaenyra and Daeron would have a child, and that child would inherit the throne, uniting the newly claimed island with the rest of Westeros, along with Dorne. But the same cannot be said about my brother, who does not even have a child himself. He still is a child in many ways. Here I was thinking the worst thing going on in my life was my marriage with Emma collapsing. Now there seems to be another war brewing, only this time it's my brother and not my good family through Rhaenyra's marriage. I have no idea what Demon is going to do, unlike Daeron and the Stepstones. Hopefully, word will arrive soon on what he is doing. 114 AC Sunspear, Daeron Nimmerose Martell, I am going to stop you. Rhaenyra screams as she pushes again, try to deliver one of the twins, her face turning a touch red from strain. I rub a chilled towel over her forehead as I sit beside her on the bed, and she attempts to crush my hand. This time around, I am letting a woman assist with the birthing, unlike last time where I did it all alone, pretty much other than obviously Rhaenyra pushing. My Barado keeps Barado me, just like the Barado we met, and it brings back pleasant memories that I can't help but smile at. She playfully scolded me and joked about needing some space, but that little disagreement faded quickly, just like it did back then. I expect it to be the same as last time, if not a bit longer, due to there being 2 babies this time around. You're doing just fine. Emma speaks up from the side with obvious stress. She almost looks like a war veteran on the 4th of July. Not that I can blame her. I think I'm just going to give up instead of waiting for this to be me. Mariah mutters from the side of the bed and earns herself an unamused look from nearly everyone in the room. My heart feels like it stills inside of my Barado, something that is easy to notice with how stupidly fast it beats normally. The pitiful and frustrated whine of a new babe fills the room, and my whole body tenses as I look at the small baby girl who is lifted into my line of sight. For the first time since thinking about having a girl, I am actually confronted with having a girl, and all that comes with it comes crashing down on top of me at once. It's a beautiful baby girl. Mariah, who snaked her way down to where the action is happening, takes her niece into her arms as the old woman, working her hard-earned skills, places the baby girl onto the clean cloth that my sister was holding. The cord was quickly dealt with, and almost like the world is set to fast forward, I only hear a blur of voices and screams as Mariah makes her way around the bed holding my daughter. I can already see she's been born with more hair than Aegon, who is almost bald, whereas this girl was born with a visible head of hair. Here, Mariah mutters, and as she does, so I take my daughter, who has her eyes lazy shut and her small mouth parted open with a soft yet defiant scream coming out of it. You like Rhaenys for this one? I ask my wife without actually looking at her, and instead take my daughter in one arm and use the other to grab my wife's hand again. Rhaenys is perfect. I nod happily, hearing her slightly hoarse voice. Her head leans against my shoulder as she looks at our daughter along with me. I sure hope the other one gives me a break. It seems nothing is happening yet after a few painful kicks. I think the one still inside was checking out all the new free space and is content to relax for a moment. I scrunch my nose as I look at her exposed belly, and the odd sight of it being almost half the size disturbs me. I don't know if that is normal or if something is wrong, but I'm getting a bit worried while also being flooded with happiness from the screaming babe resting on my arm. I can't wait to show Aegon. I smile, imagining him going wide-eyed, seeing his mother lose so much weight that he has become accustomed to. I'm sure he will also love to have 2 screaming baby siblings to annoy his head off. His now established sleep schedule will be wrecked just like he wrecked mine. I think he will get jealous. Rhaenyra pouts and lifts her head, so I lean my head down and greet her briefly. Why do you think that? I raise a brow at my Barado as she grimaces and pushes me off of her, and then lowers her hands to her stomach. He's going to be fighting for attention. I only briefly think about her words as my attention is now locked onto her stomach, which looks like it's coming alive. Seems I won't be resting long. Rhaenyra pitifully whines, and I shelf my response to her worries about our son as I focus on her condition. It's another girl. Mariah practically cheers as Rhaenyra goes slack and huffs and puffs. 2 baby girls. Emma smiles and kisses her daughter's sweaty forehead, which earns a grimace from my wife, who seems to not want to be touched right now. I want to be washed off as soon as possible. My wife gives me a look, and I understand what she wants, and I nod at Mariah, who is helping to swaddle up the other baby girl. Thank you for hell. I tune out Mariah as I look between the 2 baby girls who look perfectly alike at this point in time, and I dread telling them apart. I close my eyes and shake my head, knowing I will likely have hell in the future when they want to try and prank people by swapping places. But I have a little cheat in the way of knowing which will be bonded to which dragon once their eggs no doubt hatch. The green and bronze will go to one, and the other will get the cream and gold. I pray the cream and gold will hatch for Rhaenys. Then she can be Rhaenys with Meraxes, since the original Meraxes had golden eyes and pale scales. Here, opening my eyes, I take my other daughter on my other arm that is not holding Rhaenys. They are the exact same. I lift and lower each arm, feeling their weight, and smile, seeing the both of them kicking their feet, which are touching even while swaddled. Why do they stop crying? Emma asks worriedly as she stands and heads around the bed to get a closer look. Rhaenyra, who had her eyes closed, also sits up, even with obvious pain and a tremendous amount of effort. But I lower my spouse back down as I watch the old woman who helped birth my twins leave the room. They kicked each other, and it seems that comforted them or something. The only noise in the room after my words is Rhaenyra dryly chuckling as she shakes her head. They are going to be a handful. I nod in agreement as I pass the babies off to their grandmother, who actually climbed onto the bed with her worry obvious to all, as she wanted to see what was wrong with the 2 newborns. Having a baby Barado certainly messes someone up and leaves them with a hair trigger toward baby-related problems. It really stinks I can't heal mental wounds like I can heal bodily ones. Let's get you cleaned up, my beautiful Barado. I work my way onto my knees, being careful to not shake the bed as my good mother gets comfortable with both girls in her arms and a wide smile on her face. What are you naming the other girl? Mariah asks as she carries over the water, but she almost trips as I bend the water out of the bucket, and it loses all of its weight before she can react. I wink at her as she scowls, and when she points at her belly, I cringe, realizing I was just foolish. Still got a pregnant girl around, and I can't horseplay just yet. I like Nymeria, but it might cause problems with Rhaenys being firstborn and the one who will inherit Sunspear and Dorne. I begin cleansing my wife and healing any wounds she might have accumulated as I see more than a little blood. Nymeria works for now. Worst case, I head over to Essos and claim New York so the city Nymeria ruled, and have it rebuilt so my second daughter has a fitting seat of power. That earns me a strange look from Emma and Mariah, but Rhaenyra smiles softly as she relaxes under my careful hands. That might make her quite a lot of enemies. Emma seems hesitant, but I merely scoff, remembering the news from Pintos that arrived just last night. I have not heard from the Sea Lord, but I am sure he is conflicted. On one hand, Daemon will likely get rid of slavery, but on the other hand, Braavos has a neighbor who has a dragon. After what I did with Lys and Daemon, with Pintos, all of Essos will be walking on eggshells around anything to do with dragons. Many will begin to arm themselves for combat against dragons like the Triarchy tried to do in the Stepstones. I lower my voice a bit, seeing both newborns and my wife nod off into sleep. But it won't matter, just Gaelathox alone is enough to take Essos if I rushed everyone. I am not worried about reclaiming the Mother Rhoyne, as it's something I have long planned to do with the children of the Greenblood. I know the true Rhoyner will cheer the day I tell them to sail back to the Rhoyne. Knowing I am helping them to reclaim their ancestral home will send many, if not all of them, trying to swim back if that is what it takes to get them there. I think I will have all of the Rhoyne reclaimed and beat Norvos and Qohor into submission before I make a princedom and pass it to Nymeria for her to inherit. Not sure what I will do with Volantis. They see themselves as the last true remnant of Illyria and would never surrender to the rule of a child of Nymeria, even if said child had a dragon. Volantis might just have to get the fire and blood treatment, or maybe I could have the slaves revolt by arming them temporarily with weapons that they will give back. I won't leave them armed, that would just entice them to try and revolt under my daughter's rule as well. But no matter what I do, I know there's free land, and the Dothraki are all that has stopped others from claiming it in truth for themselves. Qohor might use the river to trade lumber with Volantis, but they do not have settlements along the river. Volantis has a few old settlements on the river, but they are plagued by the Dothraki and are feeble small villages at best. Dragons will deal with any horse lord threat. Then the river might as well be free real estate. 114 AC Sunspear Duran, Nimrose Martell. I am confident this paint will not hurt them. I would not do something I thought could even remotely hurt them. I'll make a red mark on Rhaenys left Barato with the paint. I nod and turn toward Nymeria, who is lying still with her eyes closed. Do the other one, I say. She lifts Nymeria's right Barato as I dip the brush in water and then purple paint. How about? I smear it on my wife's neck and jump back before she can react. Her loud exclamation as she whips around with disbelief in her eyes brings great joy to me. I'm going to go find Aegon. I quickly run for the door, hearing a curse yelled out at me, and both babies shouting their disapproval of such loud noises next to their sensitive ears. Come on, little man. Your little sisters are going to be picking the egg they want. More like we're going to just set the remaining stone eggs in between them and hope something eventually happens. Balerion was noticeably interested when he somehow managed to climb through a window and noticed we had his brother's eggs. I'm a firm believer that dragons are both genders and can swap whenever they want for breeding purposes. I have no idea if it's a dominant thing that makes some act more feminine like Syrax, or if that is just preference of the dragon. But I do know that so far Balerion and Sunfire both seem male, and Albion might be girlish like Syrax, which might have to do with Balerion bullying the white dragon. On so many levels that is just wrong, but also entertaining. Kapa. Aegon rubs his hand over the stubble on my jaw as he eyes me curiously, the short hairs on my face taking far more of his attention than the idea of sisters. He has not made the connection yet that they are family to him. He just knows his mother lost a lot of weight and is confused. The big belly that used to kick him is gone, and he keeps patting her stomach whenever he gets the chance. Aegon, I respond as he keeps touching my face. A small smile appears when he hears his name. Eggy. I stop in my tracks, hearing the name he has taken to referring to himself with. Aegon. I look my son in his eyes and slowly pronounce his name, which causes a wider smile to appear on his face. Eggy. I sigh and start walking again while fighting off a chuckle, knowing this name will likely stick now that both him and Visenya have been repeating it so much. I think Egg is not an uncommon nickname for a boy named Aegon. I am fine with it, even if it is a bit funny and ruins the image of the conqueror. This is Rhaenys, and this is Nymeria. Red is for Rhaenys, and purple is for Nymeria. I am certain they are identical twins, and I dread the future where they use it to their advantage to manipulate people. Red. Censurado. Aegon once more commits to the thing he knows, which is the color, and his mother is left to sigh with a loving gaze directed at our boy. My eyes travel over my little family with no small amount of happiness and pride swelling inside of me at the sight. But I put it aside for now as I bring out the 2 dragon eggs, which seems to grab everyone's attention. The 2 babies who can do no more than make nonsensical noise and lay around confused about where they are even stop as if they turned into statues. Which one do you think Rhaenys wants? I ask my son as I hold up both eggs, and he looks at the both of them with great interest. They sleep in the same cradle. It won't really matter. Rhaenyra puts in her own 2 cents, but I ignore her and hold the eggs out for my son, who is making a great effort of looking at 2 eggs. Red. He slaps at the cream and gold one before turning back to the foot he was playing with. Red. I nod in approval. I definitely did not rig the game by placing the cream-colored one closer to him, since I want the golden one to go to Rhaenys. Rhaenys had Barato, a pale Barato with golden eyes, so I think it's a good fit. We do not know much about Merax's other than she loved to fly and was the second biggest dragon during the conquest. It's a shame she died and ended up made into weapons. I hope this little dragon that will hatch won't hold a grudge against me for doing that. If anything, the cream and gold dragon should be happy that the bones of its hopefully future namesake didn't go to waste. 114 AC Pinto's Demon Targaryen. Well, This is certainly not what I expected would be the outcome of our little trip. I shake my head looking at my wife, or at least who I plan to marry. The fiery redhead certainly has the qualities I admire in a partner, and is interesting to be around, to say the least, but she's also a real fanatic. But I already committed to this plan, and Pintos has been claimed. Her support, and by extension her Red God support, and all of the Fire God's fanatic support certainly is welcome. Daemon Targaryen, the Prince of Pintos, and soon-to-be Overmere and Tyrosh, to repay them for trying to kill me and steal my dragon. There are others who will feel my wrath as well. Cohor, and even some dried-up corpses from Karth as well that need a visit from me and my mount. But all in due time, I will pay each of them a visit and show them what the price is of messing with the dragon. While I do not claim to know your thoughts, that might even be beyond even the most devout of Lawler's followers using the Lord's light as guidance. I snort at her poor attempt at a jab at me, and instead let it roll off me as I look around at all the gifts brought to me as the new prince of this free city. You said there would be visitors soon? I lock eyes with Melisandre as she slowly nods with a small smile. A call with his Khalasar of 20,000 or so men will come demanding tribute. Shaking my head, I can't help but want to laugh at the thought of a horse lord daring to demand anything of a dragon. Does this call not know his people kept themselves low and out of the way of the dragon lords, and only dared to stand up and destroy the grass kingdoms once the doom hit? Regardless if he knows or not, he will learn exactly why his people were nothing on the west of the Bone Mountains until after the fall of Valyria. I will be giving all of the horse lords a harsh reminder that they will not soon forget when I take to the skies where their horses cannot reach. If it was not for how pathetic a Barato of the Dothraki would be, I would even be excited at the thought, but it seems Barato bothersome than fulfilling. Revenge, on the other hand, the sweet taste of lashing out and destroying those who tried at my life, is a temptress just out of my reach. I could stand and grab the temptress by simply jumping onto my mount and flying off to give fire and blood to those who wrong me. But I'm tempted to carve out a little piece of Essos for myself now that things are in motion for me to do so with little opposition. My niece's husband broke the Triarchy and weakened them while keeping Lys for himself. Bravos is just happy that I let their representative know that I would outlaw slavery of all forms. Only Volantis stands as a threat in Essos against any expansion I did. The rest are nothing. Even less than nothing if I find support from Dorne. I am even sure Melisandre has been hinting at that, being something assured as if she saw it in the flames. The way she acted when she saw Daeron and his dragon at Dragonstone hinted at something. She knows something about his plans, and they likely have to do with what I am now tangled in. I will deal with the call and secure my city before reaching out to Dorne. The slight reaction before a happy nod from Melisandre further confirms my suspicion, and I will keep watch on her even closer than I planned to, which was already going to be very close. I do not intend to let her leave my side to scheme with others. If she watches the flames, I will be there to hear what she sees from her own mouth as she sees it, or she will lose the little trust one have given her. She certainly has stomped on it already with how she did not even hint at what I was in for when I came here. But even with that being the case, it's not like I want to complain about the results. I certainly enjoy my current standing. Still a prince, but if I started calling myself king, no one would say anything about it. I have ample reason and motivation to grow my new little princedom, and there is not much anyone could do except for the Dornish. Lucky for me, I am family with the Dornish. Not that I have said or thought that before, but now it is very convenient for them to share blood with me. I am sure I can get support, or at least have peace with the Dornish as I work toward my revenge, and maybe even growing my acquired lands. I will gather sellsword with all the new gifts and gold I have gained, and then march south toward Myr. If I do not have Dorne's support, then I will also have to get sell sales to help me make it to Tyrosh after that, but it's all very much within reach. Just knowing how much it would stress Viserys and send Otto up the wall is enough to make me want to follow through on this. I don't even need the glory of being a conqueror or pretty titles and lands. Knowing that I would be ruining my brother's next few months, well, the pleasant thought. 114 AC Sunspear Daeron Nimmerose Martell, maybe he is just here to see the twins. I mutter watching the red dragon circle Sunspear. A throb in my temple alerts me to an oncoming headache as I watch the blood WYRM head to land in the middle of the city. Dumbass. He's going to have all the common folk up in a fuss with his dragon, throwing sand everywhere and ruining food sitting out on the market stalls. He did not send a raven. Rhaenyra casually observes beside me, but I still give her an odd look. There are no ravens that cross the narrow sea. Her expression tightens as she grips my arm harder, but no words come out to defend herself. These girls have worn her down in every possible way. It stings because, unlike with Aegon, I get nothing in return, not even the things I need. Let me help you sit down. You'll need all the rest you can get before whatever trouble he is here to stir up starts making things noisy around here. I turn, gently pulling my wife along as she leans her head against my shoulder with a low hum. The Prince of Pentos. I greet the rogue prince as he enters the sitting room that is set aside for important guests. Aegon and Visenya are on the floor as neither wanted to separate when I came to get my son from his grandmother. The twins are lying on a cushioned couch with Rhaenyra sitting on a pillow on the ground beside them while I stand behind the couch watching the guests carefully. I have no idea what he is here for, and I doubt it's to hurt his family, but it's hard not to feel a bit jumpy with this chaotic bundle of fire in the room or within 100 miles of my location. Niece. The rogue prince greets Rhaenyra, who nods while keeping her hands busy fussing over the twins. Nephew. He smiles at me, and I can't help but want to gag hearing him call me something I never thought I would hear in this life. Man, Cincheredo reminds me of a crown I have seen before. The Conqueror's crown looks way cooler than the crown he has on, but there's also a big difference between a king and prince, and he still calls himself a prince. I would not be surprised to hear about the disappearance of the Conqueror's crown after he has visited King's Landing, and then the following news of him naming himself king. Sounds like a demon thing to do. It was a gift. He responds with a sly smirk as he finishes approaching the front of the couch, and he finally peels his eyes off me and down at the two bundles of sleeping joy, Rhaenys and Nymeria. Rhaenyra nods as she lifts the bundled-up feet of Nymeria, who is painted purple today. Nymeria. She sets Nymeria's feet down and runs a finger across Rhaenys' belly, causing the little babe to stir with little wiggles. Rhaenys. Demon hums and turns his attention to Visenya, who has approached him using both her patented scooting technique and a turtle crawl. Visenya. I press my barato together as he leans down and picks up the girl whom I've come to care about as much as my own child. Again, the slight panic washes over me, but I push down the intrusive thoughts. Just one quick motion and he could do serious damage. But I also know the majority of his fame is just him fooling around, and he is not like that around those he sees as his kin. The way he called me nephew earlier might have been a sign that I fall under that now, or he was just humoring the both of the adults in a room while pointedly ignoring my proper title. Did you come with a goal in mind, uncle, or are you just finally making time to visit family? He hums instead of answering Rhaenyra as he sets Visenya down and looks at Aegon curiously. My boy is sitting up all on his own with a hand on his toy dragon that was made to resemble Balerion. Aegon tilts his head much the same as the rogue prince, who smiles, seeing the adorable reaction. Aegon turns his head to look at his mother and then looks at me before he seems to no longer care and attempts to reunite with Visenya, who is sitting on the ground beside Demon. Aegon. Demon crouches as he watches Aegon reenact how Visenya made it across the carpeted floor. Rhaenyra leans back before he can get to his destination, though, and pulls our son into her lap. Don't rub your legs on the carpet, you will rub your knees raw again. Rhaenyra quickly fusses over our boy as she makes room for Visenya to climb on her lap as well. I came to talk. Demon speaks up, watching his niece interact with the four young ones with a distant look. I also came to see family. His words come out in a tone of voice I have never heard before, as he wears the realest smile I have ever seen on his face. I sigh, wondering if I'm awful for thinking about just tossing him out the window, or if it's actually the best course of action for this random visit from the troublemaking prince. So your plan is to make them bend, and then keep them bent, so they will no longer be a threat? I ask as I lean back in my chair while watching Demon closely. That is the plan. He nods happily as he pours himself some more of my special Dornish red. I can't help but hesitate to offer any support when you have yet to explain how this is good for me, or just anyone who is not you? Does he really think I'm going to jump onto my dragon and help him fight the remnants of the Triarchy that seems to be hunting for a dragon for revenge? He is foolish if he thinks I will help him grow his little princedom a single inch, when it could very likely be a dagger slowly being sharpened to stab my own son or his children in the distant future. No need to worry about what you will get from this. There will be a substantial amount of loot, and I will be splitting it half with you. Then there's the matter of land that I will need to divide up and give out for other people to rule over in my stead. I can offer land and whatever fancy titles you want to any of your supporters or future children. I hum and nod while checking for my wife's reaction to all of this, and she remains neutral watching the two of us go back and forth. It's hard to tell what she is feeling about this. At the very least, this is going to screw with our future plans that we had in Essos. The trip we had planned once we took a long break after our royal progress might be thrown out entirely by Demon's actions. But if he is going to do this regardless, then helping him means I gain something while standing aside, means he might hold a petty grudge. No doubt he blames me for the remnants of the Triarchy trying to harm him or whatever they did to begin with. You did not name yourself a king. Rhaenyra speaks up as soon as I look away from her, surprising me, as she seemed content to listen for the time being. I did not. He nods in agreement. You will remain a prince? He nods at her question, and she tilts her head, but a slight gleam to her eyes and her eyebrows coming together slightly let me know she is up to some mischief. Will you bend the knee, uniting any lands you lay claim upon to the Iron Throne? I press my barato together as she just took a left turn out of nowhere and might have caused this meeting to go sour. I mean, I was thinking that myself the whole time, but I did not want to seem greedy right off the start. That is something I would have brought up in the next meeting about this, as it will take multiple conversations before any of the Dornish force is called upon. We only recently sent them all home. Well, more than a year, but still it's a pretty short break, all things considered. I also have my own plans with the Royne, and I do not need to take heavy losses before that is achieved. I need my men to be as fresh as possible and highly motivated, which they are after the loot from the Triarchy was split. It would certainly give my husband and his brother more motivation to assist you if we all were to be united under one solid banner. Rhaenyra speaks up again, seeing the odd look her uncle has, but if I am honest, he does not look upset or mad, maybe a bit amused. You have become much more bold since you married a Dornishman. Demons chuckles lowly as he taps his fingers on the table. You're asking me to bend and devote any lands I have to the throne before I even take them? He chuckles more while shaking his head, which for a moment she frowns at. My husband took Lys easily, and if he wanted, he could have taken Tyrosh at the very least with a big enough garrison to keep order in the city. Mir likely would have had to be burned based on what he has told me and how they seem more ready to fight to the last man. His lips thin the more and more she speaks, while her voice becomes a bit haughty, like she is showing off, and the pride practically radiates off her. But there is no telling what they would have done once the flames started burning the town to ash. To me, it seems the conquering has already been done, and the only thing that is needed is men to occupy and pacify the two free cities. They were left alone after they paid a tribute, but now that they have attacked a royal family member, well, my husband can go all on his own to finish what he started. She tilts her head while lifting her chin, and I can't help but feel amused by how much more aggressive she is with negotiating with her uncle compared to the other lords we have seen thus far on our progress. She seemed tough and witty when we dealt with the Stormlanders. She was understanding and accepting when dealing with the Barato lords and ladies, and talked with them about their concerns they had with being brought under the crown with her wearing it in the future. But Demon, she seems to want to provoke him or make him react poorly. Maybe she just wants him to leave so another war will not start. She likely does not want me to leave just as much as I do not want to leave. Hell, I would rather not even think about war until Aegon is at least 5 named days. I want to be here watching him grow. I intended to bend the knee to Viserys once I had revenge and ensured there would be no future attacks upon our family. His stony look slowly morphs into a small smile. But if it would please you more, I could head to bend the knee to my brother and pledge my lands to the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra slowly nods, but otherwise does not react as if she expected this result. Good. She meets eyes with me and smiles. If you do that, then I have no problem which would just mean you need my husband to approve. I nod while wondering how my father will react to this. He will probably ban Demon from ever returning. But in all honesty, it seems more like Demon needs men. A single dragon could destroy any repaired defenses the two free cities have put back up. So I might not even have to make an appearance other than for a few days during the capture of the cities. The Dornish spearmen can easily keep peace in the cities, and I am sure Luwin would love something to do. Luwin could police the Dornish forces, and his dragon would add pressure to the common folk, keeping them from getting rowdy. Who would have expected for Demon to join in on the fun on the other side of the narrow sea? 114 AC Sunspear, Daron Nimero's Martell, how unexpected. I tilt my head as I watch the Red Queen circle Sunspear, and I can't help but feel a bit worried. Regardless of the deal between all of us in this awkward situation I have found myself in, I am still somewhat concerned about Rhaenys and her reaction. No doubt she already knows the truth and does not like it. But to that all I can say is she should have been Barato attentive to where her son spent his time. Centuredo, that whole conversation with my Barato present ended up with her wanting to try something new, and I at that moment vowed to defend anyone who made fun of my new best friend Laenor. It will be fine. Lena is here as well, and if she wants to say anything, then we can tell her how we plan to keep the blood in the family. Laenor, on the other hand, seems at peace and not in the slightest bothered. Mariah will be going to the birthing bed any day now, and Laenor and Luwin are staying in Sunspear until the baby is born. Once the baby is born and they spend enough time with it to appease public appearances, then Luwin and Laenor will be leading the men to Tyrosh. Demon is going the Sellsword path to take Myr, and I salute him, but I am expecting for him to be backstabbed. 2,500 men will sail to Tyrosh along with 3 dragons, which will be Laenor, Luwin, and myself. But once the city is captured, then Luwin will be taking control of the city with the men, and I am returning to Sunspear. I got too many young ones to spend time messing around in a free city that I know for a fact is going to crumble under the weight of the attack we are sending its way. They have hardly recovered, and trade has been poor to Tyrosh, as people have been heading to Bloodstone Barato, often than not. Let's get this over with. I shake my head and head for the door with the goal of meeting the queen who never was. I wonder what she would have done if she actually was given the throne, and then her only son turned out gay. Who would have been the father in that situation? I imagine Rhaenyra would have been the queen consort. Maybe I am wrong, though. I think Lena stood just as much chance to be the heir, and she could have continued the bloodline with no problem. Not sure who she would have married. I highly doubt that a Rhaenys with a crown would let Demon marry her daughter. Maybe Viserys, and he likely would have passed before Lena got the crown. At least she is not looking at me like I harmed her family. Mariah mutters to Rhaenyra as they both lounge on a padded couch with some snacks before them. If looks could kill, then Daeron would be in his grave. Rhaenyra chuckles back at her as she side-eyes me as I pretend to look over a message from a Reach Lord. A convenient excuse to avoid the snappy-looking she-dragon as she passively searches for a confession from her son. Laenor remains unbothered, though, and has his feet kicked up, eating some of the craving food that was brought in from Mariah, much to her silent annoyance. Never come between a pregnant woman and her food. You just might end up becoming the food. Come, I was promised a tour, and with how much time you have spent here, you should be able to give it to me. Rhaenys knocks her son upside the head and heads for the door without another word, giving Laenor little choice but to jump up and follow behind her. I can breathe. I cheer, tossing the papers aside, as I quickly lean forward and snatch up a jug of Dornish red and bring it directly to my lips to down some of it. The slightly sour taste that I have long grown used to fills me with a warmth that leaves me sighing with contentment once I set the jug back down. You better not teach our children such improper ways of getting a drink. Rhaenyra huffs with humor lacing her voice, but I just wave her off as I look toward Lena. A warning would be nice next time. I thought things were about to collapse. Lena chuckles lightly while shaking her head. It's hard to beat the Red Queen when she is set to arrive somewhere in a hurry. Poor Barato struggled to keep up with the speedy female Barato. I nod in understanding, realizing this is likely a spontaneous trip by Rhaenys to find out what is going on down here. Maybe I should promise some lands and Essos to Corlys, so he will be happy, increasing his family's strength, and keep his wife off my back. His great-grandchild will already be marrying the heir of Aegon, or at least that is the plan as of now, as it's hard to plan that far ahead. But by doing it this way, we can get the blood of the sea snake through Lena and then marry that child to Mariah and my baby. This will put a true Valerion back as Lord of the Tides, while setting up for a marriage to the crown to appease the sea snake's ambition. Giving him some lands and Essos could go a long way to smooth over any wounded pride. Maybe Vaemon Valerion would take the seat and also be appeased, as I know he is pretty ambitious as well. For now, it's a waiting game, and I just need to be ready to react to any problems as they appear. 114 AC Sunspear, Daron, Nimero's Martell admiring how fast I have received the first report. I almost can't help but wonder what Demon would have done if I had told him Dorne would be neutral in this war. The amount of cell swords he has gathered in a mere few months is almost impressive, if not concerning. Not concerning to me as a person, but as an ally. If they are this thrown together, won't their loyalties be extremely questionable? I'm sure he can handle if there is any backstabbing going on within his little army, but I'm still a bit worried. I'm just glad I made it clear we will not be sending any of the Barato army to fight alongside his men. The Barato will focus entirely on Tyrosh and the disputed lands that Tyrosh has claimed recently during the short peace after the recent war. Myr and its lands will be entirely his problem as far as pacifying and maintaining order. I am just on Barato as far as those lands are concerned. It's Barato unfair that I am just joining in for the burning things down portion and then letting him Barato out what next to do with Myr. But if I'm honest, I am certain Tyrosh is going to be a pain in my neck to take control of and keep functioning. With the close proximity to Bloodstone, it will be annoying to deal with the Tyrosh higher-ups. Already there's conflict between the Tyrosh merchants and my brother because of the trade he has been stealing. With this happening, no doubt, there will be hundreds of complaints brought before whoever is saddled with the burden of being over Tyrosh after this quick conquest. The moment Tyrosh is conquered, then the merchants will have no fear to just walk in and raise hell about the trade they have been losing. It is a weird thought. One simple change of banner will change the entire economy of the Stepstones and will cause quite a few problems for Luwin. He deserves it. Few Barato weeks, and the men will be ready to sail. My father speaks up Barato since I entered his solar and started looking over things with him. Not sure they will enjoy their time in Tyrosh as much as they did in Lys. I snort while nodding in agreement, knowing very well how different the troops will view living in Tyrosh compared to Lys. It won't take but a day to take the city if we use the dragons. Tyrosh has not even finished repairs. This is what is wrong with the free cities. They obviously have those that would prefer peace and to recover, yet some idiots got the whole city tossed into the path of the Barato. No doubt it was only a few people from Tyrosh that were involved with whatever scheme that Demon got caught in. But now the rest of the whole populace will suffer another raid, and this time will be expected to fall in line all because of those stupid few. I take it that means you will not be gone long? I hum while standing up and heading for the window after catching sight of a trouble-making small black dragon. I won't be gone long. I hear him mutter a thanks to presumably whatever god will listen as I watch Balerion. The black dragon has half of some burned animal in its left foot's claws and is doing its best to play keep away with Albion. The sight of them snapping and swatting at each other sends servants running in fear. Probably a good idea I don't stay gone for long. I might relocate my family to the Water Gardens before I leave to go anywhere, just in case though. Might be a good idea to make sure as few dragons as possible are in Sunspear when I leave if I want Sunspear to still be standing when I return. I remind my son as he tries to wiggle on the bed next to his sisters. The twins do not react beyond trying to open their eyes, but quickly shut them when the strength to keep them open leaves them. I have no idea if it's because there are two of them and they're smaller because of that, but they're not as active as Aegon was around this age. It could also be that Aegon is just a wiggle worm, as Daron loves to call him. Sissy. Aegon once more comes up with a new name while gently patting one of his sisters on the stomach. Nymeria is Sissy? I ask with my tone betraying the amusement I feel. Sissy. He pats Nymeria once more on the belly while nodding his head, while his other hand goes to his shoulder-length hair and swats it out of his face. Anais. He turns his attention to Rhaenys and pats her on the belly with a small smile. Maybe call her something else. I chuckle as he looks at me with confusion. That is a name for a boy, and it is remembered as a name for weakness as well. Not that he understands what that means. Aegon's little face scrunches up in confusion, but he looks back at Rhaenys instead of saying anything. My little man seems to at least understand that the name Enys won't work for his sister, and is now hard at work to come up with another name. I just wish he would stick with one when he finds it. Yesterday they were Nwym and Ray, but today it seems those names won't work. The door is knocked before it swings open slowly, and I turn just in time to catch my husband looking around the room and settle his gaze on us on the bed. He smiles as he shuts the door, and I smile back at him as Aegon starts wiggling his way toward the edge of the bed. Better stop him. Daeron calls out as he quickly crosses the room with a somewhat worried look. You want jump? Again. Aegon proves my point as he comes to a stop at the edge of the bed, and then turns to wait for his father to arrive at the bedside to pick him up. Your mother's advice is seemingly working. Daeron cringes hearing that, and I shake my head in exasperation. Is that necessary? He asks while hugging Aegon protectively to his chest, which causes our son to laugh and hug him back. It's just some hot peppers. He has the blood of the dragon, and a little heat won't kill him. Not to mention his father is Dornish and eats almost exclusively spicy food. But it's a little cruel to force spicy things into his mouth just because he does something you don't like. I glare at Daeron as he shamelessly puts all the blame on me, and he seems to understand as he turns away from me, avoiding my rightfully angered look. If my son did not inherit his father's stupid habit of rolling off of things for fun, then it would not be necessary. My voice comes out much harsher than I intended, and both twins start whining, leaving me to quickly shower them with love and kisses as Daeron starts walking around the room, bouncing Aegon. Well, Cinceredo, like jumping from a tower into a fountain? I asked seriously. When his mother told me about him doing that as a child, I could only imagine Aegon doing it, and my heart nearly stops in my chest. Yes. Huffing, I shake my head. If Aegon ends up getting hurt because of his habit, I will be wroth with Daeron. The twins might start copying that as well. He murmurs curiously. They better not. I look down at the twins, who are far less fussy now that I have lowered my voice. I might just fall over dead if they start doing stupid things like that. Daeron laughs while sitting on the bed, setting Aegon on his leg, but I think he knows I am serious. Hopefully he does. So you will just fly over the day before the attack, and leave the day after the attack? I ask Daeron as he lays beside me. Both twins are on his chest, and he is placing kisses on the top of their heads. Attack! Aegon slaps my leg, hearing one of his favorite words. Don't attack your mother. She brought you into this world, and she can take you out of it as well. Daeron speaks up before I can, as I quickly dart my hands out and grab my son before he can start slapping at me again. But you have the general plan. Can't know for sure, as plans never work as they should once you actually put them into action. I nod and turn to lay on my side, dragging Aegon in between me and Daeron, much to his displeasure as he wiggles for naught. At least you want me gone for too long. When you are back, we can start planning our departure to the Reach. I love Dorne thus far, but I still want to get the royal progress done sometime soon. I want the twins and Aegon to see the Red Keep and grow up there, as well as in Sunspear and the Water Gardens. The area as well. Mother wants us to spend some time there and relax without any worries. In the Red Keep, I will have duties, and Daeron will need to start making more friends in court. In Sunspear, Daeron is busy almost every day for at least a few hours. Not that he complains about it, and instead, he seems to enjoy it. In the Eyrie, we will be strictly guests and will relax according to my mother. We are supposed to be guests and relax in most places we go on this progress. But for the most part, it has not been that way in reality. I was either pregnant and feeling bad, or I was constantly talking with lords and ladies and being guided through castles, so people could show off their house's history. We will be leaving soon enough. For now, though, I'm going to take you to the Water Gardens to stay. I want to take all the dragons there before I leave for Tyrosh. My poor father would appreciate it. I nod my head against his shoulder as I keep Aegon trapped between myself and my husband. Help! Aegon calls out to his father while swinging his arms wildly. You have to learn evasion tactics, little fella. If your mother can catch you and pin you down, then an enemy can as well. I smile, seeing Daeron is too preoccupied with his daughters to save his son, and my fingers quickly start tickling the little boy who wears a look of betrayal. Help! He calls out again, but Daeron turns a deaf ear to his son as he focuses on caring for his daughters instead. No help is coming, Aegon. I laugh like one of the evil villains in Daeron's stories, and Aegon gasps as his face turns red from all the laughing he is doing. I almost can't wait to see Aegon grow up, while also I feel pained at the idea of him growing older. I want to see him grow bigger and slowly grow into the future king he will one day be, but I also do not want to see him grow independent. I want Aegon to stay my small little man, but I also want to see him become who he was born to be. The feeling is quite bitter, yet also sweet. I love you. I stop tickling and instead kiss his forehead before gently hugging him as he goes still and stops fighting for freedom. Love you, Muna. I hum with joy as he muffles his words against my arm and nuzzles his face against me. 114, AC Water Gardens Daeron Nimeros Martell. I should be able to make it with plenty of time to spare if I leave in a few hours. I assure my Barado that I will be on time for work, and I can't help but be amused at how much it reminds me of modern life. Except for the part where I'm not taking car to work, but instead a Barado that I will use to Barado some trouble. Well, you keep feeding Aegon an assortment of food instead of getting ready. Rhaenyra rolls her eyes and tries to seem unaffected, but I know she is nervous about me leaving. Aegon loves the food I make for him. I steer the conversation away from my impending departure as I can comfort her some more before I leave, and right now, I just want to relax a bit more before I mount Galathox and head off toward Tyrosh. That is because everything you make him is sweet, and you're tricking him into eating anything you give him by doing that. I nod in acceptance, hiding a smirk from my long-term plan working. One day I will give Aegon something so sour his face scrunches up completely. I just got to condition him to eat anything I present him without hesitation. More, my son asks impatiently as I stir the mashed fruit with some added honey and a little secret sauce, which is practically liquid sugar from a beaten root that grows by the river. Here is some more, little prince. I smile, watching him happily Barado the food from the spoon without hesitation. Does feeding him really make you so happy? Rhaenyra says with a light laugh, and I roll my eyes before scooping some extra sweet fruit and presenting it to her with a smile. She takes a Barado from the spoon, carefully holding my hand to ensure I don't smear anything on her face. Aegon, meanwhile, slaps out a sticky hand that hits my chest and leaves behind some of his meal on my previously clean clothes. It's good. Rhaenyra nods happily while looking between Aegon and the stain with satisfaction. I'm glad you like it. I narrow my eyes at my boy as I scoop some more food from the bowl and quickly shove it in his half-open mouth. He happily ignores the forcefulness and instead relishes in having another mouthful of food. Make sure you are safe while you are gone. It would be hard to replace such a good food giver. Aegon would no doubt be devastated if he got done in. I snort, not paying her any words in response, even as her concern bleeds through her playful tone and warms my heart. God, it's nice having someone care about you. 114. AC Water Gardens Saera Targaryen. I will be fine. I would sooner let this little conquest fall apart than see myself die a martyr or something stupid. The men will be in place and ready to storm the island city, and the dragons will be mainly flying around to put the fear of fire into the citizens. I won't even be landing until the city is taken and I can meet the new Archon. I nod as I squeeze my arms around my husband as we stand beside his massive dragon, who is practically purring like a small kitten as Aegon pats him on the snout. Though the big dragon does seem annoyed when Balerion tries to land on him. I love you, I mutter as I lift my head and am quickly greeted with my husband's lips meeting mine and stealing my breath away. I love you as well. He pulls back and presses his forehead against mine, while his eyes shift over to Aegon, who is trying his best to get the large green eye above him to look at him. I should go before Barado decides he has pretended long enough to be a good boy and wants to snap up one of these small ankle biters. I nod before pressing a kiss on his cheek and stepping back as he heads over to grab Aegon. Aegon does not put up much of a fight as his father passes him over to me, and after heading over to the servant carrying the twins, he bids them farewell, even though they are resting. See you soon. He nods in my direction as I take another step back as he grabs a rope hanging off the side of his mount. Later, I smile back before frowning as he turns and climbs up the side of his mount. This time it won't be as long as last time. He'll be back within a few days at most, and then we can get back to planning the trip to the Reach. I just have to deal with a few days without my husband, and then the annoyance of Reach lords and ladies can take up most of my attention again. Kapa. Aegon waves at his father as he makes it into the saddle, and the large dragon starts shifting to stand up. Yes, your Kapa is going to leave for a little while. I turn and start walking back toward the twins, as I don't want to be hit with the winds from the large dragon's wings as it pushes off the ground. For such a big dragon, it easily pushes off the ground with its strong back legs, unlike Vagr, who has to get a running start before flapping her aged wings. I wonder if it has to do with having eaten dragons before. Gaelithox should be older, but Vagr seems more aged than the black dragon when I see them side by side. I can't help but wonder if it's because of their diet or if it's something else. Let's take them inside. I quickly wave along the older woman, carrying my daughters, as I don't want them to be awakened by all of the noise if I can help it. I do, however, look over my shoulder, pressing my cheek against Aegon's, as he also looks over my shoulder. We both watch as the Barado pushes off and won't land back here at the Water Gardens until Tyrosh is taken. 114 AC Bloodstone, Luin, Nimeros, Martell. I will be meeting with the Archon. You're welcome to attend if you want to, but you can stay on Sea Smoke if you don't feel like it. Laner shakes his head as we look over the small map detailing the city of Tyrosh. A map I actually helped make the last time we were at Tyrosh, and I was flying over it. If I knew we would be going back, so soon I would have just staked a claim over the city myself instead of all of this back and forth. I will accompany you. Someone has to watch your back. I sip my wine as I look toward the skies, hearing the confidence in his words. Fine by me. The ship's already left, and now we only need to have my brother arrive before we also head off to the city. I notice Laner shifting in place like he wants to say something again, and I can't help but sigh, wondering why he likes to think so much instead of just speaking his mind. Something to get off your chest? I ask disinterestedly as I set my cup back down. I was thinking about what my mother said. I roll my eyes immediately and pick my cup back up, wanting something to wash the sour taste out of my mouth after remembering that woman. What is done is done. She will accept it as your father has, or she can instead waste away in her own mind for all I care. Laner visibly looks annoyed, and I can't find it in myself to care. Rhaenys made a bad impression on me and made no effort to mend that fact at any point we were around one another. If she wanted grandchildren from her son, she should have put an effort into guiding him into a proper lord, as she so kindly put it last time. Left unsaid is how she views me as improper and seems to dislike me just because I live my life the way I want to. I can't help that she is a bitter old woman who lost the throne because her father took an arrow to the neck. Seven hells, she should be praising me for getting real revenge for her father by attacking Tyrosh. Or join us. But instead of venting her stress in a constructive way, as Daeron likes to put it, when someone is acting like Rhaenys the Queen, who never was as acting, instead she decides she will sit around Driftmark, rotting away in her bitterness. Maybe she will get over it. I told her how I feel about everything, and regardless, it will be her and Father's blood who rules from Driftmark in time. Maybe even the Iron Throne if things work out. I nod, seeing he once more seems ready to move past this discussion. I grow bored hearing about his family issues every other day. Daeron laid out how it will work. He is a man of his word, and will see it done. Laner nods, and I sigh in relief as I spot a dragon in the distance heading in this direction. This tower is really nice. I at first thought it should be taller, but it worked out in the end, and I quite enjoy my seat of power. I can't wait until those new imported wood tiles get delivered from the Summer Isles. The ebony tiles I have so far look very good, and I want to do the whole place in them. Maybe I will even have them sealed in the wax like my brother recommended, to have them look polished all of the time. 114 AC Tyrosh Daeron, Nimeros Martell. I frown, seeing how much of a resistance Tyrosh is putting up. The men who know their days are numbered seem to be throwing everything they have at my men. It makes sense from their point of view, but is just wasteful at the end of the day, as they will lose regardless of how many of their soldiers they throw into the fray. My eyes drift back to the burning ships not far from the island, and I am not sure who I respect Barato, the ones who try to meet us out on the waters, or the ones trying and failing to hold their streets. Easy there, big boy. I pat the spike before me on my dragon's neck as she shifts in place with impatience. I don't see anywhere you can spit your flames without hurting something important. The ships seem to not have been enough, as Galathox obviously thought we would be burning a lot of stuff today. I wonder how Mir is going for Demon. Maybe I should have flown over there once I saw how this was going to go. There. Galathox already seems to have locked his eyes onto the small force, trying to flee the city and head presumably for the small island's forest, not far from the city's walls. I am not sure who this is trying to run, but they would not get far regardless, and my mount is itching to burn something. They are all yours. I feel my whole Barato shake as Barato thrills while pushing off the wall and flapping his massive wings that soon take the both of us toward the small-armed Barato, surrounding a small group of men, being carried by what I am assuming are shackled captives. Poor slaves will perish with their masters, but at least after today, there will be no Barato slaves in Tyrosh. 114 AC Tyrosh Daron Nimeros Martel. It means you can go wherever you want. Crouching beside the head of my dragon, I watch a small girl that looks around 8 years old draw on the ground with some kind of chalky substance. How do I go wherever I want? She asks while drawing myself and my dragon with her utmost concentration while rubbing her neck with her free hand. You just go. Admittedly, you will need some currency and also a way to defend yourself, but you are free, and free is good. She looks up at me with confused eyes as I look at the tan lines on her neck where her collar once was. I don't know what that means. She frowns as if she is frustrated, and I reach out and ruffle her hair. Which part? I can't help but feel sad knowing in the coming days some people will no doubt starve after being set free. It happened in Lys, even with the way I left the shadow of slavery, so people still had some form of employment to get paid. I know it's just a fact of gutting the way a free city works. They're supported by the backs of slaves, and taking that away hurts the system. Currency and free being good. She seems to calm down before returning to her drawing, while sticking part of her tongue out as she focuses with a single closed eye. Currency just means coins. Pursing my lips, I debate how to explain to a malnourished ex-slave child what freedom really is. Shaking my head, I once more curse myself for starting this conversation. I can't help but want to reach out and help when I see someone her age look so pitiful. Cinchuredo, I smile as I stand up straight and pat the side of my partner's face, which earns me a lazy grin, eye opening up. Let's take a quick trip around the city. I give him another gentle pat before turning and snatching up the child that weighs less than my food pack. I was not done. She grunts as I set her on my hip and head for the ropes to climb up my mount. You can finish it later. Now is the time to learn what freedom is. She nods against my shoulder as I slowly grab the rope and try my best to start the climb up the side of the dragon. Hold on. I crinkle my nose, not trusting her to be able to hold up her own weight, but I will just be careful. 114 AC Tyrosh Lewin Nimeros Martel. So anyway, this is Neria, and she will be eating with us tonight. I look at the little girl my brother dropped off in a chair at the table and tilt my head. Left on the street? I ask, knowing the answer, and seeing a single nod from Daron, I sigh. We passed out food and prepare to sail some of the ex-slaves to Bloodstone, but there will still be unlucky ones. Daron does not respond, and instead starts stacking food on the girl's plate with a smile on his face as she looks at it wide-eyed. What are you going to do with her? Laner asks before he sips some of the wine we were gifted by the Archon of Tyrosh, or rather the new Lord of Tyrosh. The Water Gardens could use another pool cleaner. He shrugs as he turns to start feeding himself, seeing the girl manage on her own. Tell me about how the meeting went. He stacks a plate equally as high as the one he gave the girl before taking a bite of the juicy lemon-soaked chicken and crinkles his nose at the sourness. It went well. As expected, he accepted all conditions while putting forward some of his own, but they were all within reason and what we expected. I lean back as I look up at the ceiling. It went almost perfectly except for the small riot that broke out, but that was dealt with. My thoughts drift to Mir, and I wonder how Prince Demon is doing with the last of the 3 daughters. Think Prince Demon is having any troubles? I ask aloud, curiously, but don't look away from the painted ceiling. What is he saying? I hear the little girl mutter with a mouthful of food. We don't speak with full mouths at the table. Daron responds quickly with humor in his tone. So I can speak with a full mouth, not at the table. I shake my head, knowing exactly how my brother will lead this girl astray from the right path. Yes. Laner chuckles as he reaches for another serving, and I look away from the painting of a sunrise and lock eyes with my brother. Demon will be fine. He replies confidently before cutting some of his vegetables with a knife. I hope. He mutters as he lifts the greens to his burrito and eats them, wearing just as sour an expression as he did when he burritoed the burrito chicken. 114 AC Mir Demon Targaryen, I thought you said the Red Priest would be able to handle things once I took the city. I look out the window of my new manse and see a giant fire burning a part of the city I left untouched. They are. Melisandre responds evenly as she approaches the window beside me, and I scoff at her. Does that look under control? I raise a brow at her as I lock eyes with her, and her ruby-red eyes shimmer as she smiles. It will be soon. I shake my head and head for the cup of wine I poured moments ago before spotting the giant roaring flames. That does not look like it. She approaches me from behind, and I carefully observe her, but she only embraces me from behind. We did not have time to prepare food for the soon-to-be free slaves, and the ones that got abandoned by their masters after the new laws were announced need something to stuff their bellies with. I look toward the flames once more and notice they are burning a very expensive-looking manse. You have them slaying the rich to feed the poor? I ask, not really sure how to feel about that. I need the rich to trade with other rich people in other free cities and ports so that I will get taxes. Things will be fine.